This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
Mark Larson here, AM 760, talking breaking news. We're back in Studio A in the KFMB broadcast mega complex here because it is the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. And listen how quiet it is. But people are working, including the phone bank. Reindeer, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Right now, thanks to Armstrong and Getty warming up and priming the pump, and the violin playing was awesome. Thank you for donating so they could stop the carols and the strange attack on the violin. We're at $445,220. You can give that a round of applause, too. On our way to the goal of $1 million, and the day is young, but the time is flying by because we go till 6 o'clock tonight. Here's the incentive I have for you this hour when you call 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. We are proud to have, as a sponsor this hour, brought to you by Hornblower Cruises and Events. Give them a round of applause. We love Hornblower. Big part of San Diego business for a long time. Now, you call in and donate $100 or more, in addition to doing the right thing and sending our heroes home for the holidays and helping with Freedom Station 2 and so forth, but especially sending the heroes home for the holidays. Your donation of $100 or more will also allow us to give you 2 Seafarer passes to a Hornblower Cruise and event while supplies last. So you have $100 in mind, $100 or more, we give you a special gift courtesy of Hornblower Cruises and Events, champion, by the way, to military families when they offer the lowest rates on sunset cruises and dining and sightseeing and whale watching tickets at all military ticketing outlets on base. So they've been doing that a long time, and it's not just a one-day thing for them. It's how they live and breathe. So you celebrate with your family on Hornblower. More than 100 cruises to choose from this month alone in December. So go to hornblower.com today. And again, call right now. You donate $100 or more, you get a couple of 2 Seafarer passes to a Hornblower Cruise and event while supplies last. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. So Sergeant Chris Lawrence was here. He's also still active and busy working as a cop. That's why I'm on my best behavior. I have no outstanding warrants, but you got to go to work, right, Chris? So you're here a little bit earlier here. Also, in many ways, the voice of Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. We hear you on the announcements. Again, very quickly, your story was, for people just tuning in, was quite heart-grabbing. I mean, you're serving the country, and all of a sudden, it's injury time, right? So kind of recap that for us quickly. Then we have something for you.
Well, back in 2007, I was in Iraq. I was on a foot patrol going over a bridge, and insurgents planted a bomb underneath the bridge and blew it up. When I was walking across it, it destroyed both of my legs and my left arm. I spent about 2 years in the hospital being put back together. During that time, discovered Warrior Foundation. They decorated the hotel rooms and barracks rooms, and were able to send me home for one of the Christmases and modified my uniform so that I could stay in the Marine Corps for a little while longer.
Now, Ray is here with a special presentation tied to just you not just sitting back and saying, well, that's it, I'm done. And that's the spirit of what we do here in terms of transitioning and getting back to an active life no matter what. And such horrific injuries. So, Ray, what's up with this? Tell this story.
Something that a lot of things happen behind the scenes with Warrior Foundation, and a lot of that actually comes down to the brainstorm that is constantly inside of Sandy's head. She's always doing something, always spinning something up, and so she gets down to down to Building 26 at Balboa, sees the guys sitting around and says, these guys need something to do. We're going to create a vocational project. And what started off literally as a bag of bolts. And Chris, at that time, I just met Chris, and you could barely get this guy to say 2 words. I mean, it was just yes or no. That was about all you'd hear from him. And as soon as that bag of bolts came in and we said, we're going to build a motorcycle. And I was lucky enough to kind of help with that project along the way. And by help, I mean I put a battery in it and some spark and some gas, and we started it. They did everything. But this project started with Chris, and you can see how he has, from one thing, from a donation of a bag of bolts, It's now come into the Warrior Chopper that's been around. We've all seen it.
Look at that. Now, if
I'm gonna let
if
Chris
you're watching on
explain it.
760kfnb.com now, you can see the video streaming there. You can actually see this, 760kfnb.com. When you're there, make sure you donate multiple times. I mean, just keep doing it, but you can see that.
Oh, it's a little bit. There we go.
It's
So
a
the
beautiful
headlights.
photo. So you just look at that and you say it's a nice patriotic photo with the flag and there's this motorcycle. But describe the parts of the bike. Here.
I'm gonna recap it really quick. The headlights. You know what? I'm gonna let Chris do it because most of the stuff was at a Marine Corps base, and I'm Army. I'm not, so he can explain it a lot better.
You're
with
going to
more
get this
pizzazz.
beautiful photo that's too big to put in your wallet. You're not going to put it on your dashboard. You'll put it on your wall
Well,
proudly.
There you go. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, better than the photo, the bike as a bag of bolts started with Chris. He opened the first bag. Now, this bike is so much more than that, and I'm going to get a little choked up, and I'm sorry, but so many guys and so many different people, while transitioning through Warrior Foundation, had their hands on this vocational project. But Chris was the first, and it's only right that he becomes the sole and final guy to have it, because that's now his bike. It's going home with him.
All right. Huh? You thought it was just the photo. You get the bike, man.
But
Wow.
they designed this bike. It's all hand controls. There are no foot controls. It's all hand brake. It's all hand throttle. Everything is hand controlled. Definitely military themed. I'll let Chris explain the highlights on it. It's his bike. And it couldn't go to a
And
better
of course,
home.
he's a cop, so he can ride it anywhere he wants. Well, who knows? So talk about it, Chris. What about it?
Well, there were so many guys and gals involved in making that bike happen. Some of the parts that I can remember that stand out to me are the actual exhaust tips are a Mark 19 40mm grenade launcher muzzle brakes, and the down tubes, the forks are actually a muzzle brake for the Barrett 50 cal sniper rifle.
Oh,
and
just
then,
like I have my GT.
then the actual starter is a Claymore clicker. There's a lot of, and one
Well,
of the
that takes a
shifters-
lot of courage. Claymore mind clicker.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a lot of awesome things on that bike, that were put there by a lot of the other Marines who had a hand in building it. So it's an honor to call it, it's an honor to be the guardian of it now. I'm not going to call it mine because it's everybody who's had a hand in building it, but I'll take good care of it. And thank you, Sandy and Ray and everybody. It's wow.
Take that to work at the police department at Chula Vista today?
I don't know.
Well, the day's young. We'll see. Well, congratulations to Ray and the team. Thanks so much for that. I'm sure you'll see that on the website as well. Thank you much, and God bless you all. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And this is what it's about. I mean, there's so many different levels of helping our heroes transition after injuries. There goes on at Freedom Station 1 here in San Diego, or Freedom Station 2 that is now beginning the building process thanks to last year's Radiothon. Here it is, Pearl Harbor Day. What a great day to remember the dedication of our heroes. What happened on this date, December 7th of 1941, just happens to be the date we're doing the Radiothon. It's a great day to just do the right thing. And out of all the things you can do at Christmas time, Hanukkah week, and so forth, and I know it's end of year, and people are saying, "Oh, pick us for this tax deductible thing here or there." You're not going to do any better. And I think it's going to be really tough for others to do as well as Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. You won't do better than this, because the overhead is like, officially it's 97.4 cents of every dollar goes to the heroes, goes to the project. Nobody takes a salary. Hear me on that. No one takes a salary. So the rest of that, the part that is overhead, that's like around 2% or so, or less, that's not going to salaries. That's not going to the kind of thing you see with charities way too often. That's going to permits. You got to get an attorney to file this building thing or whatever. It's for insurance with Freedom Station 1 and 2. So that's where that goes. And then there's so much in terms of donations. You hear today through the course of the Radiothon, contractors, Newman Windows were here earlier, everybody stepping up and finding ways to give. That has huge impact. And you may be thinking, you may be running a business, you may be thinking, I'd like to step up and do something. Well, then you call. We'll get connected with you. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, and be part of this. Do what you can. Give $10, $20. Here's Wade Anderson, veteran, gave $100 here just a couple minutes ago. Wade, thank you, in Lemon Grove, in honor of his father, Warren Anderson. Father passed away. Was it 1 year ago today? I'm just reading the handwriting here. 1 year ago today, I believe. Well, that's significant. Also in honor of his 1-year-old granddaughter, and salute to George H.W. Bush as well. He also wants to pass along to our heroes, we love you, and we do, and he does, and we appreciate it. That gets a round of applause. And the phones are way too not busy right now. 1-800-760 KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. More coming up in a minute. Armstrong and Getty will be joining us in a bit. Also, Kristen Gaspar, County Supervisor's Chair here, and she brought brownies. Well, her staff did. That's coming up in a minute. We'll take a break. AM 760, talk and breaking news.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB. 760.
It's very easy to get around right now. Things are moving well.
Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
It's the most wonderful time.
Yes, it is, and it's more wonderful, or to be wonderfuler, when we're doing the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon, the fundraiser today, all the KFMB stations together with us here at AM 760. That's where it began. In 2004, Sandy Lemkuhler, who is our valiant leader, she would say, oh, it's the team. No, it happened because she, as a Navy wife, said, I want to do something to help our injured warriors, those who were at Balboa Naval Hospital back at the time in 2004. And then she said, what do you need down there? What do you need, you guys? And they said, well, we need to have, because we're having a hard time with mobility and coming back from injuries, we'd like some electric razors. And so right here on AM 760, the call went out saying, let's raise money for that. And it was over $60,000 that came in that first day. That continued to grow, sending our troops home for the holidays, our heroes home. The injured heroes get them back with family. And this is such a labor of love and great impact. Now, since 2004, at about 17 million raised thanks to you. And that deserves a round of applause, although everybody's on the phone, but we can do that as well. And ring a cowbell. Yeah, we ring the cowbell, and we have multiple cowbells at the Reindeer, thanks to Reindeer's local union 102. I think they're the ones that are running the actual personing of the phones. When we get a $1,000 or more donation, we ring the cowbells, which is very festive. And you can never get enough cowbells. So, but Sandy, nobody takes a salary. Sandy doesn't. The team doesn't take a salary. You want big impact. You give today. It's helping our heroes get home for the holidays. So call right now, 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or you can donate online. You can also watch us online on video with live streaming, 760kfmb.com. And I suggest you want to do that now because Kristen Gaspar is here, so the set's been dressed up nicely. She's the County Board of Supervisors chair. There's a fun job.
Woo-hoo.
Kristen Gaspar here, everybody. Isn't that right? Right here. That's just like they applaud you when you go into the chambers, and the other supervisors go, yay.
That's
yay.
never been done before.
Never,
Usually
ever?
People boo at us in the chambers.
Well, it's the Christmas holiday season time of the year. Why not?
Sure is.
Well,
Love it.
they sense that there's money down there, so that's why they go in and do that. So you've been supportive of this. I mean, even before you reached your level of stardom in the world of politics. But what comes to mind when you hear? And you sat here next to Christopher Lawrence in the last break talking about his.
This is one of the finest organizations in San Diego County. Let's not forget, San Diego is a military town. We literally have thousands of men and women transitioning out of service back into our community each and every year. They've spent years learning how to serve us and protect our country. They get a crash course in how to be a civilian again. And then when they have a catastrophic injury on top of that and find themselves in this situation of not knowing where to turn next, that's where Sandy, Wounded Warriors, Freedom Station comes in. They do what it takes to give people a chance, their lives back, and a solid foundation to move forward. And thanks to KFMB and the Radiothons and hearing about their work, I had to go out and see it. And it was one of the most magical days.
You went down to Freedom Station.
I went down to Freedom Station, and walking in, you could just feel the healing happening. It is a warm, inviting place, and I just will never forget the pictures of the residents lining the walls and the mantle. And people who have lived in Freedom Station before, people return to visit. It's just the most magical, beautiful thing that's happening. How can we not support that? I wore green for a reason today. I not only wore green, but I'm bringing you
money
cash.
And donations. Oh, you're bringing cash?
Yes, my company, Gaspar Doctors of Physical Therapy, is pleased.
I'm sorry, what is the name of that company again?
That is Gaspar Doctors of Physical Therapy with 7 convenient locations in San Diego County.
Are you on the website as well?
You can find us on gasparpt.com.
Oh, okay, that's
Gaspar
amazing.
Physical Therapy. Anyway.
That's the real world side before you go into politics.
Yeah,
that's
the
kind
other
of like
side.
rubber meets the road where your husband's doing things.
But we are so pleased to bring along today a $1,000 check for
$1,000.
Freedom
We'll ring the
Station.
cowbells. Cowbells.
Cowbell
Ring,
time.
There you go. They're like, I'm answering phones. I can't ring the cowbell at the same time. That's okay. Well, thank you. $1,000.
And I invite everyone in San Diego County to make a donation. It doesn't matter what the increment is. These heroes need to go home for the holidays. There's nothing more healing than waking up with your own family on Christmas. And when you think about that, $700 sends an individual home. And it's so important
That's
that
a great
they
number
give that
when you're looking
gift.
to give. Yeah, give at least that. And we, of course, cumulatively, we have people giving $10, $20. I'm struck by one I mentioned last hour, a Marine wife who sacrificed $20. So that's a big deal. That has impact, personal impact on the giver side.
Sure does.
We had somebody who gave us $4,000. We appreciate that as well. Every bit is because it comes from individual worlds and individual motivations. Some people are giving $41 today because of Bush 41. Whatever. December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day. There's a lot of things that you've given in memory of
Well, these are the men and women protecting our families so we can be home with them at the holidays. So truly a very special gift is sending one of these men or women home to be with their family.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
Absolutely. Kristen Gaspar, County Board of Supervisors Chair. Now, one of the things you deal with at the county, I mean, there's everything. You're dealing with
everything.
All the different organizations. You got the cities. If something goes badly, then they say, well, the county ought to do something. I know even the governor-elect was down at the border the other day saying the county needs to do more. I mean, they come back and say, don't throw that on your back. Everybody Yeah, he's right that everybody needs to team up on things, but when it comes to the military alone, San Diego is hugely unique in terms of how the military is a big, big deal. I think about
Yes.
places around the country, and there's a lot of places like this, where local citizens won't run into somebody in uniform necessarily. I mean,
No.
here it's commonplace, it's everywhere, but a lot of places in the U.S. they don't, so they sort of get a different notion about what this means. They don't understand the tug on family or how difficult it is if you're family members of a deployed man or woman in uniform. There's a lot of different challenges here. A lot of that spills over to county services and so forth. There's a lot of different interweaving here.
It sure is. San Diego plays a unique role in the defense of our entire nation. So much of the training happens here in San Diego, but yet the interactions that we have with military families may be limited. The military bases out of sight, out of mind for many. So I do invite people to engage more with the organizations locally that are helping out our men and women in uniform, because there you have a unique opportunity to not only visit with these warriors, but you see their families and you hold their children and you see the impact and the dedication that these families have to these heroes. So it's really special. We have this rare opportunity in San Diego. We also have an opportunity to show our gratitude to these individuals in San Diego and make sure that they feel welcome here. And in government, so often we wait for people to fail. And we're very reactive.
That's a very good point. Yeah, it's reaction as opposed to that's an overused word, but being proactive.
This proactive way of strengthening people so they do not fail is really important, because when we see veterans out on the streets, I guarantee you, when people have hit rock bottom, it costs a lot more to help them rebuild and transform their lives than being proactive about it and giving a few $100s to help that
That's a
individual
very good
succeed.
point on the whole, the veterans. That's the thing that tugs at my heart more than anything. We talk a lot about the homeless issue. You and I talk about it here. Kristen Gaspar with us, County Board of Supervisors Chair, AM 760 during the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. And by the way, let me remind you to call 1-800-760-KFMB. Donate what you can right now, please. 1-800-760-5362 or go to 760kfmb.com. But no matter where people are debating the homeless issue, when you see veterans, I remember going down to one of our shelters a couple of years ago with Bob McElroy, just going through, and you see these guys who were in Vietnam or whatever, and they're just at wit's end, life's cliff, all of that. You're right. If you get in front of that, and you can't assume, it's easy to assume somehow, our tax dollars, government's going to take care of it. Obviously, that's not that simple. I mean, San Diego County has done a good job, a pretty fantastic job with more of this housing, temporary housing, but there's still that percentage that for whatever reason can't get into the system, don't want to get into the system, what have you, because, and many may not be thinking clearly enough to make those judgments because it's gone down that road.
It's entirely unacceptable to see veterans out on the streets of San Diego, and some of the pop-up events that we have to take care of our veterans, to provide temporary shelter and clothing and things as simple as a shave. These events happen in San Diego, and I'll never forget one where a veteran came up to me and he said, "I'm so happy to see you here, but the reality is this event ends tomorrow, and there isn't anything you can do to stop me from transitioning back out on that street because I have nowhere to go." And I looked at him, and it was this painful reality that I had no way to help him that day. But it really solidified my commitment to actively work with our veteran population, with the transitioning military in San Diego, to identify the best and the brightest organizations that we have, to be proactive. And that's where Freedom Station came across. And it was so great to see an organization doing all the right things, providing the life skills, the job skills that these individuals need to set them up for success.
Yeah.
And then they're back. They're wonderful, beautiful assets in our community. They're great assets to our employers,
And
to our
some of them
local
become
businesses.
hot basketball team members with Wolfpack and win awards
Yes.
and take championships and all that.
That's
These guys, Did
right.
you see Tiny, the
Tiny.
9 foot tall Tiny?
Tiny is not a small man.
He's huge, and here he lost part of his leg. He's moving around. He's part of that basketball team. I also know that somewhere in the last hour he put a whole bunch of giant Christmas lights lit up around his neck.
I
in case
did
it's
see
like an
this.
aircraft warning.
You cannot miss
You
that
can't miss him.
man.
Now he has lights just in case. It's like a wall. I mean,
I actually
just-
wished for higher heels when I took
So
my
you-
picture with Tiny. But I got to
felt
take a
tiny.
picture where I looked up at him adoringly. So I
Yeah.
think that's going to be a real hit.
So what would you say to someone who goes, okay, there's the county supervisor chair, Kristen Gaspar, talking about this on the radiothon for the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, and yeah, there's a lot of charities, and yeah, I'll get around to it by end of the year. That'll be the 31st. What would you say about the urgency and about giving specifically to this organization?
Yeah.
That includes to your fellow political types, your
right.
public servants.
Well, first and foremost, right now is the perfect time to donate because let's not forget, in the holiday season, really helping those in need is fundamental. And being able to send these warriors home to their families is critically important. We must send these wounded warriors home to their families for the holidays. We're not going to leave them behind. We cannot leave them behind because they're the ones that have been protecting all of our families here. But let's not forget the need goes on throughout the year. And we have to shift our focus into that proactive frame. We have to work on taking care of people ahead of time so that we don't take care of people forever.
Yeah,
and
this-
these heroes are the last ones that want to ask for help.
Yeah, and this is
Probably
one of
the
these-
hardest thing is getting them to accept the help.
Yeah, you bet. And this is one of these organizations, we talk about it a lot here on AM 760, and especially this time of the year with the Radiothon today. Right now we're at $471,039. I mean,
Amazing.
that is mind-boggling. Armstrong and Getty getting that going the last couple of days for us, and even more so today. People calling in nonstop. But year-round, not exactly saying, hey, look at us, it's a great organization. They're just getting the work done without any salaries paid.
And it's
all
in front of
volunteer.
our eyes, too. A lot of times when you're at the checkout, let's say at McDonald's, and they ask you to donate this, that, or the other, little of that money stays in San Diego.
Yeah.
This money is here in San Diego helping San Diegans succeed, and almost all of the money is going directly to them because people like Sandy, they are angels.
That's right, and getting
Angelic.
our heroes home for the holidays. Kristen Gaspar, County Board of Supervisors. Oh, we're ringing more cowbells now. More money coming in. Thanks for your donation personally from the family biz there,
It's
too.
my honor.
What is the name of it again? Gaspar?
Gaspar Doctors of Physical Therapy with 7 convenient locations in San Diego.
Nicely done. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or 760KFMB.com. Warrior Foundation, Freedom Station, Radiothon. Do your part, and thank you. AM 760, talking breaking news.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
A journey can be many things. It can be a straightforward path or a long and winding road. And so can a life's journey. At Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, we help servicemen whose journey as a defender of freedom has come to an end. But a new journey as a civilian moving forward with an even more difficult challenge has just begun. You can help with this transition by donating at warriorfoundation.org. Together, we can honor their sacrifice. They are still whole. They are still heroes. Let's fight for them, because freedom is never free.
760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
And if you call right now, 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or donate online, 760kfmb.com, where you can also watch us with the Big Brother video streaming. You're going to get some benefits here. If you donate $100 or more, while supplies last, you get 2 Seafarer passes to a Hornblower cruise and events cruise. And this hour brought to you by Hornblower. Great organization. They've been around for a long time, and year in, year out, champions to California military families, offering the lowest rates on sunset cruises, dining, sightseeing, and whale watching tickets at all military ticketing outlets on base. So they do that all the time. And that's where you can, of course, you can celebrate now with your family on Hornblower with more than 100 cruises to choose from this month alone. In December, go to hornblower.com today. And again, if you're going to donate, and we know you are, $100 or more, you call right now. While supplies last, you get 2 Seafarer passes to a Hornblower cruise. It is, so that kind of, it's like, hey, it's the season of giving. Mike Slater here with me, Mark Larson, Armstrong and Getty, who've been working. You started priming the pump Monday morning. Thank you for your pump priming.
Yeah, I was just talking to one of the people from Warrior Foundation Freedom Station and saying, this is all a messaging thing, this fundraiser, because the organization is so good. If you can properly explain what they do, you'll raise a lot of money.
There's a $1,000 donation.
Easier message? I mean, it's
right.
As simple as can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you need to convey it the best you can, because when you actually meet the guys, when you see the facilities, when you talk to the guys whose lives were saved, you think, wow, how can I fully convey this to the people out there who have generous hearts and they're prone to giving, and it feels like a responsibility just because what they're doing is so beautiful. I mean, it's so amazing, and you want to get it right.
And then the behind-the-scenes stuff that's so important to me. I know if I'm donating money, how frugal are they with their money? I mean, how much of my dollar actually goes to what I think it's going to, and they're the best at that. So.
Oh yeah, we talked about the Charity Navigator rating this week, which has been a long time coming. Not because there was any sort of, well, we want to check this or that. It's been from the get-go like this organization's phenomenal. The impact is nearly all of every dollar. There's a little bit that goes to like insurance or permits to build the buildings and so forth. But it was a matter of time. You have to wait. You have to be around for a while according to their rules, and just came down with that this week, right, Mike? With that
with a perfect rating, obviously. Do you guys remember the first time you went to Freedom Station?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
What stood out or what still stands out thinking back to that?
For me, I've got a brother that was in the military and was in some unfortunate situations that have changed him. And I know he doesn't talk to anybody about it other than other people that were in the military. And so seeing that environment where they have the opportunity to walk out of their room and talk to somebody else that can relate to them, I know that's so important to the whole thing.
That made a huge impression on me as well. And the other thing was meeting some of the guys and seeing what they were dealing with and seeing how young they were.
Oh, wow.
And just thinking, of all the tools, the living tools you get as you age and you experience things, and life is a challenge as it is. But some of the things these guys are dealing with are enormous, especially at their age. And so the idea that they would get this sort of companionship Jack's talking about, a mentorship, help with the physical problems and the prosthetics and the rehab and the rest of it, it's amazing. It was so incredibly moving just to see the totality of it and to understand how much it means to these guys who, it's easy to say, thanks for serving, we respect our troops, we love our troops, but I mean, it's the purest expression of that love and commitment to our troops I've ever seen.
And how about the brotherhood of like the wheelchair basketball team and the cycling team?
Yeah, they're just watching that.
The fact that these guys, they get injured, they can't, and the number one, all they want is to get back out to Iraq with their boys, right? And they can't, but the fact that they can get back in the fight, so to say, with their boys playing wheelchair basketball or cycling, to see the effect that has on their soul and their psyche, it's pretty awesome. And Warrior Foundation obviously organizes that, has been for many years.
Mm-hmm. Well, this whole tribe philosophy is so popular right now, is we're all discovering that's the way we're built, and here's their chance to get back into a tribe.
Yes.
And it seems to really, really help them.
1-800-760-KFMB if you want to donate. Very simple mission today, as we're talking about all the different things that Warrior Foundation does, is to fly our guys home for Christmas. That's it. We're buying plane tickets to get them home so they can be with their families and get some mama's home-cooked meal and be with their family. And they heal that way, but also their families get to see them, maybe for the first time in years, which is so important for them, too.
On-air memo to our man Dan Noon back in the Technological Czar quarters right now. That was Mike Slater on Mic 3, and on Mic 4 right now is Karen Reed from BB&T. Hi, Karen.
Good morning.
So BB&T, tell us about BB&T.
So BB&T John Burnham Insurance has been part of the San Diego community for over 125 years.
Yes. Yeah, and a big part of the community, and you're back again helping us out here. So you have a presentation, do you? Did you bring some money on you?
I did. I had a fake check, but I forgot it at home. But
we don't care about the fake check. We just want what's going to clear.
You want the real check, right? Yes, I understand that.
That's all I care about. And we love you, of course. But
So we are very proud to be able to present $7,500 to the Warrior Foundation.
Wait a minute. $7,500? Yeah, that's multiple cowbells. We have 10 cowbells, so you can do the math. Well, I can't because I went to public school, so work with me.
So this contribution is made on behalf of our staff and our clients, and we couldn't be more proud to be part of this wonderful Christmas project for the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. We think it's so important to bring the Warriors home to their families for Christmas.
That's what it's about. And I know your staff gets involved. It's not just everybody goes, yeah, okay, kick in some, because people love that. They, in the office, around the offices, they wrap around this, don't they?
Yeah, we have a strong culture of giving back to the community, and our staff has enjoyed being part of the Secret Santa project, helping some of the families out, and we have been part of this organization since 2009. And through our BB&T Lighthouse project, we've been able to help remodel one of the Bronze Star cottages, and we look forward to being involved in
the new one.
Phase 2.
Phase 2, Freedom Station 2, which we were talking about last year here at this Radiothon, Mike Slater, and talking about how, let's send the heroes home for the holidays, and then let's also, if we raise enough, let's kick that into gear, and that gear kicking's been happening since
God's moving
year.
quickly here. I love what you said there. Each cottage has a plaque out front with a company or a person who's donated money to support that cottage. So you guys did that for one of the cottages.
Well, yes, we were very honored to have one of the cottages named after BB&T John Burnham Insurance. So
that's great.
It's great to have our name there, but more importantly, it's great to be able to help the soldiers.
Well, I know you'll be doing that ongoing because that's the kind of community commitments, the way they are at BB&T and have been for all those 100-some years, making a huge impact in San Diego. Karen Reed, appreciate you coming
Thanks,
by.
Karen.
Yes, thank you. And we want to just say thank you to all the soldiers for their service and their sacrifices, and we want to wish all the soldiers everywhere a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Absolutely, and to meet them here, many of them here at the Radiothon today.
It's so wonderful.
You can be watching if you're get on the computer, go on 760kfmb.com. You can see anytime we're broadcasting here from the nerve center of the Radiothon, you can see what's going on and see and hear what's happening. More importantly, don't just be a spectator. Step up as BB&T did, as you do every year, and not only give today, but think about a regular giving plan. A lot of people do that and they say, let me kick in a little bit each month. Again, you get the full tax deduction, and the way the tax laws are changing now, there's fewer tax deductions. So as you're looking for a way to do something with impact and not just writing a check, then this is where the real bang for the buck is, right? Armstrong and Getty?
Great stuff, Karen. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming by. Appreciate it.
Guys, you want to speak on the flying home aspect of Warrior Foundation, what that means to these guys?
Yeah, that's what an awesome idea that is to start. I mean, just a great idea.
It's so important for the families and the guys involved. You have to daydream for a little bit and remember what it's like to go home when you've been away for a long time, and how it's not only cheerful and happy and the hugs and the rest of it, but it reminds you who you are in a way. Your dad giving you a hard time, and your mom's hugs, and your brothers and sisters if you have them, and all those interactions. It has a way of reminding you who you are. And if you've been through incredibly dislocating experiences like a lot of these guys have, I think that's incredibly important. And Sandy has spoken so eloquently about guys will come back from that time with the family re-energized, refocused, reminded of their life being worth living, and they get after it. And I think that's just beautiful.
I love what you said, they're reminded of who they are, and one of the guys earlier said why we decided to join the military in the first place.
That's a good one.
How about that reminder?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, boy, that's a big deal.
Because I can see how you would forget that for a second while you're in your hospital bed with missing limbs.
And you look around and see the way the country ignores this whole process of fighting wars to a great extent. That's got to be fairly painful. You get back home and you get surrounded by some people who know who you are and what you've done. That would remind you, yeah, that's a good one.
And just one more quick thought that, most military families are not wealthy. And when a young man or a young woman serves, the family serves. They sacrifice. And they can't afford flying that person home, much as they adore them and would love to have them. So to be able to give that gift to military families who've sacrificed so much, that's really cool to me, too.
We talked to a guy earlier, hasn't seen his mom in 8 years. She lives in Florida, and she's disabled, so she can't fly. They don't have the money. He doesn't have the money to fly out, so they're going to be reunited this year.
Wow. Awesome.
That's amazing, and that's
here. I
because
saw him earlier.
that's because you, my friends, are donating.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that. I've worked a lot of radio stations, a lot of places around the country. Not
he gets
just
fired a lot.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah, they realize I'm stealing, and then they get rid of me. But not just any audience can raise this amount of money in this amount of time.
Yeah.
That's a certain group of people of listeners that understand their role in the community. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, people get it. I answered some calls, and it's a very nonchalant give. But that's sort of the answer. Like, oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, here's my $100.
Yeah,
I just need to do this.
I am very, very fond of the KFMB family, meaning the audience. I mean,
you bet.
Much respect to all of you folks. Seriously, doing the right thing, and as generously as you're doing it. Well done.
Also blowing the doors off this paradigm. You hear this, radio, AM radio, I don't know if all this stuff works. Does it really work? I mean,
please.
this is like Exhibit A.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
It transcends all the so-called experts who think they know how this works. Do we just sit back and go, go to 760kfmb.com, call 1-800-760-KFMB.
There are a lot of popular online sites couldn't raise this much money for a good cause.
Yeah, my mom, a couple years ago, she was involved in planning big fundraisers for different events and charities, whatever. And the first year we did this, and I don't even think we raised as much as we have right now, I told her, and she was aghast. She's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, we spent all year working on an event that raises a fraction of that.
Right.
And we put on big dinners and the whole thing. Let's just open up the phone lines and say, hey, can you just hand over some money?
Yeah.
And we get way more. So
I
pretty
like
awesome.
that idea you mentioned of setting up some sort of monthly payment.
Yeah.
Because you forget your Netflix and all this different stuff you're paying for.
We
Set
did that
this
all
up
the
the same
time.
way, and you'll just automatically
Yeah,
pay.
we can do that. That's a simple option. Just tell them that.
Yeah, it's a
20
great
bucks a month,
idea.
whatever.
$20 a month, whatever. Or you may say, I can only give $20 now, and that's not. I don't mean anything by only. We hear like a Marine wife who gave $20. That's like
Sure.
the impact of a lot of money
Right.
for a family. But if you say, I'd like to do a bigger gift, well, that's one way to kind of do a little bit every month. And by this time next year, you're going, hey, stepped it up. And again, you're getting the tax deductibility. Consult your tax advisor. But a little disclaimer in there. But I mean, it's a bona fide 501c3. You get the, really, I think the peace of mind knowing that you're not worrying about some of those horror stories that we hear where you'll hear about some organization across the country and the overhead was like 80%.
Right.
Yeah,
It's not like that here.
The
You
person in charge was taking a $500,000 salary. That is not going on with Warrior Foundation.
Good reminder to say, and to make this clear, nobody, including Sandy, who founded this whole thing, Sandy Lemko, nobody is taking a salary.
Did you see this week Al Sharpton's charity? Did you see what he did?
Didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he
So
sold
this is his
life
last
story?
year. This is his last year. He took $250,000 in salary, and then he had the organization buy his life story for $500,000.
Yeah.
So he
What,
took
I
a
mean, buy your
total.
life. That didn't make any sense.
For one thing, we already know his life story. He's going to tell anything new.
So he took $750,000 out of a year of his own charity.
Wow, so who's been giving money to that? And hopefully they got word of this newspaper article.
Those are
story
the
about it.
Opposite of what they're doing
There you
here.
go. Thank you.
Who's been giving the money to that? Those are people who should be helping us here because there's a whole lot more impact here, sending our heroes home for the holidays. 1-800-760-KFMB. That's the number to call and donate right now. 1-800-760-5362. Or go to 760kfmb.com. More coming up. AM 760, talk and breaking news.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB. 760.
You'll find some trouble in Solana Beach on the northbound 5 at Loma Santa Fe.
home for the holidays. 760 KFMB.
That's 1-800-760-5362. Tote Board says $474,429 right now. And you can move that needle. We need to, because we're going till 6 o'clock. It is coming up on 11 before you know it. Heading toward a $1 million goal. So call right now. Thank you if you donated already. Sure, you can call back and go, I want to give more. We allow that as well. That's all right.
Oh, should have double dipped the bang bang.
760 KFMB. Mike Garcia is with us on the line. Mike, good to have you here. And you were one of the first people helped by the Warrior Foundation, and Freedom Station came out of that, of course, as well, but with Sandy Lemkuhler and the team. Tell us your story. How'd you get connected?
Well, it's a long time ago. Actually, 2006 is when I ended up going to the hospital after being injured overseas, and I was kind of like, I don't know, my physical health was pretty bad, my mental health was pretty bad, and I was kind of staggering down the hallway one day when I ran into this sweet lady in the hallway with the biggest smile you could ever see, and she approached me and we started talking, and we built rapport pretty quickly, and I haven't stopped seeing her since. I mean, every time we needed something, when I say we, I mean the guys up at the hospital, the group at least that I was with, and the work that she continues to do, I kept seeing her, and I've watched Warrior Foundation evolve into something that society honestly really needs. The worst thing that can happen to these warriors is to be forgotten and for us to kind of be left to our own devices. But with Sandy, the Warrior Foundation, and everybody that entails, they're there. They're working extremely hard to raise money to send guys home so that they can get that stress relief and be with their families, or they can go out to an outing and replace those terrible memories that we have with new ones, fresh ones, better ones, and to kind of soothe the soul from the pain that we endured over there. And
sure does.
Sandy, what she's doing, this money also, she's not giving a handout, which is respectable, because these guys that you see, these Marines, these soldiers, some of the sailors, and that's just a shout out to the Navy because I love them, but what we're seeing is that she is helping them get the resources they need so that they can become a better them, to transition back into society. And without donors like San Diegans and everyone there in the county and the state of California and even Florida, because we got donors from out here as well. That is what these guys need. They, when people say, "Oh my God, that poor guy," well, that poor guy is highly trained and is highly motivated and is able to retrain and be something better than what he is today, because that's our nature. That's who we are.
That's
and
for sure.
Warrior Foundation is helping to bring that out.
It's interesting when you're telling the story. Mike Garcia with us originally helped back in 2006 by this very effort with Warrior Foundation, Freedom Station. But you heard the cowbells going off a couple of times. That's every time we get a $1,000 donation on the phone bank with all the people with reindeer antlers, they ring the cowbells. So that was 2 waves of cowbells there. So while you're talking, Mike, we had another $2,000 up almost to $475,000 right now.
Mike, we only got about a minute or so. Did you ever get a plane ticket home?
Actually, we weren't running that program when we first started.
Right.
I was part of a whole different, where I needed, treatment outside the hospital, where I didn't have a place to live when the military let me go. It was so abrupt. They didn't know what to do with us. And I had furniture that was provided for me. I was a new father at the time, and stuff was provided for my child and my wife and I. So we were provided help with finding a place to live. We were provided help with food, clothing, furniture, I mean, you name it. The Warrior Foundation and the people there have gone out of their way to help me. I'm in a better position today. I'm actually living in Florida. I just moved out of California. Just too expensive for me, but my heart is still in
You're
San
the only
Diego
one.
Guys.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you still being connected, and part of your story is obviously thanks to Sandy and the team, Warrior Foundation, Freedom Station, and getting connected with you back when you had a lot of challenges. And Well, you're doing so well now, and you're happy. We miss you in California, but we appreciate that you're moving ahead with life, and things are good. Thanks, Mike Garcia. God bless you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Merry Christmas to you. AM 760 Talking Breaking News. Mark Larson here. Mike Slater here. Cast of Thousands. You can watch along at 760kfmb.com. It's also where you donate or call 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Do your part, and thank you.
The twinkling of the lights, the Santa carols fill the hustle.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now, 800-760-KFMB.
You want to know what's going on around town? It's in
Live, local, San Diego's talk and breaking news. This is AM 760.
More migrants returning home. I'm 760's Fran Wells. That's one of the stories we're following.
760.
An accident in Solana Beach, 5 northbound at Loma Santa Fe Drive, blocking the carpool and the left lane. Traffic is sponsored by Firestone Complete Auto Care. Come to Firestone Complete Auto Care December 7th through the 9th to celebrate 20 new locations in San Diego with 20% off tires and service. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Details at driveafirestone.com. Members of the migrant caravan are returning home. There are reports that say about 1,000 members of the caravan have already left shelters near the border in Mexico, heading for Honduras. The San Diego Union Tribune is also reporting that dozens of migrants have found work near Tijuana. San Diego's Metropolitan Transit System is reminding residents that today they can get to December nights in Balboa Park by using the bus and trolley service. It's currently sunny and 68 at Lindbergh Field. AM 760, talk and breaking news. Now it's Mark Larson.
This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
Oh, sure, we're aware of all the things going on. Another tough day on Wall Street, and that may be an excuse for some to go, I don't know if I can give right now. Yeah, you can. This is always part of the cycle of Wall Street life. The need with the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, sending our heroes home for the holidays, is something that's not just going to go away because of a news cycle or what have you. So thank you for stepping up so far. We're getting close to $500,000 so far, going all the way till 6 o'clock tonight here on AM 760, Talk and Breaking News. Mark Larson here. Oh, yes, we know that John Kelly's out, too, at the White House. So we're watching, we're monitoring all those things. But the urgent need today on this Pearl Harbor Day, December 7th, is the Radiothon here at AM 760 and sending our heroes home for the holidays with their families, as well as helping with Freedom Station 2, the housing, the transitional housing right here in San Diego. Freedom Station 1 has been a huge success. Remember last year we were doing this Radiothon. We were talking about maybe if we get enough money we could start that process. That process is underway. We sent a whole bunch of people home for the holiday season last year. Well on our way to doing that so many times now with your help today. But we're almost to the halfway point here. Started at 6 in the morning. Armstrong and Getty kind of primed the pump for us here initially and got things going. With your help, we'll get this done no matter what is happening on Wall Street and with experts in Washington or the Knucklehead Caucus in Sacramento. 1-800-760-KFMB is the number to call, 1-800-760-5362, or go to 760KFMB.com. Howard Pearl, CEO of Cars, is back here with us. Howard, good to have you here once again.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
So I know how much you love what we're doing here with the Radiothon and Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, but talk a little bit more about your company and how you got involved with this with Sandy and the team.
Oh my goodness. First off, we are also a 501c3 that only works with nonprofits. But clearly for us, working with the Warrior Foundation and working with local vets is really, really critical to us. I think the concept of delivering service to those who have been of service to us is absolutely critical. We run a national car donation program, which means that anybody who wants to donate their vehicles has the opportunity to do so, and we convert that to cash, and cash is used to support the nonprofits, in this case, a great cause locally.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's been a partnership for some time. I mean, you were here last year. We have a lot going on.
And I hope we're here next year and the year after and the year after. And as long as there are people that are putting their lives on the line for this country, we're going to stand up and support them in every way we can.
Amen to that. So explain a little bit more how this works. Somebody wants to donate a car. Somebody wants to get involved in the process.
Well, it's real simple. There are just a ton of vehicles out there that are looking for a second life. And when you donate your vehicle, it's as simple as picking up the phone or going online and making the donation, and it supports this worthy cause. We'll arrange for the vehicle to be picked up and the registration to be transferred, and the capital will be donated in your name. You may qualify for a tax-deductible receipt, but moreover, this car is going to be recycled and given to somebody else who can use it, and it will go back into the community in some way, shape, or form, and on the way provide capital opportunities. And To that end, some of you are sitting there with cars in your driveway that you don't know what to do with. They're second vehicles or third vehicles, or they're old.
Do they have to be running? Could they be limping along?
They don't even have to be limping. We'll pick them up whether they're running or they're not running. Doesn't matter.
If it's become a potted plant of sorts.
If it's a potted
that
plant,
vehicle.
it's got and it used to have rubber on it. We'll take it and we'll convert it into something of value. And speaking of which, look, we want to support this particular cause even more. For the next 25 vehicles that are donated to this cause,
yes,
we will match $100 cash, which is the average cash donation to people calling into this program today. So the next 25 cars that are donated to this cause, we'll add $100 net of any costs. We believe in this tremendously.
Wow, that's great. That is fantastic. What happens if there's a 26th car?
Call me.
All right, so the way to do that again, just call in here, and we're going to watch this donation. Do your part. The average is running about $100. Some less, some giving a lot more. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or 760KFMB.com. If people say, "All right, I want to do the car. I want to get rid of this car that's been just sitting here in the driveway, or tripping over it every day, or what have you," the best way to do that again to facilitate that would be what?
Call your donation number here. There is a number that's
here.
specific to the donations here. We'll process it specifically.
So when you
for
call,
the radio
just say, "Hey, I've got a car."
I got a
Right.
car. I want it picked up. We'll take the data here, and the rest we'll take care of. We'll call you back. We'll get online with you. It's a no-brainer.
One-stop shop on all of that. So you can call 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Howard, what would you say to other business owners who might be saying, "I'd like to get involved. Maybe I could come up with some creative way to support"? What would you say to them? Because obviously there was a starting point for you where you said, "Yeah, I want to do more. I could write a check or run a debit card or a credit card or something, but I want to do more," and you've done that consistently.
Well, it's simple. I think you have to be involved with your community. I think it's as simple as making a decision and saying, we're going to support this. And whether or not in our arena we get businesses that donate vehicles all the time, we turn those into cash. But as a business operator, we think being involved in your community and being involved in local causes, particularly supporting local vets, is critical. And it's just a decision. Get on with it. Pick up the phone, get involved. It's good for your conscience, it's good for your community, and it's great for your employees to know that you're putting a little something back. For us, it's a little easier. Again, we are a nonprofit that only works with nonprofits, so 100% of your car donation capital that's going to be converted is going to go to some worthy cause here in the San Diego community. So get on with it. Pick up the phone and call us. We want those cars.
All right, we do, and you can do that if you have a car to donate to the cause. Thanks to Cars and Howard Pearl, CEO. You just call the same donation line, say, "Hey, I've got something, I want them to come pick it up." They're going to kick back a $100 donation, which would be fantastic.
In addition to the capital that comes along with the car, so that
that's
donation
right. So
just gets bigger every time.
Could be so that's a great creative way to support us one way or another.
I just want to add one thing.
Yeah.
We do a lot of collectibles, so if you've got something extraordinary hiding in your garage and Mama is saying it's time for it to go, we've converted, we had a 57 Chev station wagon show up a little while ago. We took that to market, $52,000. You don't know the treasures you've got hiding in your garage.
So if you have one of those early copies of the Declaration of Independence or whatever it is, I mean, you got something there, if it has wheels or not, that'd be nice and helpful.
Call us. We'll take care of it for you.
They have ways to convert all of that. AM 760 Talk and Breaking News. Thank you, Howard Pearl, for coming by. Big round of applause for Howard. Nice job. Appreciate that. Stepping up in some different ways. And you can call right now, 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or 760KFMB.com. And if you're just tuning in, the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon is a huge local effort. It started with Sandy Lemkuehler. We'll bring Sandy by here in a little bit to kind of retell the earliest story, how it happened right here on AM 760 in 2004 to help our injured warriors at the Balboa Naval Hospital at the time get what they needed. And they said, well, what we really need is electric razors. And the money was raised. It was well over $60,000 that first year. That was a big, big deal. And since then, now up to $17 million in donations. Just fantastic. And counting, because right now the tote board has us at $488,963. How about that? $488,963 so far. Where's the round of applause? People are eating. They're drinking. They're calling. They're busy. All right. We have huddled masses here yearning to make more donations and take yours. You can watch at 760kfmb.com and see the video streaming there as well. Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, the two-pronged focus here. Again, the major thing today is raising enough money to send all of our heroes home for the holidays. To do that, as we've been doing for many, many years, you can give with the integrity, the transparency of the organization. Just recently given the highest rating from Charity Navigator. I believe that's like the 4-star level. It's the absolute best. There's nobody taking salaries on this. The staff, it's all donated. So the only thing you have in terms of quote-unquote overhead is about 2% or less. So less than 2 cents out of every dollar that goes not to staff salaries or bloated staff salaries like with a lot of charities, but that's a part of what you need when you have Freedom Station. You're building these homes and so forth. You need permits, you need attorneys, you got insurance, that sort of thing. That's what that is. But no one, not even Sandy, the founder, takes a salary. Donated time, great effort, and a lot of bang for the buck. So a majority, like 98 cents out of every dollar, going directly to sending our heroes home for the holidays and helping us expand and now bring to creation Freedom Station 2, built on the heels of Freedom Station 1 right here in San Diego. So call now, 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or go online and make your donation, 760kfmb.com. Mark Larson here, a cast of thousands, much more coming up throughout the course of the day. We go till 6 o'clock today, AM 760, talk and breaking news.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now, 800-760-KFMB.
Main groups of warriors, those seriously injured returning home from the war zones, those undergoing physical or occupational therapy, those suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, or traumatic brain injury, and warriors who have been medically retired and remain in our community. To serve the last group in particular, There's a great new program going on that is, as you know, if you listen a lot, Freedom Station. Freedom Station is a unique recovery-focused transition center and housing facility providing injured warriors with acclimation time and guidance and resources needed to successfully make the transition from military service to civilian life. So that's a big part of this too, and hence the name, Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. You may hear other groups out there talking about warriors or whatever, and there have been certainly stories in the news. That's not this organization. This is the 4-star Charity Navigator rating it, so that is a big deal in terms of integrity and the years since 2004 of being just bona fide, transparent, fully accountable, and huge bang for the buck, sending our heroes home for the holidays. And that's number one. And number two, working to expand now Freedom Station 2. Don Brumley is here, no stranger to us in this. Don, great to see you again.
Good to see you again also.
Working with the golf tournament and the other year-round things that happen here. Talk about your involvement, how that happened, that you got meshed in here with Freedom Station.
Well, I was up at the hospital undergoing treatment for an injury I'd received, and Sandy was always up at the hospital. You would see her up there once a week minimum.
That would be Sandy Lemkuehler, who's just tuning in. She's the founder of all of this.
Or Mom, as everyone calls her.
Navy wife who said, hey, I have an idea. That's where it started, right?
Yes, exactly. And, you would see her up there doing stuff, and she was always helping and always participating and always getting things and getting people squared away. And one day I was talking to her, and Sandy is very, very outgoing, and she said, well, when you get out, what plans do you have? And I said, well, I'm probably going to go back to work or probably going to do something. And she says, if you have the time, we need some help. I would love you to come and help us out, come and check out the organization. And when I went there and checked it out, it was just phenomenal. You have this whole group of people who are true believers and believe in what we do. And we're all volunteers, and we all will give back and help other people that come along in the system. I learned a very valuable lesson when I was at Balboa. I watched organization after organization ran by Vietnam-era veterans come in and help our guys out tremendously because they never received any help, and that left a lasting impact on me. And it allowed me to go and work with Sandy and help Sandy and become involved in whatever she needed me to do. And very fortunate for me, that wound up being golf. And I'm not a golfer, but I love being on a golf course.
Yeah, well, and what do you say to people who might be trying to decide what to do this time of the year, end of the year? There's a lot of good charities out there too, saying, "Hey, pick us, donate here." Some of the things that just drive you to this organization and this particular effort.
This is a family. That's the easiest and most succinct thing I could use to describe it. It's like a family. People here help others, they help each other. Nobody takes a salary. We're always finding out what those in need require to help them get back on their feet. And we like to transition our guys in a crawl, walk, run mode to get them back on their feet, get them out there doing what they're doing. And military people are extremely proud. No one's going to ask for anything. No one's going to tell you that they need something. Usually we find out someone's in need because a friend of theirs or someone else will approach us and say, Bob's having trouble with this or something. So our organization definitely will stretch every penny that you give us, and we'll put it to maximum use.
Well, that's for sure. So call and make your donation, or whatever you can donate now. It's tax deductible, of course. You can give with confidence to know that your donation is going right into play right away to send our heroes home for the holidays. Sandy Lemkuehler, who founded this, and again takes no salary, nor does anybody else working on the staff and the team, working very specifically, very frugally, making sure that all these tickets are done. She makes these deals to get the airline tickets together, and then once we get the funds in to deploy those,
you should
we're
see their
sending
faces.
People out, right?
You should see their faces when they're at the hospital the first time, and someone in Sandy's organization, usually Sandy, Judy, or Diane, will walk up and give them a plane ticket home. It just melts your heart. I mean, you cannot keep a dry eye when you see that, because most of our military personnel just can't up and afford a $600 or a $500 ticket to go home at the holidays, and it's very expensive. And they can't get out of the hospital prior to that because they're undergoing treatment, so they're just kind of stuck. And Sandy has solved that problem for us.
Yeah, that's for sure. Don Brumley, appreciate all the work that you're doing. And,
it's an honor for me to be here and participate and do this year in and year out. I'm truly blessed to be able to participate.
That's good stuff and great stuff that you're doing. Thanks so much. Merry Christmas. Happy
Thank
holidays.
you very
to
much. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Lots going on.
Can I give a shout out? I have two.
No, absolutely not. Yes, of course you can.
I have two organizations that help us so much. At the Grand Del Mar, Sean Cox they head out there, helps us. He lets our guys come out there. They get golf, they get lessons, and it's just a tremendous asset that we have, and he helps us out with our military veterans. And the other is Kristen Muirhead, works for Adidas, TaylorMade. She helps us by providing extra golf things they have, shirts or shoes or socks or what have you that may be left over. She gets them to us so we can distribute them to the guys so they don't have to spend a bunch of their hard-earned money buying those products, because golf can be an expensive report. So Sean and Kristen and Valerie Brusco, thank you so much for your support. It is truly, truly appreciated.
Yeah, it sure is. Absolutely. Don Bromley, thanks again for all you do. Appreciate it. God bless you. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. I'm looking at some of the numbers today. I realize some people may say, and you may be thinking this, well, I don't know if I want to donate today because you've seen how the market's been beat up. The stock market, my 401k, it's this, it's that. Looking at the Dow right now, off like 495 and change. I'd rather look at our tote board that has just crossed over $500,000. Here we have $500,683, and there would be a cheer from the crowd if they weren't all busy taking phone calls right now. So do your part. I know you will. You need those. If you give tax-deductible charitable donations, you know you're at the end of the year scrambling for that sort of thing, trying to figure out, well, maybe I'll write a check by New Year's Eve and get a few extra benefits in. You can just write a check and go, oh, that was nice. Or you can write a check or use a charge card or use a debit card, what have you, or step up and do some other tangible donations that can happen in terms of service. We've talked to contractors and talking to Howard Pearl from Cars. We're talking about when you want to donate that non-running car that you have as well. There are a lot of ways that businesses step up and help and donate and get involved. Maybe it's helping with Freedom Station 2 and the construction of the new project as that moves ahead. You can just call the same number and say, hey, I want to help, whether you can give a donation cash-wise or charge or debit. There's a cowbell right now that means another $1,000. Another $1,000. We're up at about $501,000 right now with our goal of $1 million by 6 p.m. tonight. So much happening here. And in the interest of some perspective on what's happening with the Dow being off and having some rough days, including today, jobs numbers are out with November jobs created. The economy created 155,000 jobs. There's a record number of 156,795,000 Americans employed. That is a big, big deal. Is it not? Yes. That's a big stat. So in the middle of all, but the Dow's down. I don't know if I feel like giving right now, whatever. These things go in cycles. The need doesn't go away with what we're doing with our heroes, sending them home for Christmas. And by the way, the bulletin is, it's the Christmas season. It's Hanukkah week. It's Christmas month. It's December 7th. It's Pearl Harbor Day. Remember that. You talk about service and dedication, those who step up and give their all in our armed forces. That, among many other things, ought to be a motivator or a series of motivators to say, I don't care what the Dow's doing today. I'm looking at some of the positives. The unemployment rate in the U.S. right now is a steady 3.7%. That's about full employment. You realize that? So it's easy to get spooked by one indicator or another and use that as, frankly, an excuse. I wouldn't use that as an excuse. I use that as a motivator. You've been blessed this year, as we all have in so many ways. Too many to count, right? There's a lot of good news, even with Dow being off today. Wages continued. These stats they put out today, average hourly earnings for all employees rose by 6%. That's non-farm payrolls. Over the year, average hourly earnings have increased to about 3.1%. You're getting more back because of the tax plan, all of that. All the more reason to say, well, how can I share what I'm enjoying? So I would suggest one of the ways to do that is to donate to the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon that is going on today, a day of giving here with all of our people. Mike Slater, hey Mike, can you step over there? Let's put Mike on mic one here. He's roaming. I don't know if he has any new donations. I've heard that there's been a cacophony in here. There's been so much going on here. You've been doing some TV hits too.
Hey Jack,
on News 8 and CW. What do you have over here? There's a small child.
Can you say Merry Christmas, Mr. Larson?
That's close.
Did you hear it or no?
Yes, he said Merry Christmas, Mr. Larson. Very formal. Could have said just Merry Christmas, you. Hey, you. Like I get from most of the crowd. I've heard cowbells going off again.
Oh, so that's good news.
That's good. So Mike continues roaming, and you'll be here with the show starting at noon. Now, whose little tyke is that?
Say Warrior Foundation.
Warrior Foundation.
Radiothon.
Radiothon.
Oh!
It's Mike Slater's new sidekick.
the
So
Mike
who
and
goes,
Frank show.
Miles or Eric? Who goes?
We were driving in.
Eric.
He goes,
Yeah,
Mr. Miles? Mr. Miles? We're like, yes, you're going to take over his job now.
Miles just said, no, Eric. So, yeah, Eric, you got thrown under the bus by your buddy.
Please donate.
Please donate.
I'd like a donut, too. Please donate. Yes, thank you very much. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or go to 760KFMB.com. Mike Slater coming up. Brett Winterble will be here at 3 o'clock. Say that fast when you've been going since early this morning. Brett Winterble will be here this afternoon at 3, and we'll all be here between 3 and 6 down the home stretch. Armstrong and Getty kicking things off, and their target was hitting by $300,000 by the time that they wrapped up their show at 10 o'clock this morning, and we crossed that threshold thanks to you, and also thanks to Armstrong and Getty breaking out the violin, which was that's where they play violin and groan Christmas carols until they hit whatever the hourly goal is. And boy, thank you so much. A special shout out to those who gave to get them to stop playing that violin poorly in the 9 o'clock hour. So we had the $300,000 that they promised there when we got rolling here at 10 o'clock, and now we're at $501,183. I don't know where we were at this point last year, but this feels pretty good, Mike Slater.
Did you get the word from the boss about the matching donation?
I did not get the word.
Rest of the hour. We had a big old whale call on in. Say he wants to match. He'll match every donation for the rest of the hour. So we got 30 minutes.
This hour right here?
Yeah, right now.
He'll match every donation. So if you donate $500 or $1,000 or
doubling it,
$10,000, then it's going to release that money. So a $10,000 donor would release another $10,000.
Do it now
from the big whale.
Do it now.
Okay, do it now. Call right now. The rest of the hour, and it's the bottom of the hour right now. AM 760 Talk and Breaking News. Go over to 1-800-760-KFMB. Double the impact with your gift of any amount.
Merry Christmas.
It'll be matched. Yes, that too. And God bless us, everyone. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or go to 760KFMB.com. There's another $1,000. Well, that's actually $2,000 because that'll be matched. All right. See? 1-800-760-KFMB, AM 760 Talk and Breaking News.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radio. This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
AM 760 talking breaking news. The Radiothon continues here. I'm just texting a few friends during the break saying, don't forget to give. You can call now. Hello. Doing a few little social media reminders. Go to 760kfmb.com where you can see us video streaming now. You can see the busy reindeer on the phone bank here, 1-800-760-5362, or you can donate at 760kfmb.com. Mark Larson here. Mike Slater coming up at noon. We're kind of hanging in and out all through the course of the day, and I'm coming back with Brett after 3 o'clock this afternoon. One of our favorite people here, the dentist to the stars, Dr. Jeff Gray, is here. It was great. We were just talking about Jeff Zebeli's piece on News 8 here just a few days ago that we played on the show, because I knew, Jeff, what you've done with the Warrior Foundation, Freedom Station, and this effort and what you do year-round, having a real big heart for this. But then you do all this other stuff in the community, too, that was really cool. It's like, at some point, you got to make a profit, I guess. But it's quite a labor of love on so many fronts. So thank you for all you do.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a joy to be part of that, and a joy to be able to give back. We've been blessed with so many opportunities in our life, and like I said, kind of on the Zebeli show, like the best payment for me is payment for my heart, not my wallet.
Tell us about your involvement with Warrior Foundation and why you love them so much.
Well, I think I heard a great podcast a couple days ago that said, Dakota Meyer, who's a Marine Medal of Honor winner, he said, I pray like heck we never have another 9/11, but he goes, I would give anything to have September 12th back, where everybody's together, everybody believes in America. It doesn't matter what color, what race, what anything you are, but to have that feeling that we are the most amazing country in the world, and to have all these guys that are here and in the station probably signed up after that. So they knew exactly what they're getting into. They knew they're going to go over there and, walk into the fire, and they still signed up because they believe, and they, are willing to risk their lives for everything that we believe in.
One of the themes that the guys brought up earlier is the importance of going home, because that's what we're trying to raise money for, to get these guys home. And one of the reasons why it's important for them to go home is because they're reminded there why they decided to join in the first place again, right? Like who they are, who their identity is, how much they love their family, how much they love their community. To be reminded of that, of September 12th for many of these guys, that's what that is. That's what this gift is. And how powerful is that for a man who's trying to re-find an identity and heal physically too?
Right. I mean, I've heard from so many of the people that the hardest part was coming home. All of a sudden you're left alone. These guys have been, wounded, whether it's physically, mentally, and to be able to reconnect with, probably for most of us, that most important part, which is our family, our friends at home, to wake up in your own bed and not at the hospital. I mean, the Balboa Hospital's pretty awesome, but nothing better than being home with your family and friends. And so happy to, help put those soldiers back on the planes and get them home.
Yeah, that's what we're doing here. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. If you could please make a donation.
Remember the doubling going on here, too, that we
that's
talked
right.
about.
Yes, thank you.
This
every
hour.
Donation. Yeah, for the next
that was
half
late
hour.
breaking news right before the bottom of the hour there, that every donation of any amount gets doubled thanks to an anonymous donor. Mike referred to him as a whale. Is it a he or she? Do we know? A well-heeled someone who's feeling some largesse there. So you donate $1,000. Somebody did. The cowbells rang a minute ago there. Thank you very much. Then that means that had the impact of $2,000, because anything raised this hour is matched dollar for dollar. You give $500, it's like $1,000, because the matching donor donation, that's redundant, but you get the idea, it doubles. So there it is. So 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Or go to 760kfmb.com. But to make sure you get the matching donation, I would suggest you call 1-800-760-KFMB.
Oh, that's right. Good point. Yeah, to match, you have to call. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Farrellyn gave $50, and I like these. I like when they're in memory. In honor of her father-in-law who fought in World War II and her husband who fought in Vietnam. So that's $50 from Farrellyn. And then Laura, in honor of her dad, Charles, and her husband, Victor, who fought in 2 different wars as well. Probably those same 2, if I were to guess. She donated $3,000.
I noticed you're getting all the donor info. Are you at the donor desk?
I get a direct
getting
feed
all those direct. I'm
from
not
the-
getting direct feed. People tell me. I learned it
send
on
it
the
right
street.
to me.
I go to the restroom in a break, and somebody says, "Hey, Bob donated." But so you're here with your dentist, and the dentist to the stars,
I was
Dr.
there 2
Jeff
days
Gray.
ago. My wife was there yesterday.
Are you? Do you have something else you wanted to do while you're here, Dr. Gray?
I do. I'm
What do you?
very excited to say that all the ladies at the office throughout the year, we whiten people's teeth, and the patients come in, they get a whiter smile. We don't take any money. The team does all the work, so all the ladies work hard, spend all the time doing the whitening for our patients, and then the patients write the check right to the charity. So I'm excited to say today we're going to be able to provide a lot of people, hopefully, a trip home and give $10,000 to the Warrior
Wait a
Foundation
minute.
and Freedom
Repeat
Station.
That. That's 10. Even I can do the math on that. $10,000, which means with the matching grant, that's becoming $20,000.
Let's do it
right now.
Hoo-yah.
And
Right
our donor with the matching grant's going, okay.
I didn't know Jeff Gray was coming
I didn't know
right
Jeff
now.
was coming by this hour. And we didn't know that either. So $10,000 in Dr. Jeff Gray, DDS. I appreciate that and all the work you do year in and all that unsung stuff you do all the time, day in, day out. Thanks so much. God bless you. And Merry
It's a
Christmas.
pleasure to be here. Thank you.
$10,000, Dr. Gray. You can ring the cowbells. Okay, let's hear the 10 cowbells because we have 10
I think
people
they're
in the phone
busy
bank.
answering the phone.
And ring all the cowbells. One cowbell. We can do it. Well, we'll try to
Not as
organize a 10.
climactic as we needed
the
that to
cowbells ring for $1,000. You got to ring them 20 times. A 20 cowbell salute.
So actually, at that moment, Mark, that was good. Every single phone screener was taken.
We love that because they're hearing the matching donor thing, the matching grant deal. So you give $10, it's like 20. You give $100, it's like $200. Or if you're like Dr. Gray, $10,000 has the impact of $20,000. So call right now, 1-800-760-KFMB. Thanks again, Dr. Gray, for coming by and being such a great sponsor and partner with us year in, year out here on AM 760. 1-800-760-5362, or you can go to 760kfmb.com. But again, if you want to kick in that matching donation, call rather than go online, or you can watch us online, 760kfmb.com. So call and get your donation matched in impact, double the impact with whatever you can donate. And thank you so much. 1-800-760-5362. You know who's on the phone?
I don't.
My flight instructor.
Oh, wow.
The legendary Joe Graham, with nearly 30,000 flight hours, with back to PSA and U.S. Airways and so forth. And he tolerates me as he's instructing me in my flying skills this year, one of the big things of the year. Hello, Joe. Hello, Captain. How are you?
Hey, Mark. Thanks for having me on for a minute. I hate to tread lightly on our aviation friendship. Today's a sad day in PSA history. About 10,000 PSA employees at the merger, and I wanted to encourage them to donate today in memory of PSA Flight 1771 that was shot up and shot down over Paso Robles exactly 31 years ago today.
Boy, you know, that's one of those things that people remember. If you've been around San Diego, as I have for a long time, we always remember Flight 182 in September back in the late 70s. But this is one of those things that really, I mean, with a great hometown airline, PSA, that was really, that was a horrible thing that happened 31 years ago today.
Yeah, they talk about mass murders. They never give credit to that one. But the disgruntled employee, whose name I won't use, shot up the crew. Doug Arthur, my dear friend, and Greg Lindemuth, all Vietnam veterans. We're speaking about veterans today, and Jim Potts, two beautiful flight attendants, Debbie Nissen and Debbie Style. And so it's been a long time, but we don't forget them. And there are a lot of PSA people in town. So PSA pals, most of you know me. Send in a few bucks to this cause and mark it for memory of PSA 1771 and those Vietnam veterans that were killed on that day.
Yeah, and I know you'll step up and do the same kind of thing you're asking them to do. That is especially poignant on this Pearl Harbor Day, December 7th. And you know, sometimes these anniversaries are really grim, and yet there's so much good that comes out of it in spite of that. And a great way to honor those who whose lives ended on this date in that PSA incident 31 years ago, remembering Pearl Harbor. A lot of people are sending in like $41 donations today to remember Bush 41. Whatever motivates you to give, it's a great thing. Hey, Joe, appreciate it. See you soon. Thanks, Captain.
Thanks, Mark.
Appreciate it very much. That's the guy who's teaching me how to fly. And we're up to night cross country now. That's what we're working on now. I know. 1-800-760-KFMB, 760KFMB.com. More coming up in a minute. We'll kind of do a version of Crosstalk, but that's kind of what we're doing all through the day today, aren't we? Coming up, AM 760 Talkin', breaking news.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now, 800-760-KFMB.
A journey can be many things. It can be a straightforward path or a long and winding road. And so can a life's journey. At Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, we help servicemen whose journey as a defender of freedom has come to an end. But a new journey as a civilian moving forward with an even more difficult challenge has just begun. You can help with this transition by donating at warriorfoundation.org. Together, we can honor their sacrifice. They are still whole. They are still heroes. Let's fight for them, because freedom is never free.
You know, it's rocking the tote board right now. You know what we have right now? Just during the break, just as we're coming back, as the music started there to re-enter, the new total at the moment, $513,793. And I'm guessing that the matching totals aren't in there yet, right? Is that right? No. So just whatever we've raised this hour with our matching donor grant, if you will, everything having double impact. Dr. Jeff Gray came by. Dr. Gray DDS came by and gave us $10,000. That's being matched with another 10. That's not in that total yet. So we're at $513,793 and counting. All of our, almost 80% of our phone operators are busy right now. You call 1-800-760-KFMB. You donate $1,000, for example, that has $2,000 impact because the matching donor grant comes in with another $1,000. Whatever, and if you do $20, it becomes like $40. But we'll track all of that. That's this hour only, and it's 11:48 or so now. You need to know that that goes to the top of the hour, and then that goes away. So you want to know when it's the good time to just take a minute and call and donate. This would be that minute or so. We're up till the top of the hour at noon. 1-800-760-KFMB or online 760KFMB.com. But again, if you want to get the matching grant impact, I would call 1-800-760-5362. Joined by George Salazar and Matt Gratian, both of you guys, warriors who stepped up and did what you need to do for liberty and freedom, and you came back with some gifts you didn't anticipate, right? So, George, what's your story?
Well, I'm a retired Marine Corporal, 1st Battalion, 1st Marines.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
stepped an IED in 2012 during the mission. And
where was that?
Kajaki, Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Helmand Province.
I've been over to Helmand Province.
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
lovely place.
Yeah, very lovely.
Especially in winter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, I stepped an IED, became a double amputee above the knee, a bilateral amputee. But took me 5 days to get home, and as soon as I got home, I had Warrior Foundation at my doors, knocking.
They were there helping.
Oh, yeah.
What did that mean to your heart, to your spirit, to your soul at that time?
You can't get trained to get injured, and then what happens afterwards? You can't train for that. So you're kind of going into a blind. So when you have someone there to approach you and kind of guide you through the process, making it a little easier. At the time, my wife was pregnant and she had a baby. They helped out with all that, made it a little bit easier. I've been fortunate to have the full effect experience from Warrior Foundation. I used to live at Freedom Station. As soon as I got out of the military, they offered me to stay there. A lot of times I got injured at 21, 22 years old. So a lot of times you get a lot of these young Marines or warriors that get injured and they haven't lived on their own. They went straight into the military from high school and they haven't lived on their own. So living at these cottages gets you the feel to pay bills. It might seem very basic to everybody, but for that 19-year-old,
but you got to re-enter.
Exactly.
There's a lot that you don't know.
So having them there from the get-go to guide you is a huge help, and that's what they've been doing since the beginning.
Yeah, that's for sure. George Salazar, one of the Warriors, one of the people who we come alongside and support what the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station does with the impeccable accountability and integrity. So when you give, you know it's going right to send our heroes home for the holidays. Another one of our great friends here is Matt Gratian. So, Matt, your story, similar? Where were you when you found some things you didn't expect?
I was in Helmand Province as well. I was in Sangin, Afghanistan. And I was injured August 1st, 2013. And the Warrior Foundation gave me opportunity to play wheelchair basketball after my injury, and just really gave me the opportunity to be a part of a team and travel the country and just participate in the sport.
So when you got connected with this organization
Yes.
that we're talking about today, Warrior Foundation Freedom
Yes.
Station, big radiothon here on AM 760 and with our whole KFMB team, all the stations giving today, what was that experience? Was it similar to what George told us? You kind of like volunteers showed up and...
well, for me, I wanted to get involved in a sport. And
you get
I
involved
knew
in the basketball
Yes,
team?
I knew right away wheelchair basketball was going to be something that I was
Not just something. You guys are hot. I mean,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's like championship time.
Yeah,
right?
the Wolfpack was well known before I even got there. So just to be a part of this team, and it's great history. It's awesome.
Talk a little bit more about what that's like, because obviously when you're going up, you're stepping up and you're serving the country and you're serving in the military, and then things happen because you're in war zones, and all of a sudden
Yes.
you're missing limbs, or you have injuries that take forever, you're in the hospital for a long time, whatever the situation, and then to be able to say, okay, I need to keep moving ahead here, but I have some quote-unquote limitations. What is basketball, through that part of what Warrior Foundation Freedom Station is, how does that address that?
Well, we're all getting through our injuries. We're all trying to recover as a team, as far as along with individually. So it's really just a part of helping each other out along the way. Like George mentioned earlier, some of these guys been through the process, and some of these guys are really young, and we just really just kind of help each other out and give each other more advice, I would say.
The biggest thing is that what people don't know about the Wolfpack is that we're an all-military team. We were founded in the hospital. A bunch of young Marines, same story as us, got injured. So this is for me, and I can say this about the other guys, it's a lot more of a therapy. It's a recreational therapy. In a way, we switched the battlefield in Afghanistan to the battlefield on the basketball court.
Right.
We get a lot. As you can imagine, we're still pretty young. We still have a lot of energy, and instead of pushing that through other influences, we put it all into the basketball court. So the biggest number one thing for me personally is the recreational therapy aspect about it. It really gets my mind strong, my mind straight, and it keeps me out of trouble for the most part. It really helped me with my recovery. I could absolutely say that.
Made a huge difference. What do you say to people who are looking at a lot of different options? It's the season of the year when people are all various charities are up there like you know, Chihuahuas out there like pick me, hi, love me.
So the number one thing I could say about this foundation is that even if you don't do it for the basketball team, you don't do it for us, you know, they need to understand that there's these young Marines, these young veterans that are young active duty guys that want to go home, but they're getting paid, you know, less than minimum wage.
Right.
So this is really helping them out to get out there. The biggest thing about this foundation is that it's 100% nonprofit. So
nobody's taking. I keep saying that, and people go, "What?"
100%, 100%. I think about 98%.
Nobody's taking salaries. There's no salaries.
Nobody.
That's unheard of.
It's amazing.
It's amazing when you have other huge name foundations that I won't name only giving 14%, 15%. This foundation gives you 98% back to the veterans, and the only money that gets used up is for office supplies and stuff like that for the office.
Well, it's office supplies. It's also building Freedom Station
Exactly.
2. You got to have building permits. You have to have an attorney draw up a thing or insurance.
I mean, just paying for the handicap parking that's outside of the buildings, that costs money.
So that's in that overhead part. So when you look at this, let's say you give $1, okay? And right now, again, for the next couple of minutes here, it's 11:55 up until noon. We have the matching grant. So if you give $1 or $5 or $5,000, whatever, that's going to have double the impact because every donation you call 1-800-760-KFMB, every donation will be doubled. So you give a big donation, it's going to get a real big doubling that this matching donor will kick in. So call now 1-800-760-5362 and know that about 98 cents almost of every dollar is specifically to sending our military heroes home for the holidays and for helping us now expand Freedom Station 2 right here in San Diego. The money's making a huge impact. And again, even that little 2% or so, or a little less than 2%, that's what we're talking about. It's like the insurance, it's the parking spaces.
Exactly.
It's that kind of stuff. Nobody's taking a salary.
Not at all.
That includes Sandy, who started this whole thing as a Navy wife years ago.
Yeah.
Started right here on this station, with meeting a need.
With razors.
Yeah.
That's
There's
how it
another
started.
cowbell. That's $1,000 right there. Which means that has the impact of $2,000. Look at Tiny over there. Tiny, who's like 9 feet 6. Tiny's over there, one of your buddies, and he's his head is scraping the ceiling. He's put on bright Christmas lights now, as if we didn't notice him, the towering mountain that he is.
If you want to see a show, come watch us play basketball. You'll see that man.
That's absolutely right. Go to warriorfoundation.org. You want to get more information on all of those things that happen year-round. George Salazar, Matt Gratian, thank you much.
I appreciate you.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you as well, and thank everybody for the
1-800-760-KFMB. Call right now. Donate a lot. Double the impact of the matching grant donor. And 760KFMB.com. Mike Slater coming up after the top of the hour. We're all here all day. AM 760 talking breaking news. And thank you.
Sleigh bells in the snow.
A journey can be many things. It can be a straightforward path or a long and winding road. And so can a life's journey. At Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, we help servicemen whose journey as a defender of freedom has come to an end. But a new journey as a civilian moving forward with an even more difficult challenge has just begun. You can help with this transition by donating at warriorfoundation.org. Together, we can honor their sacrifice. They are still whole. They are still heroes. Let's fight for them, because freedom is never free.
This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
Slater Crusaders, America's the greatest country in the world. San Diego's America's finest city. Here we are, Sandy. The day has arrived. The day's half over.
I can't believe the day's half over, and look at what the generosity of San Diego has brought in for our Warriors. The Warriors are here today, and they are having a great time, Mike.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share with you. They've never really experienced a studio before, so they're really having a good time.
That's great. Okay, here's the deal. Very simple. You know the drill. Been doing this for 14 years. You call in right now. We're at the T-Word down the hall from our radio station, the TV station. We've decorated the whole place. And we got 10 volunteers wearing goofy antlers. It's part of the deal. And they're accepting your donations by phone. 1-800-760-KFMB. You can also donate online to 760kfmb.com. Every time you hear a cowbell in the background, that is a $1,000 donation. That's fantastic. A couple more of those. Oh, this half hour, donations are doubled.
They're doubled?
Yes, we got to match. So we got to match this
my
half
gosh.
hour. So that's doubled right there. That falls into this time zone.
What an incredible donor.
So that's over the phone. You got email or over the internet, and you know what the money goes to. Specifically, it goes right to getting our guys home for Christmas. That is the gift that you are giving these warriors who have given so much to all of us, who have given, being willing to give their entire lives, but certainly have given many years of their life and their family's life and their family's worries and prayers and sleepless nights and difficult times, have given that to us. So we are going to give them a trip home. That's what you're donating. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. If you would like to donate in honor or memory of someone, then just tell them, and then they will send me a piece of paper, and I will be sure to mention you and whoever you are donating it to, if you would like to do that. A couple people have been donating $41. Sandy says $41 in honor of George H.W. Bush, 41st
Number
president.
41.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's amazing. What a
And
great thought.
1941, Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor Day. Yep.
So you got a double duty there for if you're like, I don't know what to give. There's another $1,000. If you're like, I don't know what to do, I can't really do $1,000. Totally fine. $41. That gets you on the team here. That's all it takes.
Well, you know, it doesn't matter, Mike, whether it's $5 or $5,000 or $50,000. This money will go directly to our warriors, and you'll be part of our Warrior Foundation family.
Yeah.
We will reach out to you. We will share with you. Again, you know, you guys know in San Diego, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that we have no salaries. We're a 501c3, and we were so excited this week we found out we have been selected, which I guess is very coveted. We're a 4-star foundation, and we've been vetted by the Charity Navigator. So I'm very excited that other people think what we're doing is a great thing.
Yeah, that's hard. That means you've done a perfect job. For
I'm
16
amazed
years.
by it. Yes,
That's a
I'm amazed.
That's well done. That's the pinnacle group, Charity Navigator, saying perfect job, everyone in San Diego. So let's be a part of this. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Sandy, I want to talk specifically, just pick a story or two, you know more than me, of guys who have received a plane ticket home and what that meant to them. Right? Because obviously it means something different to everyone, and some guys more than others. Give us one that you really enjoyed.
There was a young gentleman. He had 2 crutches, and he had hurt his arm as well. So he was standing in formation, and we call it the smoke pit, and everybody who's familiar with Balboa probably knows where that is. They were all standing in formation, and we handed out the postcards, and the postcard simply said, you're going to wake up in your own bed in your own state with your own family Christmas morning.
Hold on, slow that down, because that's pretty awesome. So they're in formation.
Yeah.
On the base.
On the hospital grounds,
Okay.
right?
You show up.
It's like 7:30 in the morning.
Okay.
And they're kind of out there half asleep in formation. They're all in uniform, and we have
They don't know what's coming.
They don't know
They
what's
think
going
it
to
could
happen.
be whatever.
Well, first of all, they probably look at us and say, what are all these ladies out here doing? We have our big baskets, we have candy canes, and we have postcards.
Okay.
And we hand each one of them a postcard, and then I share a few words with them, and I explain to them that this postcard, when you take it to your squad leader and you get the approval of your command and your doctors, that you will be able to use that to buy an airplane ticket to fly home. Could be Texas, Alaska, Guam. We've got guys going home all over the country. So Southern California has the largest population of military, but we touch the whole country by what we're doing at this point.
Okay,
So they finally get it. They finally get it. You kind of see the dawning, right? And it's kind of like watching the wave, except that they're in formation and they can't move. So,
but that's pretty powerful, just that visual right there, because the fact that you can feel that wave without any movement, like that's really amazing. So that means you feel and see the spirit, like just of them moving.
They're uplifting, and so
That's
here's
amazing.
so they can move a little bit because they're like at ease. And Marines aren't really supposed to smile in formation. So what you see is all the brims of the hats go down, hide their face.
Oh wow!
Right? And then they probably do the rest of their formation. Squad leaders will give the information out they need to give out, and then they kind of break. And when they break, then they're able to walk up to us.
Okay.
And I will ask the guys simple question: where's home? When are you going to go? They have a while. They have to kind of do some things, line up their leave time, get their doctor to say it's okay. There's a couple of steps they have to go through to get that ticket. And so they'll answer my questions, and then you'll always have that one that hangs back a little bit. They'll hang back. And one of them came up to me, and basically he said, well, ma'am, I had a choice whether to go home and be with my family or to get them gifts. He said, now I can do both. And so I said, well, where's home? He said, Crivets, Wisconsin. I said, do you realize it's like 80 below wind chill factor there?
Sure you wanna
and he
go?
goes, I like the cold. It wouldn't have mattered where he was going. He was going home, and he was going to be able to take gifts to his family and brothers and sisters.
Can't beat that. So that's what you're giving right now. So as you're giving, as the phone rings, 1-800-760-KFMB, imagine you're in the snake pit on the hospital
Smoke
grounds.
pit.
Smoke pit on the hospital grounds there. And you're actually handing this card. What color is it?
This year was blue, and it had a piercing white Christmas tree on the front of it.
So you're handing this blue postcard with a Christmas tree. Like it's in your hand, and you are facing right in front of another young Marine, 18 years old, 19, 20 years old. Young?
Probably about 19 or 20,
Okay.
yes.
19, 20. You're standing right in front of them. A man who's injured. Do these
Lance
guys have
corporals, they're all ill or injured.
Some of these guys have prosthetics.
We have a few right now that have prosthetics, and I'm glad that we don't have prosthetics, but we do have a few with prosthetics.
So you're standing right in front of this man, and you get to hand him this postcard and say,
You're going to fly home, and you're going to wake up in your own bed, in your own state, with your own family Christmas morning.
that's what the card says.
That's what the card
come
says.
on!
But think about this. Think about the flair and the traditions that you love at Christmas. Your children are around you. It's decorated. It's home. These warriors go home, and it's not only about them flying home. It's about their aunts and uncles seeing them for the first time in 2 years. It's about mom and dad. It's about siblings and cousins, and they all recognize, and they all network again, and they get that fellowship going of family again, and they realize this warrior is going to be okay. Naval Medical Center San Diego is the best. I know I'm a little prejudiced because I'm sure a lot of people think Bethesda is, but no, they're wrong. Balboa is the best.
Yep.
But anyway, it's truly amazing to watch when they realize, I mean, it's almost like they're going up to the barracks room and they're going to start packing right then and there. I will share with you kind of a little sad story, but it has a happy ending. We handed these postcards out a little bit before Thanksgiving because, of course, we want them to start doing the paperwork so that we can get cheaper fares for them.
Which is another example of why Warrior Foundation is so great. Everything, and you've shown me a couple of examples of things you do in order to save another penny or a lot, right? So everyone knows buying plane tickets last minute, they're way more expensive.
Exactly.
So you get them early.
Right. We try to get down there, get the paperwork, and we work through the Armed Services YMCA right on the hospital grounds because it's easier for the guys to book their tickets at whatever time they need them to be booked. And basically what they do is they get that ticket and they're on their way home, right? I lost track of where I'm going.
I think you're going to go with the man with his father.
They called me up. It was 11 o'clock at night, and it was the Armed Services gentleman and his squad leader. And basically, they said to me, "Ma'am, would it be okay to use one of the tickets before Christmas?" And I said, "What's wrong, Marine?" And they said, "Well, we've got one of our warriors here, and he would like to go home to Texas because his dad is not doing well at all, and we don't know if he'll be able to see his dad at Christmas." And I said, "Put him on a plane." 7 o'clock the next morning, he left for Dallas, Texas, and he was able to make it home to see his father one last time before his father left.
So you've made me cry 3 times in this segment, Sandy. Pretty good. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. I'm going to make you cry. Leanne L. just gave $5,000.
Oh, my goodness. Leanne, I truly
San Marcos.
appreciate this. Are we still doing
That's a match, too.
It's a match. Leanne, you've given us $10,000 for our warriors. Thank you so much, Leanne.
Pretty good.
You add dignity and grace to their lives.
1-800-760-KFMB. Let's get these phones ringing.
We
got
have
some empty
naughty
phone lines.
reindeers
We got
that
some
aren't
empty phone
answering
lines.
phones. There's open lines.
1-800
Call now. Call now.
1-800-760-KFMB, and you can give on KFMB.com as well. All right, we're going to give you a little break here so that you can call in and not miss anything. 1-800-760-KFMB. Is Perry here?
Perry is here, and so is Anthony.
Let's grab Perry because Perry speaks well on one of those things you talked about.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe we can grab
we'll
him for
go
the next
find
segment.
Perry.
Maybe if we can. We'll talk
bet.
to him eventually. If
Of
not.
course, they might all be eating Jersey Mike's.
grab your
here.
Jersey Mike's
Yeah,
while you can hear everyone.
Because when Perry and Anthony get up here, it's gone.
Anthony is tiny. He's the one who's 6'9".
Yeah.
And just would hoover all those sandwiches in 3 bites. So
He probably breathes 5,000 calories.
But thanks to Jersey Mike's for helping us out with all these sandwiches, right? Jersey Mike's and Kearney Mesa for giving the subs for us and keeping our energy high, right? Because our spirits are high, but we need to keep our energy moving.
Yeah, we
here.
have to feed that bike team and those wolf packers. those wolf packers know how to woof it.
Let's do this. 1-800-760-KFMB. We'll take a break here. We'll come back with some more stories. So call in right now during the break. 1-800-760-KFMB and donate now. AM 760 Talk and Breaking News.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800.
Fighter Crusaders, we are back at the Warrior Foundation Radiothon. Every donation is matched for the next, is doubled for the next 10 minutes, 11 minutes until 12:30. So 1-800-760-KFMB, very simple mission here is to fly our guys home for Christmas. And you just heard the very detailed version from Miss Sandy here, the founder of this whole thing. Just an incredible job. Can you believe that woman, Sandy? She's like, it's stunning.
I've known her for 12 years.
Why don't you grab? Sorry, Eric. Can we grab Mike 3? Eric, yeah. Do you mind grabbing that, Brad? Okay, perfect. Yeah, get close up into that, Brad. Brad's from Pearson Dental Supply.
Yes.
How long have you known
Sandy? For 12 years. Actually, when she made her first phone call to the Rick Roberts show, which you replaced successfully, I might add. And after listening to Sandy on the radio show, I immediately pulled over and called the radio station and said, "Who was this woman? What is she all about? And how can I help?" And so they put me in touch with her. I made a phone call, spoke with Sandy, and said, I think in the dental community we could raise some money by doing continuing education and making all the proceeds go to the Warrior Foundation. We've been doing that successfully for 12 years. We just had our last program November 2nd here in San Diego. And we take care of about 100 different people for about an 8-hour program. And we've raised probably close to $130,000 by just doing one show a year.
Wow.
So it's been very successful. And
what spoke to you, 15 years ago when you first heard about Warrior Foundation?
Yeah, I think it was 13 years ago, and I was driving, and I'm a veteran of 5 years, junior who's a corpsman. I see him around here somewhere. And having been a corpsman and hearing the need, and just was completely...
You were a corpsman?
Yes, that's correct, yeah. And hearing the need that why these guys aren't getting things that they need, like a simple razor, I just had to get involved and see what I could do to make something happen. So that's how it started, and I've been involved ever since. And every year I put on a continuing education for the dental professionals of San Diego and Orange County, and we've created a family. And some of these guys have come to this program for their continuing education for the last 12 years, and they won't miss it.
It's awesome.
So it's been successful, and I think other professional communities in San Diego, whether medical, accounting, they all need continuing education, and it's such an easy way to provide a service that they need and raise money for local charities in San Diego.
Yep, I love everyone just driving on the street donating. That's the bread and butter, obviously. But I love people also who are donating their times, their talents, their crafts, things like what you're doing. I mean, that's a little creative way of seeing what we can do to multiply what you yourself could give.
Well, if I could share one thing with the audience, this is a time of giving, of course, during the holiday season. But it's interesting. I don't remember what I got for Christmas 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But I remember some of the young guys that have participated in this program saying, "Thank you for giving, because I was able to go home and see my family for Christmas." So that you never forget. But the simple things that we take for granted, and getting a shirt or a jacket, or just a card from somebody in the family, you don't really remember those things like you do giving the gift to these young guys so that they can go home and have Christmas with their family.
Yeah,
so
that's great. 1-800-760-KFMB if you agree with that sentiment. I do. 1-800-760-KFMB. Brad, do you have some good news for us?
Yes, I do. I have here, this was just part of the seminar that we did, and this is the remaining $4,300. So I'm glad you saved me for the 10 minutes that they double.
Let's double this.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, guys, we got a $4,000 donation from Pearson Dental. That's fantastic, Brad. Thank you, brother.
Yes.
Don't hand this to me. I don't want to misplace it.
Oh,
make sure you
okay.
give that to Sandy.
Yeah.
I'm not responsible enough for any of that money.
Are we off now?
Yeah,
or-
we'll be
okay.
off in a couple minutes. We got 4 minutes. Yeah, we can chat. Hang on.
Oh,
Hang on,
okay.
Brad. Yeah, we're
Yeah,
not going
okay.
anywhere, man.
Okay.
1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Again, thinking of these guys and the ability to go home and those memories. And I forget, it was maybe 10 years ago, we surprised my mom with my brother coming home. We lived in London. So she didn't think that he was going to be able to come home, and he did, and we surprised her on, I think it was Christmas Eve, and he turned the corner, and she freaked out or whatever. So you're giving that gift that we will never forget to warriors, to men who really, truly deserve it, who have given many Christmases over the years, over their deployments, who are willing to risk their entire life to serve us. And we're able to give them one Christmas versus them sitting back here in the hospital, in the barracks, as one veteran said, twiddling their thumbs, right? What are you going to do here on Christmas with the rest of your family celebrating? That's not good. No good. We can do better than that. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. If you would like to donate in honor or in memory of anyone, just please let the nice reindeer know, and they'll make a note and they'll pass it over to me, and I'll be able to announce that. And if you're wondering what to give, how much to give, I don't know what to do, Slater. Brad here just donated $4,000. I can't do $4,000. Some people have been donating $41, which I think is pretty cool, in honor of H.W. Bush, who, of course, just passed away. And then also in honor of Pearl Harbor, which it's Pearl Harbor Day today, back in 1941. So if you're like, you know what, I'm like a $20 kind of guy, why don't you go ahead and give $41? That way, as Sandy said, you get on the team, you get in the family, and you get to be a part of everything that we're doing here all the time. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Brad, when you tell people about, how you're raising money, and you tell the guys there and asking them to give, is it a hard sell? Right, like the people that you tell about Warrior Foundation for the first time, do they get it quickly?
Yes, a quick answer to that is yes. And every year when we do have our seminar during after the lunch hour, we bring one of the Warrior Foundation guys that are staying at Freedom Station, and then they give their story. For instance, Junior, I think he came twice in the 12 years. And, these guys aren't professional speakers, but he got up and told his story. There wasn't a dry eye. There was 120 people in the room, and there wasn't a dry eye, and he got a standing ovation twice, which he didn't expect. So these are just things that happen automatically that aren't planned. They're not programmed. It's just people being people and understanding the sacrifice that these guys have given. And that probably half of the doctors in the room were probably veterans themselves.
Yeah, that's probably right.
So in San Diego, we have a strong military following. So
I was able to answer some phones earlier, and will later. And I don't know if this is the right word for it, but whenever I pick up and people are donating, it's a very nonchalant, it's a very casual, of course, this is, I have to do this. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's here's $100.
Right.
There's no pride behind it. It's not like, well, $100, please. And it's not that.
Right.
And it's not a reluctant, I'm going to do $100. It's like, oh, here.
Right.
And I'm sure you get that sentiment when you're raising too.
Absolutely. The giving is contagious.
Yes.
Once you start, it's something that you want to continue and participate forever, because the feeling that you get is something that just doesn't go away. And for younger people who don't have a lot to give, even $10, $15, you're part of something big.
Especially because it doubles in the next 3 minutes.
For the next 3 minutes, it doubles, and so your $5 or $10 turns into $10 and $20.
Not bad.
So that's a good time to make that phone call and make that gift and that pledge to these young men and women.
Did you, when you served, were you ever away for Christmas?
Good story. I just shared this with my nephew. I was 18. I got my first orders at a boot camp after I went through medical training. 7 days before Christmas, I was being shipped off to Okinawa.
Wow.
My mother didn't understand why they needed me so bad, because I never missed a Christmas. So she and a couple of my uncles were thinking, who do I call so that I can have Christmas at home? But what they didn't understand is somebody else who I'm replacing had spent a year away from their family.
Okay.
And once they understood that changed the dynamics of the. So they were happy to get rid of me 7 days before Christmas.
Yeah, but so your family seriously was like, okay, right? Like,
once they understood that.
Yes, yeah. We're gonna as a family, we're gonna give that man his Christmas, and their family will sacrifice ours this year.
Exactly, and that changed the dynamics where she was pushing me, out of the house and telling me, hey, it's time to move on so somebody else can enjoy a Christmas after they've been away from their family for a year. So so that's I shared that with my young nephew, and it really meant something to him, because you don't think about other people until the time comes where you start thinking, hey, wait a second, there's more to this equation than just my needs.
Well, this is our chance to prove that as well. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. 2 minutes. Literally, if you call in the next 2 minutes, then your donation will be matched. 1-800-760-KFMB. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Sean Chaney, who is we talk to Sean every year, and he's got a couple active duty guys over at the hospital. So this will be fun to chat with them next. AM 760, talk and breaking news. 1-800-760-KFMB. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
Yeah, Unicorn Jewelry, you don't just buy jewelry. You can
This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
You know what we're doing here. It's the most important show of the year. We wait all year for this. On Pearl Harbor Day, nonetheless. 1-800-760-KFMB. Let's get our guys home for Christmas. Simple. Sandy, can you introduce our next guest? Give the proper background to Mr. Cheney.
Sure.
And the boys.
So many years ago, I was up at the hospital, and I saw a bunch of our guys kind of walking around with pins in their arms and shoulders and prosthetics. And I asked the gentlemen what they wanted for Christmas, and of course they popped too. And that means they stood almost at attention, and I knew they had been schooled right then and there, because active duty cannot solicit in any way, shape, or form for things that they need. Whether they really want to or not, they cannot. And so I trapped 4 of them in an elevator and found out many years ago that what they wanted was an electric razor. And from finding that information out, I was put in contact with a staff sergeant who was up at Naval Medical Center San Diego by himself at that point. There was no other squad leaders or I guess you would call it other military personnel taking care of. He had about 70 really battle-injured warriors. And I don't think the man went home for 6 months. I'm sure his wife was bringing clean uniforms. And Sean Cheney probably took care of more of our guys than any man that has been up there, because he's still up there. And he adds such a continuity of care. Colonels come and colonels go, but Sean Cheney is always there. And he knows how to kind of make the system work. He knows all of the military rules and regs, and honestly, he's been my hero for many years. He is the type of guy that if a warrior needed something and the answer was no, he would legally find a way to make that answer yes, and he will work hard to make things happen for our warriors, and he takes really good care of them and their families. There's never a no. We find a way to make it yes legally.
And Sean Cheney's on the phone right now. Sean, how are you, sir?
Hey, good afternoon. How are you doing, Mike?
How wonderful is Sandy Lemcooler?
Oh, man, talk about heroes. She is definitely mine. And everybody out there that has been supporting her is in that same group.
So why does Warrior Foundation Freedom Station what makes them so special in your eyes?
Well, I think it's been said a few times now. They're able to cover down where the military can't cover. You know, they make the difference for the families. They make the difference for the Marine by being able to fill those gaps that, there's no cover by the military. And so having organizations like that do that, not just from a monetary standpoint, but from a heart standpoint. There's so much heart attached to the San Diego community through Warrior Foundation that that's really, I think, what makes the difference.
Can you speak to that? Why is that so important, and how do you see and feel that with what Warrior Foundation does?
Well, I think it comes along the lines of actions speak louder than words. You know, people coming out in droves to decorate the barracks, people coming out to the events and being there to support. That's the San Diego community coming out because they see something that makes sense. And the people that are doing that are doing it from their heart. They're not being paid, so that every penny can go back to where it needs to go. And even the money that goes back to Freedom Station is money that's going back to the troops. And so it's hard not to say yes to something like that.
Sir, can you tell us about the men who are standing around you right now?
Yeah, so all great guys. Of course, I'm biased because they're Marines, but these are all Marines that didn't ask for what they're going through, but they're doing it with their chin up and with a positive attitude. And so they just wanted to have an opportunity to kind of come forward and say thank you to the community that's making it a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, maybe if you gentlemen want to go down the line and you can say, goodness, you can say whatever you want, right? You have the airwaves to all of San Diego right now. But just want to encourage the people of San Diego to do what we do best, or whatever else you want to say, gentlemen. It's all yours.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Sergeant Richards, and I'm here getting treatment. I woke up one day out of the blue in pain. I came up with a bone infection in my spine. So I'm here dealing with that, and I just want to say thank you for everything. That I came in one day after Thanksgiving and saw the decorations in the hallway. That was nice. And then I am able to go home for free. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do that, and I just want to say thank you.
Where's home for you, brother?
Utah.
What is that going to mean to your family for you to be able to go home?
They're excited, definitely. When this bone infection came, they didn't know if I was going to be able to come home, but the doctors cleared it, and so we're all excited. I'm excited to see my family. Definitely, they've been worried, so definitely excited.
Good for you, man. Thanks for sharing, brother.
Thank you.
Who else we got here?
Good afternoon. This is Lance Corporal McSweeney. How are you doing?
Very good, sir.
So, I'm actually receiving chemotherapy right now in the hospital for cancer. And it's just been great to see the hallways all decorated. It's a big spirit booster and gives you the extra motivation you need to keep going on with the treatment you're receiving. And being able to go home for the holidays also does the same thing. And I just can't express how grateful we all are for everything that's been done for us.
Where's home for you, sir?
Chicago.
You're going to be able to go home this year?
Yes.
Were you planning on it?
Originally, no, I was not.
But now you can. Now you are.
Yeah.
So were you in, what do you call it, Sandy? Not the snake. I called it the snake.
The smoke pit.
The smoke pit. Were you in the smoke pit when you got that blue card that says you're able to go home?
I was.
How'd that feel when you got that word?
It's undescribable. It's just a great feeling.
What part of Chicago are you from?
The suburbs.
Like Schiller Park, Franklin Park, or on the north side?
Downers Grove, Illinois.
I grew up in Schiller Park, right there by you.
It's a great town.
How's your treatment going?
It's going very well so far.
What is going home and being in your bed and mama's home-cooked meal and all that, what does that mean for you? How's that going to help your treatment, I should say?
It's just going to be a great refresher to get home and see everyone and just give me the motivation to keep on going and fighting the cancer.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Mr. Cheney, who else do we have, sir?
So we got Lance Corporal Braga up next.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good, sir. Glad you're here.
Well, I was here for a similar reason as Lance Corporal McSweeney. I also had the same cancer he had, and I was in a schoolhouse when I found out, and then I came here, and you guys helped amazingly. Like, I was also home for Thanksgiving, and I came home to decorations, and that's great because, I mean, some people can't go home, so it kind of makes it feel like home with all those. Also, for the flights, I wasn't planning on going home for Christmas, so what you guys did, that was amazing. Thank you so much.
Grateful family back home?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is there a grateful family waiting for you back home?
They don't actually know yet. I kind of want to surprise them.
Whoa! All right, what's the plan? How are you going to do it?
Well, no, only my dad knows so far, but he's excited. He's having trouble keeping that secret from my mother.
How are you going to reveal it to your mom? Are you literally just going to show up and surprise her?
Yes, I'm just going to walk through the door and I guess see what happens.
Oh, okay. Where's home for you?
In Massachusetts.
Okay. Personal question. Can you try to record it and share it with us? That's I don't want to get listen, if that's a little too much for you, I understand. But if there's nothing better than videos like that, and if you could share that with us, that would be pretty awesome.
Yes, I'll definitely try.
Oh, that'd be great.
This
Mom
is going to be
jumping up and down.
going to be the best Christmas your mom's ever had, Maureen.
Yes, you're giving her a great gift too. Not only me, but her too.
What's your mom's name?
Lucy.
Yeah, truly, this will be her best Christmas ever.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Other than probably the day you were born.
Yeah, that may be the best day ever. That is pretty good.
Thank you.
Beautiful, sir. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Merry Christmas, and really give your mom a big hug and a kiss for me too.
I definitely will. Thank you so much.
So up next we have Sergeant Potter.
Hey, good morning, Mike and Sandy. How are you doing?
Hello, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, thank you.
What brings you to Balboa?
So I initially came here earlier this year. I had a massive blood clot in my chest and right arm, followed by a pulmonary embolism. So they started out by removing the blood clots, and they decided to prevent further blood clots, they wanted to remove my first rib and all the muscle that's in there. So they did that and then grafted some new veins in my chest, and so I've just been recovering since then.
Grafted some new veins in my chest. That is a sentence I've never heard. That sounds awful. How many different surgeries or treatments have you been through?
I've had about 4 different surgeries, I believe.
4 surgeries.
Yeah, so
And
it's been a long road for recovery, but it's gotten a lot better.
All right, you going home this year?
Actually, my wife is 35 weeks pregnant right now, so she can't fly. So getting the initial news, that we were getting tickets to go home, I was a little disappointed until I found out the Warrior Foundation was actually going to allow me to use it to fly my sister out to us. So
Oh, cool. So your sister, where's your sister?
she is coming from Portland, Oregon.
Wow. Okay, we haven't talked about that yet. Sometimes for situations like this, we fly a family member out here. Oh, that's awesome.
And that way they're not alone for Christmas.
Yeah, it was fantastic for us. Also, she's going to be here for the birth of our daughter. So, it's just the greatest gift we could have received.
Pretty good, Marines. Is there anyone else there, Mr. Cheney?
Yeah, we have one more. We got Gunny Moore left.
All right, I can't take many more, so I'm glad there's only one.
Last one.
All right. Good afternoon. How you doing, sir?
Very good, man. Good to talk to you.
Thank you for having me here.
So what brings you to Balboa?
I had a stroke when I was in Kuwait a couple of months ago. So they brought me here because I was in bad shape. So they medevaced me here, and they gave me medication, and that's about it.
You said stroke, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How have you recovered since then?
I'm much better now. My speech is much better. I got full mobility on my arm, so my shoulder is still jacked up, and my arm is like 50%. But I'm alive.
You sound good, for the record. So I don't know what your speech was before, but you sound real good.
Was a little better. I still got an accent, but
yeah. Where's home for you?
San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Oh, are you going to be going back to the island?
Yes, sir. Thank you to the Warrior Foundation. They paid for my ticket, so it was a great deal.
I bet your family was real worried about you when they found the news.
They are. They still are. They still baby me and stuff.
Have you seen them since your stroke?
I saw a few of them. Some of them flew here. So I've seen a few of them. I haven't seen the whole family, but I'm looking forward to see all of them.
Yeah, what a Christmas present.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if any of you guys want to jump in, or maybe Mr. Cheney. Can you guys explain to us mere civilians the importance of brotherhood and the brothership that you guys have, whether it's when you first join, whether you're deployed, whether you're all getting healed and healthy in the hospital? Can you guys try to put that into words best you can?
Yeah, Mike, this is Sean. It's kind of hard to put into words. It's something that you feel that you're willing to do just about anything for. It's not much farther than your regular brother and sister, with the exception of you're coming from completely different environments. You can take people that are from
Puerto Rico and Massachusetts and Utah. Yep.
Bring them together and they become family. Any one of us in this room would do anything for each other. And it doesn't matter whether you're still in the Marine Corps or you're out of the Marine Corps, which again is the benefit we have to San Diego and the veterans in the community that are stepping forward. It's just a heartfelt feeling that is actually very difficult, at least for me, to describe.
Marines, that was about 15 minutes that I will never forget. Thank you guys for putting some faces and some stories behind what we're trying to do here. And I know everyone listening right now is so grateful for your service, so appreciative, and everyone who's donated wishes that they could have handed you that plane ticket home in person, because we love you so much. Thank you guys for your service, and keep healing, all right?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mike. We want to make sure that everybody there at the station understands the appreciation these guys have and the efforts they're putting forward to make all this possible. So thank you to them. Thank you to the community.
and you guys are making lifelong memories a reality. So,
Right back at you guys. Beautiful. Thank you, gentlemen. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Good one.
Thanks, guys. Wow. Okay, come on.
And so, just from hearing Sean and Mr. Cheney and the Marines, I just wanted to share with you that we are so honored as a foundation to have that direct contact with our warriors. Many foundations don't have that direct hands-on.
Yep.
Get a call, make it happen, and make it happen in a lot less time.
You got to wait till maybe someone reaches out, or you maybe know someone who knows. Yeah.
Well, sometimes
we just talked to someone in the hospital, right? I mean, the guy's in the hospital right now.
Right. It's very hands-on for us, and we do take care of probably about, I think it was last year was about 5,200 warriors we touched. In one way or another, some of them more than once. And this year we're at about 4,700 still.
Well, let's get more home. 1-800-760-KFMB. If you were inspired a little bit by those stories you just heard, call in right now and donate some money to get them home. 1-800-760-KFMB. 1-800-760-5362. There's 3 call screeners who are not answering a phone right now. 1-800-760-KFMB, or you can donate online on the website, 760kfmb.com. We'll be right back. Mike Slater Show. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
Listen, it still gets cold here in Southern California. When you got friends and family coming from... KFMB. Sharon of Carlsbad donated $141 in memory of her dad, who's a World War II veteran, Ernest Sumler. Hey, if anyone wants to give in memory of or in honor of, just let whoever picks up the phone know, and we'll announce it here. And then Marcia wants to donate in memory of Paul Jacobs. And she donated $100. So thank you for doing that, Marcia. 1-800-760-KFMB to make those donations. 1-800-760-KFMB. There's one wave. There's like two screeners. 2 screeners are open. All right, let's do it. 1-800-760-KFMB. 1-800-760-5362. Chuck Ross is here. Chuck, how are you, sir?
I'm great.
Good
Thanks
to
for
talk to
having
you.
me.
From is it the San Diego Restaurant Association?
Yes, I'm representing the Restaurant Association in San Diego, and I'm a restaurateur as well.
Nice. What have you guys been able to do to the Warrior Foundation or for the
Well,
Warrior Foundation?
we were really fortunate enough last year to find the Warrior Foundation. We found Sandy.
A new relationship.
It was a brand new relationship 2 years ago, so
Nice.
this is our second year. We wanted to come together as a group of restaurants and do something collectively for our military community and for our warriors, to be quite honest with you. And we were just overjoyed at finding the Warrior Foundation because of the work that Sandy and the board is doing there for the Warriors. And so we came together and we collectively, during Veterans Day weekend, donate a portion of sales and donate it to the Warrior Foundation. And last year we raised mid 40,000-ish something dollars. Donated a lot of gift cards for the Warriors and their families. And so we kind of enhanced the program again this year, did the same thing, added a day. And we're still tallying up the amount of money that we're going to donate, and we're going to hopefully add some more today. We've got a little surprise that we're going to announce here shortly, but hopefully we'll continue to donate that kind of money to the Warrior Foundation
that's a
because
lot.
it's well deserved.
Last year, $40,000.
Yeah.
What you say we're going to announce shortly? Like in a couple
Well,
seconds, or like in a couple
are we
hours
ready
or
to,
days?
Are we ready to do it?
I
here?
think now's
let's do it.
as
Okay,
good a
well,
time as any.
There's a couple of things that we can do. We've got, first of all, the restaurants are a generous group of people. The program that we launched is Restaurants Salute the Service. You dine, we donate. So like I said, all you had to do was go in, dine at a restaurant, and those restaurants would donate money to the Warrior Foundation.
Okay.
So I know last year we brought a couple $1,000s worth of gift cards because Warriors have to eat, their families have to eat. We have to support them in our restaurants as well.
Yep.
So we said that every $100 donation that came in, we would donate a gift card in honor of a warrior or their family. So we're going to continue to do that today. Sandy, I've got probably about $3,000 worth of gift cards.
Wait, so
that we're going to give you today.
So anyone who donates $100
That's
to the
right.
Warrior Foundation, you're going to give a gift card to a veteran.
That's correct.
On top
So
of that, for restaurant
What we'd
freedom.
love to see is the phones start ringing and the bells chiming over there so that we know people are listening to
Oh,
this.
that's great. So you know what this is? This is you're supporting a plane ticket home and date night.
Exactly.
1-800-760-KFMB, Restaurant Association, Chuck Ross. We appreciate you doing that, sir.
Yeah.
Very nice. 1-800-760-KFMB to be a part of that $100 donation right now. 1-800-760-KFMB. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800. This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
You know the drill. We have 10 volunteers here answering your phone calls, taking your donations, and only one of them are on the phone. So let's give them a call right now, 1-800-760-KFMB. Sandy, how amazing were those? We took the 5 Marines who are in Balboa right now receiving different treatments.
Right.
And 4 of them were getting plane tickets, or just amazing stories from these guys. And to hear their gratitude was pretty perfect. So 1-800-760-KFMB and give these guys the gift of going home. Or one of the guys going to surprise his mom. Has told his dad, but he hasn't told his mom. He's going to surprise her on Christmas morning. And then one of the guys, his wife is 35 weeks pregnant. They can't fly, so we're flying in his sister so that his sister can be here for Christmas and for the birth of her niece or nephew.
Daughter. I think he said daughter.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
pretty good. So that's great. So 1-800-760-KFMB. Chuck Ross. Chuck, we started to cut you off at the top of the hour there. So Chuck Ross from the Restaurant Association. We got 2 offers. The first offer is anyone who calls in right now and gives $100 or more, you're going to be given, one of our warriors here, a gift card for one of the, 80 restaurants?
Right. We've got a whole list of restaurants.
Okay.
Brigantine, Fish Market, Cone Restaurant Group, Sammy's, all the top restaurants in San Diego kicked in gift cards for this.
So that you're basically, you give them a flight home, and then you also give them a date night, you give them a night out with the boys.
Exactly.
You give them a treat. Go out to dinner.
Exactly.
On me.
Right.
On you guys. Thanks for doing that, Chuck.
Right.
I appreciate it. So that's every donation over $100 right now gets that. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. I think that's a pretty cool extra incentive. I like that a lot. Anything else, Chuck?
Now we've got one more. We want to make it a win-win for everybody. So I know you don't expect to be given anything when you donate to the Warrior Foundation because it's such a great cause. But in this case, we're going to raise a little bit more money. I'm going to donate 2 gift certificates for Fiesta for 25 people each at Casa de Reyes Restaurant in Old Town. It's going to be a fantastic fiesta. All the food's included, beer, wine, the best margaritas in San Diego, mariachis, folklorico. It's a true fiesta in Old Town. It's a great gift for your office, for your family.
Yeah.
We'll schedule it with you. It'll make it very simple, very easy. All we want is a $5,000 donation for each of those fiestas, and the Warrior Foundation will benefit from your donation, and you'll also have fun at a fiesta for 25. So we've got 2 of those. The first 2 people that call in, that's it.
Oh, I love that. 1-800-760-KFMB, a $5,000 donation. All the money goes to the Warrior Foundation, and then you get at Fiesta de Reyes, you get a 25-person party.
Exactly.
For free.
Exactly.
Right? I think in birthday parties, you said office party, anything.
Any kind of party you want. It'll be in the middle of the plaza, the stage area. Very festive environment. You'll have a lot of fun.
Really cool. Thanks for doing that, Chuck. That's
You're
awesome.
welcome.
So first 2 people to donate $5,000 or more gets that. Make sure our phone screeners over there are aware of this deal. I appreciate that, Chuck. That's awesome. Thank you. And thanks for everything you're doing for the Warrior Foundation.
Thank you, Sandy, and the board. We really appreciate what you do for the Warriors.
And we love your continued support. Let me tell you, our Warriors have discovered Cowboy Star.
Oh, yes.
Cowboy Star is our favorite family steakhouse.
It is a fantastic restaurant, very strong participant in Restaurant Salute to Service and supporter of the Warrior Foundation.
And I will share with you that our cancer group, every month the foundation takes our warriors out to one of the restaurants that is part of your association. And so many of the restaurants have been so gracious. And I'm telling you, our warriors that are part of that cancer group, that is the biggest excursion for them of the month. And it is so uplifting for them not to be at a doctor's appointment or dealing with that mentally, that they get to go out and have a wonderful time. Tom Ham's Lighthouse is going to be our next location. So Brian loves the fish market, so he's all about the fish market.
So you're saying once a month you bring how many guys out?
There's about 12 of our warriors right now that are dealing with the cancer treatments, and so once a month, the Restaurant Association, we work with them, we partner with them, and we pick one of the restaurants, and our warriors go to that restaurant and have a lovely lunch.
Wow, that's awesome. Chuck, thanks for doing that.
You're welcome. And the restaurants are such an integral part of the community. We do things like this on a regular basis, but it's great that we can all come together and support the Warrior Foundation as a group of restaurants. It's really special for us, and to see the work that's done is really fantastic.
I love people coming together. Be a part of it right now. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. So again, $100 donation or more. You get to give also a gift card to one of these Warriors as well. Get a date night, night out with the boys, whatever it is. And if you donate $5,000 or more, the first 2 people to do that, you get a Fiesta for 25 people at Fiesta de Reyes right there in Old Town. 1-800-760-KFMB. You got to call in order to get those offers. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Great job, Chuck. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Brian, good to see you again, brother. I feel like it's been a long time. Were you here last year?
Yeah, I think I was here last year.
It's been too long. Good to have you back.
Time flies.
For everyone who doesn't remember you, can you describe your injury, sir?
Right. So I'm a below-the-knee amputee. I was deployed in Afghanistan when I was injured from a gunshot instead of an explosion, which is probably the only unique part about the story.
Sorry, it was a gunshot.
Yeah. It was a gunshot. So the bullet hit me about 3 inches above my ankle, so it broke both the bones, 2 of the 3 arteries, tore out the nerve cluster, so my leg was there with just like 1 artery and a little bit of flesh. I eventually wound up in San Diego where they performed the amputation.
Where did it happen? The injury?
It was Afghanistan, Singin Valley, Afghanistan. And so after I was in San Diego for a little while, that's how I met Sandy, and I moved into Freedom Station, and I've been involved in this event a couple times.
Yeah. How has Freedom Station helped you over the years? Where would you be without Freedom Station?
Oh, that is really, really hard to tell. Freedom Station is a lot of different things for each people. For some people, they really love the camaraderie that comes with having other veterans, particularly wounded veterans that are your neighbors, people that can relate to like the day-to-day issues that you might have. Like some days you just wake up hurt, and it's like really hard to get out of bed. Sometimes because it's a nice fenced-in area, like you can get some solitude as well at the same time, which is what I really appreciate about it, because sometimes I can just sit on my couch and decompress for a little while.
Yeah. So again, where would you think you'd be without it? What would you have done?
Probably would have gone back to Wisconsin, where I grew up and where I was living before joining the Marine Corps. I definitely wouldn't be in as good position as I am now, because not only did Freedom Station give me the opportunity to like get ready for the real world again, but my location in San Diego allowed me to stay with Peter Harsh as my prosthetist, who is one of the best in the world. So if I'd been in Wisconsin, I could very well be like wheelchair bound for not having like a good fit on my leg, as opposed to being able to like coach CrossFit like I do now.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So what can you do now with your prosthetic?
Just about anything, and there's like a lot of different legs that you can have. I have a sprinting leg, I have a distance leg, there's a water leg as well. Some people have like rock climbing legs, so there's hardly any limitations.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Did you ever get a flight home?
Yeah. I've had flights home. I don't normally travel during the holidays. I usually like to do it like mid-January, just to avoid all the bustle of the airports. But yes.
And what does that mean to you when San Diego comes together and gives you a flight home?
I think for me, it's more about what it means to my family, because sometimes like time can slip by and I can forget how long it's been since I've seen my family, because I'm always trying to keep busy. So when I do come home and I'm like picked up from the airport by my dad, and I like go to my parents' house and I see my mom, I see my aunt, just like the joy that it brings them to like have the family come together for a little while. Yeah. That's probably it's immensely gratifying to be able to see that not only does Warrior Foundation help the Warriors, but by helping the Warriors, they're helping the families as well, and that's probably the biggest impact for me.
Love that answer. 1-800-760-KFMB. As you're calling, as the phone's ringing, think again, you're not only helping Brian and helping out these Warriors, but as you just said, you're giving that gift to mom and dad and brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles and friends and the community and everyone. Like that's pretty special. There's so many gifts you could do that, right? Usually you give a gift to a person, and they get the gift. But this is a gift times 20. You're helping 20 people or more. I want to bring in Chris here right now because Chris is on the Warrior Foundation cycling team. And I just want to bring you in because you guys are both like super athletes after your injuries, which is pretty cool. Mike Ford here, Eric. So what are your injuries, Chris?
My first injury was in 2013 when I had my lower leg ruptured, and that's when I first met the whole foundation. I had one reconstructive surgery, and I got the IDEO brace, which cuts off pretty much half the strength in your leg, so you're not. It's a leg salvage brace rather than to amputate.
Yep.
And the Warrior Foundation took me to REI, got me hiking boots, and they set me up with a hiking team and got me more active again. And then I had to get another surgery, and then they were there again to say, "What do you need? What can we get to keep you active?" And then that surgery worked. And then I went with my IDEO and the boots that they supplied me, and I got deployed to the Middle East.
What?
Yeah, and they kept me in, and they got me the boots that I needed to keep me active duty at that time. And then, unfortunately, on that one, I got medevaced home with some head stuff.
Again?
Yeah, again, and then I got medevaced to Walter Reed, and there was the Warrior Foundation be like, and it was actually a couple weeks before Christmas, and they were there ready to send me home, but I got on a military flight straight home, or I knew I was going to be home for Christmas because
one way or the other.
I had the support from them for years, and now I'm not able to stay active anymore, so
yeah.
But I'm on the cycling team, and it has changed my life. I got diagnosed with epilepsy, and so I wasn't be able to drive, and so I got a bike, and then with the foundation, Diane's like, well, what do you think about a cycling team? And I said, I'll try. I met the guys, instant brotherhood, and that's what we've all been missing, and it's just, we're straight brothers. It's one team, one fight still, even though we're all out. It's just, we're still riding. We finished together. It's just.
That's the most important thing. That's what this all matters. It's all about that brotherhood, keeping you guys together, keeping you active, keeping you fighting, keeping you as one.
And every race, they're at the finish line taking pictures of us, and just their open arms, just.
That's awesome.
Biggest sport ever.
3 of our board members are really involved with that bicycle team. That's Diane Self, Judy Sexton, and Mike Seymour. And Mike Seymour tries to ride with these guys, right? So they do the ride. They all go have dinner. They come back to the finish line, and then Mike is there.
As an able-bodied adult male with no battle wounds, you guys are still crushing him.
That's right. I have to tell you, too, Brian, we have a little gym at Freedom Station, and I always thought, well, maybe this is kind of a waste of space, right? No, this guy lives in that gym. So it's, I wish I could motivate myself to get into that gym. But the IDEO brace, the working out, keeping focused, keeping their bodies in good shape so that their injuries don't become worse as they get older is going to be a very integral part of their life, and they're going to have to maintain that level of athleticism.
Yep, that'll work.
So that they don't end up in a complete wheelchair.
Yes.
And neither one of these guys need that.
No, they won't do that. 1-800-760-KFMB. I think I heard a $5,000 donation. Did I hear? We had one. I thought did we have one in the back row too? Just one? Okay, so we had a $5,000 donation, which A is awesome. Thank you for that. And B, they get a full fiesta, 25-person fiesta at Fiesta de Reyes for friends, family, whoever they want to come by. So thanks for that. There's one's gone. So we have one more left, right? So if one person wants to donate $5,000, you get that. And still for the rest of the hour, if you donate $100 or more, then you also give a gift card to a San Diego restaurant to the Warriors as well. So you get to treat them to dinner as well. 1-800-760-KFMB. Brian, Chris, you guys are awesome. Appreciate you being here. 1-800-760-KFMB. The most important thing we're doing here is flying these guys home for Christmas. So please donate to that right now. And let's get as many men home for Christmas as possible. 1-800-760-KFMB. Warrior Foundation Radiothon. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
You know, most people spend more time planning their vacations than their retirement. Think about it. But you're going to be in retirement a lot longer than your 1 week vacation. Please call. One 800-760-KFMB. You know the drill. This is what it's all about right here. I'll never forget talking to the guys earlier. I think that's the first time we've ever done that, or at least I've ever done that. Where we had 5 Marines at Balboa at the hospital receiving different treatments right now who, because of your donations, will be able to go home for Christmas. And they got to talk about how much that means to them directly, specifically. That was really cool, especially the one guy whose dad knows, but he's going to keep it a surprise from the rest of his family, and he's going to surprise his mom on Christmas morning, which is pretty cool. So that's a gift you get to give. Oh, so I'm talking about this that's a $1,000 donation right there when you hear the cowbell. A fiver? Beautiful. 1-800-760-KFMB. Please donate now. Oh, Miles, we had a big, huge donor. Big donor. Okay. Every donation from now until 6. This is it. From this point forward, doubles the donation. Okay, because here's the deal. Right now, we're projected to get to 900,000. If we keep this pace, we're at 900,000 something. Yeah, but come on, you can't stop at 900. We're not going to end the day at 940,000. Like, come on. Let's get over that edge there and donate right now, knowing that your donation will be matched. 1-800-760-KFMB, and whatever it is, right? We've had a lot of people donating $41, which I think is pretty cool, in honor of George H.W. Bush, and in honor of the fact that today is Pearl Harbor Day, of course, happened in 1941. So if you're like, I don't know what to give, well, $100 is a great place to start. But if that's too much, $41, call on in and do that. If you want any to make any in memoriam or anything, let the person know, and they'll hand that piece of paper to me, and I'll be sure to announce your name. Oh, okay. Excited for that. Hey, Eric, you just let us know, all right? You let us know when a 4 times match, I think is what Eric. So, hey, Mike Seymour's on the phone right now because a man needs to be given the opportunity to defend his honor. Mike Seymour is vice president of Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, who I believe was mercilessly called out just a moment ago as a real loser when it comes to cycling with these warriors who don't have legs, Mike. So how do you defend yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon, and thanks so much for what you do. Can you hear me okay? I'm in the car.
No, you sure can. You're doing great.
Well, yeah, there's two reasons I called. The first one was that was brutal, and I still got the tire tracks on my back. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things here. First off, these guys are amazingly competitive, young. They're just beasts. And we weren't talking about a short bike ride. This was a 102-mile bicycle ride. And I'm in my 60s, and at least I finished. So I want a little credit for that.
These guys have no legs. They crushed you.
And then second, Sandy was wrong. They actually finished the race, put their bikes away, showered, shaved, went to dinner, went out for drinks afterward, and then came and met me at the finish line.
That's awesome. These guys are the best. That must be, but honestly, that must be a really cool experience for you to be a part of cycling with them at all, even if it's just for the first couple minutes before they race away.
You know, I can tell you what, these are amazing, amazing young men and women, by the way. I want to be clear on that. We have ladies on the cycling team also. And I can tell you firsthand that I know what the back of each one of their jerseys looks like because that's what I see as they ride off and leave me behind. There was another reason I called. I was on my way home. I was there all morning. And my understanding is that there's a match now. Is that correct?
That's indeed correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, my company is MSE Landscape Professionals. We're a design-build firm here in Southern California, Santa Barbara down. And we take care of the facilities at Freedom Station, and we'll be landscaping the new facility. But in honor of that match, we'd like to donate $5,000 right now to the organization.
We'll take it. I don't know if you can hear the roar of applause here. I hope you could. That's pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah, I could use a little more cowbell. That would be great. Yeah.
Mike, I remember you talked about how you did the landscaping at Freedom Station. Did I make up that you planted a specific flower outside one of the guys' rooms from his home state? Did I make up that story?
No, that's actually true. There's one, you know, with Doc, we still haven't found the bluebells because they don't grow well out here. But with some of the other warriors, just to make them feel at home, we find their state flower. We plant it outside their unit. That is correct.
Yeah, that's cool. See, something like that, like as you're telling that, like I teared up a little bit. I don't know why. Like, what is that? Why does that like make me break? Like, I just love that thoughtfulness and that appreciation and that love of little things like that. And that's what every one of these donations are, right? It's gratitude, appreciation, and love. That's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, that's really what this organization is about. And that's something that Sandy is just such an amazing leader at. It's the little things. It's really the little things that really show these men and women how much we care.
Yeah.
And that's so important.
So Sean Cheney from Balboa, who called in a second ago, that's what he said too. He said, money is great and we need it. But he truly said it's the heart behind Warrior Foundation that separates them from everyone else. So it's interesting that makes such a big difference, but it does. And you can tell, and every single person who's called in and donated has that same heart, which is why we're on the same team. Mike.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to, before I let you go, and thank you for your time and what you're doing today, I really do want to acknowledge Sean Cheney. He's one fine human being.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it at that. He's amazing.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you.
All right.
Have a good day, sir. Stay safe on the bike. 1-800-760-KFMB. That's the number to call in and donate, 1-800-760-KFMB. We have some wonderful volunteers here answering phones. You can also donate online to 760kfmb.com, and that's super easy to do. So again, we're on pace right now to get like 900-something thousand for the day, and we can't stop at 900. So that's why we have this person who donated a ton of money to match every donation going in right now. So come on in, call on in, and it doubles. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. This is the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. We're sending our men and women home for Christmas so they can be with their families. Be a part of it. 1-800-760-KFMB. Mike Slater Show, AM 760, talking breaking news. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760. This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
Have you ever seen the videos of soldiers, Marines, sailors, being reunited with their families when they come home? They come back at the airport or wherever. They surprise. Maybe you see dad come home and surprise their son or daughter at school. You ever seen those videos before? The families run to each other and give the biggest hug ever. Those are the best. And you can make one of those happen by calling in and donating to the Warrior Foundation and getting our guys home for Christmas. Warrior Foundation does a ton of stuff all year long, but this is one very specific task that we're going for right now. Just get these guys home for Christmas. One of the guys we talked to earlier, who you're going to be sending home, is going to surprise his mom. So his dad knows, but it's going to be this whole thing to try to surprise the mom, which is pretty awesome. 1-800-760-KFMB. We got a $5,000 donation from Liz. Liz, we appreciate that. That $5,000 donation gets her a fiesta at Fiesta de Reyes in L-Town for her and 25 people. So we have one more of those. So if you donate $5,000 or more, then you get to get a little extra party down at a restaurant in Old Town, which is pretty cool, Fiesta de Reyes. 1-800-760-KFMB, and every donation now is matched as well. So if you're like, I don't know, I only got $20. Perfect, you just gave us 40. So thanks for that. 1-800-760-KFMB. Please call in because we got a bunch of people waiting to answer the phones, and they're not working right now, so put them to work. 1-800-760-KFMB, or you can donate on website, 760KFMB.com. Juliana Mercer is here, of course, also with Sandy Lemcooler. Juliana, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Tell us about your service. Where have you been around the world?
I've been to Camp Pendleton, lovely San Diego, but also Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sandy says that you were a part of the bass fishing extravaganza that we host every year.
Yeah, it's been 11 years. Yeah, so 11 years ago, I was working at Balboa Hospital. I was part of the staff that was taking care of our wounded Marines that were coming back from Iraq at the time. And I got a phone call from Sandy, and she said, we need 100 fishermen, and they're going to get to go to, I think it was Vail Lake, and it was a couple weeks beforehand, and she was kind of stressing out, and I said, fishing, Marines, no problem. So I got, probably within 48 hours, I got 100 guys that wanted to go fishing.
That's awesome.
And the rest is history. I think we've been doing this for 11 years, and last year we had 200. So we've had a lot of service members get to feel the appreciation once a year and get to go fishing.
I heard you organized it from Afghanistan one year too?
Yeah, I was in Afghanistan and, got it's that time of year again. I'm like, all right, don't worry, I got this.
Time zone issues there, I feel would be a problem, but you made it happen.
Sandy's up all the time, so
That's
there was no time zone issue.
Yeah. Sandy, what's the importance of events like this, the bass fishing stuff?
Well, the bass fishing, first of all, they get to fish completely free, and they get to be with professional bass fishermen who are teaching them. So I've had warriors who were triple amputees who never went fishing when they had their limbs, and now they've caught their first bass without their limbs. So they're very genuinely appreciative of having something like this to do for a full day, and I think it's very important. The Lake Elsinore Bass Fishing Club puts all of this together, and it's amazing everything that they make happen for these guys. And when they had their 10th year anniversary, there were special rods and reels made that every one of the guys got.
Oh, cool.
I mean, they make sure that these warriors are taken care of like they have never been taken care of before. Plus, it's a catch and release, so it's a tournament, right? So you see these guys coming in, and Marines get competitive over the way the grass grows in front of their cottage. So when you've got fish being weighed, they're all standing around waiting to make sure that their boat gets all of the winnings, But I have to share with you that Staff Sergeant Mercer, back then, now she's a civilian, and she is on our board now. It was really freaking me out putting together events from Afghanistan. It was like, I'd be like texting and she'd be texting back, and she'd like, no problem, I can get to hold of so-and-so at Camp Pendleton, we can get them down there. And so on top, above and beyond everything that she did for the Corps, which let me tell you, she was quite a Marine. she was able to handle the load on top of that.
Yep.
So she has seen a lot of action. She has done a lot for our country, and she continues to put this bass fishing event together, as well as handles most of our social media.
And you mentioned the how these guys are treated so well, but gosh, don't they deserve it? And that's what this trip is as well, this plane ticket home, right? We just want them to go home, be with their families, and be treated well, like they deserve, because they've given so much for us over all these years. It's such a simple gift to give, and it's so powerful. Juliana, you said you used to work at the hospital, right?
Yes.
Can you, listen, it's the best military hospital in the country, there's no doubt about it. But can you speak about what it would be like for these guys if they spent their Christmas in the hospital as opposed to home? Just like speak to the morale of that.
Yeah, well, other than it being, a hospital setting, nobody likes to be in a hospital. Most everybody is gone, so everybody's home, so they'd be pretty lonely and by themselves. And I don't think there's any food nearby, so it'd be, they'd probably be eating pizza by themselves, playing video games or watching TV, in pretty empty hallways.
Or what? If they go home and they come back, how are they different?
So while I was there, one of the things that Warrior Foundation also does is decorates the barracks. So we'd come home from Thanksgiving, 3-4 days off. We'd come home and the whole entire place was decorated, insane decorations up, you can imagine how Warrior Foundation goes all out for these decorations. And I lost track of how many Christmas trees there were in the hallways. And so we come home back from Thanksgiving break if we left, but we get back to the barracks and it's just this winter wonderland. And so that's the beginning of our morale being picked up. We're like, people care about us, the communities come together to decorate, and it starts, I think that's the day that it started. The excitement starts building up.
Yep.
And most of the Marines and Army, they didn't know that they were going to be getting these tickets, but they knew that the community cared about them that day that they came back from Thanksgiving holiday. And then we would go out to the formation, and on the day that they were getting handed the cards, and Sandy would go out there and let them know that they were going to be going home for Christmas. And I think when I was there, one of my Marines hadn't been home in about 5 years.
Wow.
And it was the first time that he was going to get to go home since he joined the Marine Corps.
Wow. 1-800-760-KFMB if you want to give this gift right now. 1-800-760-KFMB. 1-800-760-5362. Please call in and you can give a gift right over the phone or on the website, 760kfmb.com. Sandy, when we talked with the Marines in Balboa right now about an hour ago, so when you told me in the past, I'll just be honest, you're like, we're going to decorate the barracks for the guys. I'm like, what do a bunch of Marines want? Like decorated barracks. It's like, okay, great. But every one of those guys, I didn't bring it up. They all brought it up themselves. They're like, oh, yeah, we love Warrior Foundation. We came back from Thanksgiving and the barracks were decorated. I was like, really? You guys care about that? But you're right, Juliana, that's why.
Yeah, it's so cool. You don't feel, San Diego, let's be real, it doesn't feel like
hard
Christmas.
To get in the spirit. Yeah.
But we felt like Christmas when we walked in through those halls, and all day long it was just, cheery, and it was a better place to be those few weeks that they were decorated.
I'll speak to that, Sandy.
And it's kind of a tradition. We involve 200 people, and it's civilians being able to have hands-on experience giving back to our warriors, seeing what the barracks is like, seeing where their money goes. And we have a very special Purple Heart tree that when the elevator doors open, there's a Purple Heart tree with all of the Marines from the past's pictures. And a lady named Riza puts that Purple Heart tree together, and it is like no other tree you have ever seen. But it's also kind of a little bit of a lesson for our warriors that there have been Marines there before them that have recovered, gone on to do great things. The hallways are decorated, and next week, because of the generosity of San Diego, we will be going very early in the morning up to Camp Pendleton, and we will be handing out gift bags to the warriors as well. So they'll get a present before they go home. We have a group in Ohio that makes special quilts for the guys. Like I said, it's a firestorm of giving.
Yeah. 1-800-760-KFMB. Be a part of the family right now and help these guys get home. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Sandy, we have a special guest from the Blue Angel Foundation. Mike Campbell is on the phone. Mike, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you guys? Hi, Sandy.
Mike, it's wonderful to hear your voice. I'm glad you made it back. I'm sure you were in the air there for a little while, right?
Yep, it's all good. I'm glad to be here with you guys and hope everything's going great.
All right, Mike, quick selfish question. So at the air show, when you got the Blue Angels flying in a formation, and then at one moment that you guys all do like this, you each barrel roll out in a different direction, and it's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. What's that called? I just described it perfectly.
Probably the fleur-de-lis.
The fleur-de-lis, baby. Oh,
I'm not
man.
sure what you're talking about.
I'm going to call it the fleur-de-lis. It was awesome.
And the marine plane that flies upside down, because of course they're contrary to the Navy. That was what, number 5?
I'm not sure what you're referencing, but it sounds like the inverted pass and but all that. So anyway, I called in to talk about Freedom Station and raising money for the Warriors.
Well, why do you like the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station? What stands out about them?
It's the thing that's unique. I think everybody needs to understand that these wounded warriors are no different than any of us. They could be just like our kids, our young men and women that we're raising. But they've gone off to serve our country, and the difference between them and us is they've gotten injured, and in some cases severely. So I think we should all look around at our own families and our own business associates, our own schoolmates, and realize that, tonight there's thousands and thousands of servicemen and women around the world, some of them in harm's way. We just lost a young soldier in Afghanistan last week to an IED, we need to support these people that are coming back. I mean, we live in the greatest country in the world, and to really reach our potential as a country, one of the things we always have to do is take care of our veterans and especially our wounded warriors. So,
well said, sir.
Those are my thoughts.
Yes. Have you been away for Christmases or other holidays during your service?
I have. I've been away for a couple of them, and it's really hard. Hard to admit as an adult that some of the toughest homesick periods of my life were as a young father away on a Christmas on deployment, and it's a tough time of year to be away, and especially if the young men and women are back home and they're tied to a hospital because of their injuries and they can't be with their families. It's a tough time of year.
Well, we're trying to give these Christmases back for these men and women. So how can you help us out here, Mr. Campbell?
So we commit every year to, Sandy knows this, we've got a commitment ongoing to Freedom Station, and the Blue Angel Foundation will be sending a check to Freedom Station to support their efforts there for $60,000 this year. And so we're excited about that, and we can't wait to write the check. And we love those guys out there and all the work that Sandy's doing, and frankly, the whole San Diego community, the Midway Museum Foundation, Warrior, Freedom Station. It's just awesome.
Beautiful.
So,
Mr. Campbell,
happy to be part of it.
Mr. Campbell from the Blue Angel Foundation. Sir, Sandy, do you have any last thank yous?
I wanted to share and to thank Mike. The Blue Angel Foundation has been integral in opening up Freedom Station 1, and they are now helping us with Freedom Station 2. I believe there is the very first cottage is named for the Blue Angel Foundation, and they have stepped up in a lot of other ways behind the scenes, not just financially, in helping our warriors, mentoring them, helping them with employment and things of that nature. So they are with us, and they have our Warriors 6 all the time. They have an event every year where they invite a bunch of our warriors up to play golf at some of the most incredible golf courses, which of course our warriors would never be able to afford, and they treat our warriors like true American patriots, and they are all just given a great time and truly, truly love that event that they get to go to. In fact, they've already all started calling me for next year.
Mr. Campbell, your donation has also put us over the $600,000 mark.
Awesome. That's great.
For 1:48 in the afternoon. Wonderful, sir. We appreciate your service. Thank you so much.
You bet. You guys have a great weekend, and best wishes for a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
You too, sir. Merry Christmas. Give our best to the rest of the foundation.
Merry Christmas,
Thank you.
Mike.
Mike Campbell
Bye,
from
Sandy.
the
Talk to you soon. See you later.
Blue Angel Foundation right there. Now remember, be a part of this just like the Blue Angels, and it's donors like that are able to allow us to match all of the donations right now. So if you donate on the phone right now, if you donate on the internet right now at 760kfmb.com, your donation is doubled right now. So let's make this happen. 1-800-760-KFMB and be a part of this family here, right? It doesn't matter what you're giving. It doesn't matter if you give $100, $10, $1,000, although if you give $1,000, we ring the cowbell, which is good. Give that donation and we double it right now. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Let's get these phones ringing right now. AM 760, talk and breaking news. Let's send our guys home for Christmas. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior.
Talk next year. On the phone right now, we have one of the biggest, best, longest-standing donors to the Warrior Foundation, and I love talking with Doug every year. Doug Doyle from the Doyle Foundation. How are you, brother?
Good. How you doing, Mike?
Man, really good to talk to you, and it's an awesome day. Love this day. The best day. It's certainly my favorite show, and I know the Warrior Foundation's been close to your heart and the Doyle Foundation for a while. How did you come across Warrior Foundation?
Oh, well, it's a long story, but I'll give you the brief version. It's just, years ago when I was doing my commute to work, I would listen to, they were doing telethons for the Warrior Foundation, and it started with razors. Oddly enough, I thought that was really strange, but it started growing, and I figured, well, hey, if I ever have a chance to get involved with the Warrior Foundation, and I knew that I might have a possibility in the future, I was going to give them a call, and things just worked out, so I just jumped in. But that's how I heard about them initially.
Like many people listening now, right? The initial razor drive, and here we are today. That
was it.
When you first met Sandy and the guys, everything, how did they meet your expectations from that initial drive?
Oh, well, I'll tell you, it was they met my expectations. They exceeded. I was just amazed at what they were doing, especially when I realized, how it just started off at such a, mom and pop small thing like somebody's garage, like Apple Computers or something, and then it just grows into this big behemoth, and it's been fantastic, to be honest with you, to watch it begin and then to be a part of it. You know, to finally jump in and get to help out.
Yeah, and to see these guys, and specifically, and because you've been a donor for a long time, so you've been helping out with not only sending these guys home for Christmas, but also the Freedom Station and now Freedom Station 2 and just all the awesome things that they're doing there.
Well, this year, I know every year it's the same thing. So Sandy and I get together and we put our heads together and we figure out, you know, what are the needs that are going to get us through for another year.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it's just, you know, I mean, it's, you know, I don't want to downplay that. It's a great donation and everything, but you know, I'm one small cog in a huge machine here. You know, there's a lot going on, and it's really impressive work. I'm telling you, I'd never be involved if it wasn't as impressive and life-changing, you know, to these folks.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Yeah, and year after year, and that's why we're so grateful for you. Doug, that's awesome here, man. Everyone's fired up. Everyone here's cheering and loving it, and what an awesome donation and great thing to hear today on this day that's been fantastic already.
Great. Well, it's my pleasure, and I'm just happy to be part of it.
Beautiful, Doug. Appreciate you, brother. We'll talk next year.
All right, man. Talk soon. See ya.
It's Doug Doyle from the Doyle Foundation. So it's donations like from the Doyle Foundation, right, from these big foundations. It's donors like them that allow us to offer this match opportunity that we have right now. So we have, what time is it? 3 minutes. So 5 minutes till the top of the hour. So 5 minutes. I want to do a little challenge here. I want to see if we can get 20 people. What do you think of this, Miles? Here's my challenge. We got 5 minutes right now. 20 people to donate $41. All right, what do we think? So we got $41 and Pearl Harbor. All right, so that was 77 years ago, Pearl Harbor today. $41. Now that doubles because we got the match. You can double that one. I know even you can handle that one. That's right. That's $1,640 that we can raise in 5 minutes. Think we can do that? That's kind of a fun little game. Okay, so we can just get 20. So you and 19 people right now, right this second. That's the thing. So we got we're 4 minutes now to do this. So let me give you the number, 1-800-760-KFMB, and you're like, you know what, I'm inspired. I want to be a part of this. Let's do this. I want to get these guys home for Christmas. $1,640. I don't know what the average ticket is, but that's maybe 4 or 5 guys? Yeah. 4 or 5 families? Yeah, I think they really? I think they average like $400. I think is kind of what they're talking right for this. So because they're all over the country. So let's say that's 5 families, and let's say there's 5 people in the family, mom, dad, brother, sister, aunts, whatever. So you 25 people's Christmases you just made right there. If you just call in and say, hey, I want to give $41 right now on the 77th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, and a couple weeks after the 41st president passed away, in memory of whoever you want to give it to, and an appreciation for all these men and women who have given so much. Let's be a part of this right now. 1-800-760-KFMB. Call right now and say, I want to give $41. Let's see if we get 20 people, you and 19 people to do it right now. 1-800-760-KFMB. 1-800-760-KFMB. Mike Slater Show. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station.
$7 hours. How does he do that? Well, John.
A journey can be many things. It can be a straightforward path or a long and winding road. And so can a life's journey. At Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, we help servicemen whose journey as a defender of freedom has come to an end. But a new journey as a civilian moving forward with an even more difficult challenge has just begun. You can help with this transition by donating at warriorfoundation.org. Together, we can honor their sacrifice. They are still whole. They are still heroes. Let's fight for them, because freedom is never free.
760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
So we did a little challenge. America's the greatest country in the world. San Diego's America's finest city. We did a little challenge just before the break. Asked for you and 19 people to donate $41. We double that. Ends up being $1,640. That's what, 5 guys to go home, X number of family members, boom, just like that. Let's see if we can get 20 people. We need 4 more people, and the phones are still, a couple of people are hung up, so the phones may have been busy because we only got 10 people picking the phones. So you and 4 more people just knock that out, and we can get to 20, and then that will be count as goal achieved. 1-800-760-KFMB. $41 because 1941, 77 years ago, Pearl Harbor, today's Pearl Harbor Day, and in honor of George H.W. Bush. Why not? 41st president. What the heck? Got a couple donations here. One from Shannon Kelly and her son Jack in memory of Navy veteran Jerry Mooney. Thank you for that donation. And Jason Vaklavek donating in memory of Charles Keating, who was the Navy SEAL who was killed 2 years ago or so. And I'm here with Larry Wilski, who's a former Navy SEAL as well. You know this young man.
Yeah, Charles Keating, when I was in, I was an old crusty Master Chief, so I was one of those guys that new guys would avoid. But he was easily the best of us. Always had a smile on his face, consummate team guy, looked out for his buddies, and was afraid of nothing. Yeah,
Good man.
He's the one we want to be.
Yeah, Jason, thanks for donating in memory of Mr. Keating. If anyone wants to make a donation in memory or honor of anyone, just let us know, and we'll announce that on the radio like we just did. Sandy Lemcooler, please tell us about our next guest, Captain Ryder.
Captain Sean Ryder is stationed up at Camp Pendleton. He is probably the ops officer up there, and basically when there is a need, he will reach out to various foundations and make that thing kind of happen. He is truly a caring person. He takes care of our Marines probably better than most. He really does. And just put together a magnificent Marine Corps ball for all of the guys. Our ill and injured have their own Marine Corps ball. So we were involved with that as well. But there is never a time that I can't call him or that he can call me. You know, it can be either way. 2 in the morning's fine. But he is truly an outstanding officer and going to flight school. So I'm waiting for him to get his license so he can take me up.
Captain Ryder, how are you, sir?
How are you guys doing today?
Good. Good to talk to you. What does Warrior Foundation mean to you? Why are they so good at what they do?
Well, first off, I'm going to say to Miss Lemcooler, you're entirely too kind to me. But as far as Warrior Foundation and what they mean to the battalion, they really do go above and beyond to provide a lot of wonderful opportunities for our Marines. I know the Radiothon right now is trying to cover down on the flights home. I know I had a Marine just here in the last week, I don't want to go into a lot of details, but had something come up with his family, real last minute kind of thing. And, Sandy was there to really be able to help us send him home, like on a 24-hour turnaround. And I know that Marine right now, because I got a text from him this morning, is extremely appreciative of that.
Oh, that's awesome.
I know that Sandy, she helps out with our, she said I put together a pretty good ball this year, and really, I don't think that the ball would be anywhere near as good as it typically is without her and her foundation. We put on several other events throughout the year that Sandy helps out with. I know there was another Marine that's coming to mind right now who has some medical conditions that he's trying to cope with. Music is one of the ways that he has coped with that. And Sandy and her organization was able to provide him with a guitar to help encourage him to continue to do those things. And really, it's just across the board. Like, there's so many wonderful examples that I can provide of the support that her foundation has given to the Marines of the battalion.
Can I speak on that guitar for a second? And you can speak as specifically as you can, or generally. Every Christmas is like, I want to give a thoughtful gift to someone. I don't just want to give socks or a shirt or whatever. How about that as a thoughtful gift, this guitar? What did that mean to this Marine who received this guitar? Why was that so important?
So, I can't go like I'm
sure
trying to
just speak as generally as you need.
Kind of the thing, but so long story short, the Marine really was kind of in a funk, and music was the one thing that would really kind of bring him out of that.
Yep.
Video games wouldn't do it. Going outside, walking around was just kind of a meh kind of activity. but music really just it really lit him up, and you could tell that his life and his day was just so much better anytime that he had the ability to go and practice music. And so giving him that guitar was really kind of one of the things that allowed him to, instead of just going to music lesson that would happen once a week or maybe twice a week kind of thing, now he's got that opportunity, whenever he needs it.
Yeah, I love it. The reason I asked about that, the reason I asked about that is I love what you said. He's able to light him up, right? In his eyes, you could see a spark in his eyes, I'm sure, when he received that gift, and now whenever he uses it. So that's the same thing these guys get when they get these plane tickets home, right? That they just light up inside.
And I'm going to and Captain Ryder knows this too. One of our older warriors sat and talked with this gentleman and was able to help him because he had a similar situation medically, and so he was able to help this warrior kind of get past a hurdle. And then he mentioned to me that he liked music, and 3 days later, it just happened. A lady called me and said, I have this wonderful guitar.
Oh, come on. So you didn't even go out and reach for it?
I did not reach for that. I did not reach for it. That's how it works. And from that point on, this warrior has come up to the Julian breakfast. He has come to help us with bag packing day. He has kind of found a niche where he is able to be in a comfortable location and be with warriors, and it truly has lit him up.
Yeah, that's great. That's cool. Captain, one last question for you. Do you mind if you speak about the importance of flying home for these wounded men and women? What is that? How does that make a difference in their recovery?
So a lot of times, the barracks isn't the most inviting or comfortable place. It's it's a concrete brick building. It's fairly standard Marine Corps issue barracks rooms. And a lot of times when the Marines are going about their normal recovery process, it involves several medical appointments a week. It'll involve going and seeing physical therapists. It'll involve going and seeing, the chaplain every once in a while to kind of help center themselves a little bit. But it really gets into a routine that's very monotonous. And a lot of these Marines don't have the financial resources to be able to go home all over the country and whatnot. And so these flights, being able to send them home, it really kind of helps to break up that monotony and really kind of help remind them, like, there is more to life than just, getting poked and prodded at medical. And so sending them home, like, it really does, you see it in them, where they're...
and they come back with a new spirit?
A lot more refreshed, exactly. A much brighter spirits.
Yeah. It's awesome. Sandy, any last thoughts for the captain here before he gets back to work?
Again, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity and the honor of being able to work with all the ill and injured out there in such a one-on-one fashion. I think it's wonderful that we're able to partner and kind of meet the needs that the government can't or won't provide, and I so appreciate you allowing us that honor.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Captain. Appreciate you. It's Captain Sean Ryder up at Pendleton. I love that answer. Thank you, ma'am. 1-800-760-KFMB. Listen, you just heard it. You heard it from the man himself. So he's the guy there, Sandy. Right? He's the Pendleton guy dealing with the injured men and women, right? So you heard it from him directly.
Right. He is. So it's hard to explain. Sean Ryder is probably the battalion's operations officer, ops officer. So he also has direct control over Balboa as well.
Okay.
So, but, a captain in the Marine Corps is not going to kind of run up against Sean Chaney.
Who we talked to earlier, who has a similar mission. 1-800-760-KFMB. You heard it directly from the man there on the ground, what this means to these men and women when you give them a plane ticket home. There are limits to modern medicine. They do incredible things today that they did not do in Larry Wilsky's day. So things are pretty remarkable now, but nothing in the world of modern medicine will ever be able to compare to Mama's home cooking and your own bed and your own family and your hometown. And as many of the warriors today have said, give you the opportunity to remind you why you joined in the first place and remind you your identity and who you are and what matters and what's important. And these men come back lit up with a whole new lease on life and a whole new hope. That's a pretty awesome gift. There's no Black Friday sale for that. You can't pick that up at the store. You can only call in and give that gift to someone right now. It's pretty great opportunity. I don't want you to miss it. 1-800-760-KFMB. And right now, every donation is matched as well. So you're like, man.
And we have naughty reindeers over there, not on the phone. we have naughty reindeers.
The back row hasn't done anything.
Yeah,
That's all right. Let's go. So listen, you're like, I don't know. I can only give $100. We just gave $200. 1-800-760-KFMB. 1-800-760-5362. Let's get these phones ringing right now. Get these guys home. Let's get them home. 1-800-760-KFMB and 760KFMB.com on the internet as well if you want to give real quick online. That just takes 2 seconds. It takes 2 seconds on the phone too. 1-800-760-KFMB, and if you give $1,000, then you get a cowbell rung in your name, in your honor, and then we all get very excited about that too. 1-800-760-KFMB, very simple mission. We're going to stick around, or hopefully Larry, you can stick around, and we'll talk with him about what this whole mission means. But I'd love for you to be a part of the family here. 1-800-760-KFMB, AM 760, talking breaking news. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
What's the scariest thing?
Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
Give our guys a white Christmas, depending on where home is, of course. 1-800-760-KFMB. Let's get these phones busy right now. We've talked to some pretty impressive people, and none as impressive as the man right next to me, Larry Wilski, who's a former Navy SEAL. How are you, brother?
Good, man. Living the dream.
What does going home mean to you?
Well, I can reflect back to Christmas of 2001, and I was in Afghanistan. And Christmas, I had about 10 minutes to actually think about Christmas. And it immediately went to home, family, people I missed, people I'd like to see. And that moment is something that if you can live it or help others live it, it's vitally important.
So this was 2001. This was right after 9/11.
Right. About 20 days after 9/11, I was in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And it was a different show then. It was dirty, it was war, and we were getting after it. But we really we had a great military mobilize in literally minutes.
That's a lot of men and women who have been gone over these. At least let's just do 17 years in Afghanistan.
17 years Afghanistan, Iraq, now Yemen and Syria. Globally, our troops are continually to sacrifice for our country. They don't ever stop. It never goes away.
Yeah, and Christmas, it doesn't all stop on Christmas either, right?
No, it doesn't. The interesting thing about this is you look at our country right now.
That's $1,000 donation, by the way, when you hear the cowbell. 1-800-760-KFMB. 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 1-800- Nice job, Ed. Was that you? Okay. Doesn't matter. I don't care who rings the cowbell. It's all good.
Our country has highs and lows, but right now I think the one thing we really need is character, patriotic character, patriotism. And the folks that we're doing everything we can to send home right now, every one of these men, and I don't say boys, I say men, they raised their hand, they swore an oath to give their life for our country, protect our Constitution. That's a character our country needs to look at and lean on. So even though some of these guys aren't serving right now, they're setting a very high standard example for both their replacements and the rest of us to live up to.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I mean, the Warriors who've come in here so far today and more to come, so impressive. They're so impressive.
None of them ask for this. Not a one of them would say, I need help.
Yeah.
They all stand on their own 2 feet, prosthetic or otherwise.
Yep.
And they're proud, and they're Americans, but they're still humble at the same time, and they understand the strength and humility. So they wouldn't ask for our help. That's why we have to give it.
I remember some of these guys, too, who I've met over the years at Freedom Station aren't in the best physical or emotional, spiritual place. Like right now, the guys who are able to get up and come here, they're doing well, right? They're doing okay, like good enough to get here. But there's some guys who are not doing well, and they really, really need this gift.
They do. And, like you said earlier, modern medicine can go so far.
Yeah.
Faith and family goes the extra mile. And if we can give them one of those things, we're helping them more than we could even help ourselves. It's that important. And Christmas, that's what it means.
Yeah. 1-800-760-KFMB. Let's give them some money. It's the easiest pitch ever. You're given the gift of Christmas, the gift of family. 1-800-760-KFMB. I don't know. I've never spent a Christmas away from family, ever, not one. These guys have spent many Christmases away from family, and there's no way. When I had to buy 3 plane tickets this year because Jack is now over 2, so you got to buy another plane ticket. I'm all annoyed. So we're gonna go. We're gonna do it, and I can't do that and still have some of these guys back at the barracks with injured and wanting to see their family, and their family wanting to see them, and I'm gonna jet off to be with my family. Like no way. Like no way. I've been to a lot of. I've never missed a Christmas. These guys have missed a lot. Let's make sure they don't miss another one. 1-800-760-KFMB.
Mike, there's another half to this as well, because nowadays our military, everybody raises their hand and volunteers to go. Their families don't.
Yeah, wow, that's a good point.
And what do parents give our military? Their most treasured commodity, their most priceless thing in their child. They give us, the military, their child to support and defend their country. And Christmas means as much to them. So if we can send those guys back home, both for themselves and for their family, because families have no choice. It's those patriotic people that they raised and the character they instilled in them that makes them do that.
Oh, $1,000 again. Woo-hoo. So there, I see both you and I are both tearing up a little bit. So I am, because I've heard that, I've thought of that sentiment before that you're talking about now. Never quite the way you put it, but and I appreciate it, and I like it, and it makes sense. But now that I have 2 kids and I have a 2-year-old boy who was here a little bit ago, you missed him. It's like, wow. Like that obviously hits home more than pre-kids.
Imagine one of the greatest and least sought duties is bringing a young man home in a box.
Yeah.
And I did that with a young EOD guy that worked for me in my last deployment, doing heroic work, and he was killed. So I go back to this family his mother was younger than I was, and there are these folks their house was a shrine to their only son, and that shrine was red, white, and blue. Only boy.
Oh, jeez.
And so I bring him back, and that moment where she sees me walking up the driveway in my dress blues, and she faints, because she knows, it's amazing. But that's what people will do for our country, and that's the character that all of these young men, wounded or otherwise, have displayed for us to live up to, and it's a difficult thing. And again, those families don't have a choice.
Well, let me give, what are the chances of this? We're talking about Kathleen Hill. So Kathleen Hill just called in, or I just got a piece of paper, donated money in honor of her son, Brian, who is on the Ronald Reagan on deployment right now.
God bless her.
So there you go, right? That's exactly, we're talking about Kathleen. Kathleen, I don't know if you're going to be able to spend Christmas with your son. Probably not, right? Not this year. Hopefully next year. So Kathleen won't be able to. But if you donate right now, another Kathleen mom will be able to, who otherwise wouldn't. There's nothing Brian can do, right? Brian's on a boat. But there are guys here in the hospital, and you can bring them home. So we can't bring Brian and Kathleen, but you can bring another family together. And truly, it's entirely because of you and on you. You just have to call 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. So you did that. You actually went to someone's house with that news.
I escorted his remains back to
How
to
was
his
that
parents.
your responsibility?
I
don't mean that rude. I mean,
I was the command master chief, and it wasn't something that I had to do, but it was something that I said I should do. And so my command let me leave Iraq and go with this kid all the way home.
Really?
And it was worth the trip. It was, it's not something you want to do. But the dignity and the character and the honor of that family was something that I had to do everything I could to just try and say thank you.
So you were from Afghanistan. Did you say Iraq? Okay.
Iraq.
So from Iraq, you're in the back of the plane with him,
with
the casket.
I went on the Angel flight all the way home.
Where'd it go?
It went to Massachusetts.
So the plane lands in.
Well, first we went to Dover, where the medical examiner's office there took all the remains, and this kid was blown up. So they really tried to make it possible for an open casket. It didn't work out that way. But even the people there were doing their very best to give as whole a son back as they could.
Okay.
It's heart-wrenching.
So you're in Dover, and then you drive to Massachusetts?
Then I flew up with the body to Massachusetts.
Okay.
And then they had the procession that went through southern Massachusetts was amazing. I mean, there was probably 1,000 people lining bridges for this kid.
Yeah.
And he died on the eve of his 21st birthday.
Oh,
and, and what did his family? His dad was a Vietnam vet, but his family were as true of patriots as anybody that's ever served.
Yeah.
And that's the point of this. The families can only be patriotic and support. They can't choose. And whatever happens, that moment where those people are reunited for Christmas is vital.
Yeah.
Might be the last one.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to lose it. So this gift, I've thought of it this whole time in all these years as a thank you for the Marine or whoever sailor service. But now to me, it's a thank you, Mom and Dad, for raising a Marine, for raising a sailor, for raising this soldier. Thank you. 21 years later, right? You've been doing this for 21 years. Thank you. This gift's a little late, but please enjoy this Christmas.
Imagine what amazing character it takes to raise a child that will raise their hand and give their life to support strangers. Mm-hmm. And that means any other American.
1-800-760-KFMB if you want to give that gift. Why not? And just know also, because I don't know what your hesitation is. I guess there's a lot of hesitations. Why would someone not give? Things are tight. I don't know. Why would someone not give?
A lot of times people think what I do won't make a difference.
Yeah, okay.
Well, this is that one instance where it absolutely will make a difference.
Oh, yeah. Especially with Warrior Foundation. We can talk about this later, but 100% of the money goes to the guys. No overhead. Real quick, I'll say this. Sandy, did you see the Charity Navigator rating? So I got a perfect rating. So it's something like 99 or 98% of the money goes to our guys. And I was like, Sandy, what's that 2%? And she's like, well, we are required by law, if someone donates more than $250, we have to send them in the mail a letter, a thank you letter with the information, whatever, and we have to pay for the postage. So that's what that is. So it's like, oh, well, that's not like.
So you say
you have to do that.
Don't send in $10,000. Send a lot of $250
$49,
checks.
$249 checks. Start saving extra money. Right, but I mean that to say, like, all the money goes to the guys except for the stuff that has to be done. My point: no compensation. No one's taking any money here. There's no one's getting paid. There's no wasting money.
No,
none of that. Right. Every single penny is going to go to our guys, and a couple postage stamps required by law. Right.
And these volunteers that have worked for the Warrior Foundation for years are amazing.
Yep.
I mean, they do it for love of country.
Mm-hmm. And that's why you're giving right now too, right? 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. You have a check to give.
I do. Finally, I can afford one. So, yeah, here's a check for the Warrior Foundation. And I hope it goes well, and I hope other people will start chiming in and matching.
Hey, we have $1,000. Someone ring a cowbell. Wilski gave $1,000. Thank you, brother.
That's okay. I'll be eating top ramen for the next 2 months, but it's worth it.
Whatever it takes. You've done that before. You've done worse than that.
I know.
Deploy. 1-800-760-KFMB. Another 1,000. Yes! They're pouring in. Be a part of it, won't you? 1-800-760-KFMB. 1-800-760-5362. Call in right now. Get these guys home for Christmas. And you can donate online too, 760kfmb.com. But I think, listen, if you want to donate online, just do that real quick. I think calling in is actually part of the fun and talking to one of these volunteers here. So call in and do this. 1-800-760-KFMB, AM 760, talk and breaking news. Let's get these guys home. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
I've been talking about
This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
Slater Crusaders. All right, I don't know. 50's too many. Let's do 40. 40? 41. Oh, perfect. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do 41. That's the challenge right now to the end of the hour. 41 donations of $41. All right? 41 donations of $41. It gets doubled, so you're really giving $82. Okay. And we do 41. You with me, Miles? Are you following? Yeah. We do 41 donations of $82. Hold on.
Way too much math.
$3,362 in the next 22 minutes. Now, why are we doing 41? George H.W. Bush was the 41st president, Pobus. He just passed away recently. And today is the 77th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, which happened in 1941. So we're going to do 41 donations of $41 starting right now. 1-800-760-KFMB. And we can count because we have 10 people answering phones and only one person's on the phone right now. So we're going to keep track. We need you and 40 people to get to 41 donations of $41, which will get matched right now due to some of our big-time sponsors like the Doyle Foundation. Let's see if we can do that. That's the challenge. That's the goal right now. Larry Wilsky's here, Navy SEAL. Love talking to Larry always. And Povis, who's the man, one of the best spokespeople for Warrior Foundation there is. Povis, as Larry told me earlier, just life sometimes isn't fair. You get half your face blown off and they remake you handsome.
It is nearly the most ridiculous thing ever. I mean, and I know because I have a face for radio, and here's this guy. I don't know who your doctor is, but I want to sign him up right now.
Yeah, Wilsky's like, blow something up in my face.
I know.
Like, so we can fix me up here, right?
Send me to your guy. That guy is a rock
Some
star.
of my friends definitely joke about that sometimes. They said, yeah, you were ugly before, and then you have a bomb and you look even better now.
In all seriousness, though, do you have any pictures on you of your injuries when you
yes.
looked not good?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I see them? After all these years of talking together, I've never seen them. So as you're looking for them,
kind of ironic that it actually happened. I mean, I was looking for a mirror in the hospital in Afghanistan, and I don't know why they didn't have a mirror in the hospital in Afghanistan. Maybe because of reasons like my own. They didn't want people seeing themselves.
What year?
So this was in 2009.
Okay.
And they actually found my corpsman's camera and used that to show me what I look like. I was kind of signing to them because I couldn't really say anything. My mouth was all torn to shreds. And so I'm kind of going, making signs to show so I could see my face.
How long ago was this after the blast?
This was, it took QRF Quick Reaction Force. It took them about 2 hours to get to us.
Okay, so it's pretty quick. It was right after. Yeah.
No, that's long. I mean, for 2 hours is, guys bleed out in a matter of just a few seconds or a minute.
There's the golden hour.
Yeah.
Where you get medical treatment back to a facility within an hour. Generally speaking, the guys are going to make it. And after the golden hour, it's borrowed time.
Wow. All right.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. That's what I was trying to get to. 2 hours it took them forever. Pararescue couldn't jump in to get to us. The area was way too hot. Our Quick Reaction Force was hitting numerous IEDs on the way out to us, and guys died trying to get to me and my team.
Wow.
So
1-800-760-KFMB. Let's get some phones ringing right now because we still got to get to that 41. I don't have an update right now, but I need you and 40 people to help us get to the 41 donors right now. 41 donors of $41 to help out and get our guys home. Unbelievable.
Well, that's a heck of a picture. You really took some lumps, but I could see in the background you were really uglier before then too.
Yep.
What's going on, like the under part of your lip here? Like,
so that's swelling that you see, but I'm missing a third of my mouth, and you don't really see that my ear, but my ear was hanging off, and they had to reconstruct my ear as well. A lot of that went on here at the Balboa Hospital. In Afghanistan, they really just kind of stitch you up and get you stable so you can get back to the specialists here.
Did you go back to Germany first or straight to Balboa?
I was in Germany for a week as they kind of did their final assessments before they sent me over here to San Diego.
You know, if you don't mind talking about it, because they put you back together again.
Yeah.
And it's amazing science. It's amazing technology. Steel, plastic combination. The thing is that you talk about this nonchalantly.
Yeah.
And this would horrify half of our country. But to you, it was just service to country. And I, as one American to another, man, I appreciate that, brother. That is awesome.
No, thank you. And thank you for your service.
Well, I really couldn't do anything else, so they kind of stuck me there.
1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. I need you and 35 people to donate $41 right now. So we can get to our goal by the end of the hour here. Just donate $41 to get our guys home for Christmas. We'll double that, so it's really you're giving 82, but you only have to give 41. Colonel Tim Blithedale is on the phone right now. He's a colonel at Balboa Hospital. Colonel, how are you, sir?
Pretty good. How are you?
Man, it's good to talk to you. Thank you for your service. What's your association with Warrior Foundation? Why do you appreciate what they do so much?
Well, real quick, I was the detachment OIC, the Det Commander down at Balboa from the middle of 2010 up till the end of 2012, early 2013. And I got to know Sandy Lemcooler and the Warrior Foundation very, very much because we, as you know, there's a lot of gaps in what the DOD will pay for and what programs, where they pick up and where they leave off. And foundations are kind of the magic that makes the gaps go away. And, of course, they need funds to do that and volunteers and lots of enthusiasm. And Warrior Foundation was, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, heavy hitter down there as far as that kind of went. And so they did wonderful things for us, and they continue to do so today.
Yeah, so good to hear. We heard from one of your colleagues at Balboa, and we heard from a captain up at Pendleton. So good to hear from you guys who are still serving and who are there on the ground. Can you speak to the morale booster that happens when Warrior Foundation helps out with these guys, and maybe generally, like everything that you've encountered Warrior Foundation doing, but also the flights home, because that's what we're specifically working on today. What does this mean to the men that you work with?
Well, the way the DOD works is they when a Marine gets injured, they notify the family, and then they'll fly them out. Typically one time per injury. Occasionally they seem to wrangle a second time, but that's it. Usually it's a one time. The family comes out, sees and hopefully visits with the service member, and then they go back. And the Warrior Foundation helps with all the things that they don't pay for on that initial trip as well. But some of these recovery periods are well more than a year. And so the holidays go by, special events go by, big family events go by at home. And, and of course, when the holidays around Christmas come, the DOD is not going to fly them home. And the morale of a service member who's going through what is hopefully the most challenging part of their life, hope that, nothing else like that ever happens to them. But it is basically a make or break it thing. Morale and attitude are everything in life, as well as in something like a traumatic recovery. And it's a piece of the puzzle, and it's a huge one. And so when they're, kind of sad and depressed and don't have any money because they're a Lance Corporal, and they're even going through the program, they're still a Lance Corporal. They don't get paid enough, in my opinion. And they certainly don't have a bunch of extra discretionary income to be buying airline tickets during the holidays. And the Warrior Foundation steps in, and everyone's kind of a little down, as the holidays get closer. And then, the Warrior Foundation people come forward and say, hey, you're all going home for Christmas. And it's like unbelievable. It's, kind of like you think you lost the game and suddenly you won the game.
That's such a good way of putting it. After all these years, I've never heard that way of putting it, but that's it.
It's kind of a carnival, it's happy. It's a very happy moment.
Wow. Can you speak for a minute, Colonel, on hope? Because I'm sure a lot of these men and women at times almost feel like losing it? I don't know. Maybe not, right? You obviously know. But what's the importance of that, and what does a trip home do for hope?
Well, people are people. Everybody's different. And, there are some common denominators among them. And, without hope that things are going to get better and that life is going to eventually unfold as it should for each person, they have a hard time seeing a happy outcome. And, it is, like I was saying about attitude being everything, if you don't think there is any hope that you're going to have a happy life, that you're going to be able to get over, sometimes literally being blown in half and eventually get married, transition correctly and successfully, have a home and a household that works, and have children and enjoy life. If you don't think that's going to happen for you, then your recovery is remarkably slow and problematic. A highly motivated person who is anxiously awaiting the rest of their life because they have all that hope, and they have, hopefully, there's that word again, a strong family structure under them that they can go visit and participate in once again during the holidays. That makes it all come together for them. And to me, you have to have the motivation to succeed, or success can be somewhat elusive. And it's all part of it. It's very important stuff.
Wow, gosh, Colonel, that is so well said. So when people donate right now, they can help these Marines or whoever, sailors, anxiously await life. I love it's such a cool way of putting that. Anxiously await life that helps with the recovery, and that's hope. That's fantastic, Colonel. Colonel, I'll give you the last word to, I know you're active duty, so you can only do so much, but, when it comes to encouraging people to donate, and you've already done so much, but just any final words for everyone driving down the street thinking, it's tight for me right now, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. What do you think?
Well, for one thing, I just retired last September.
Oh, well, in that case, let it ride, Colonel. Solicit all day.
So, I just went to a friend of mine's retirement as well. So, we're kind of in the era where we're getting near the end of the year, and those that wanted to retire during 2018 are all kind of in a bunch at the end. But, everyone's a team. The Marine Corps especially understands teamwork. And, we're not always walking around with, $20 bills falling out of our pockets and not caring about it, But every little bit does help, and these foundations live and die on funding and volunteerism. And if, especially veterans and those that are related and care about the veterans, it doesn't take a lot of money to make a difference. Yeah. You have a crowd of people that each give up like $2 or $3. You've just sent a Marine home for Christmas.
Yep, that's true.
And it's a big deal. And if you don't have a lot, then don't give a lot. Give what you can. And however, on the other end of that, if you've been blessed with a lot of financial success in your life, share it, brother, because it makes a difference.
Colonel Tim Blydsdale from Balboa Hospital. Colonel, pleasure, sir. Thanks for calling today.
Hey, the pleasure's mine. Best of luck to you.
Thank you for your service. Merry Christmas. Guys, we got to go 1 minute, but to Pove, can you speak on that? Did you ever lose hope in your recovery? Was there a point when you were not anxiously awaiting life?
When it's funny that he touched on that point. When I first was blown up, I remember thinking, of all places, why my face? That was, you can hide amputations with a long sleeve or something like that, but you can't hide your face. You can't walk around with a mask on your face. And so initially, I had lost that hope. And I thought, I'm never going to look the same. I'm never going to have a productive life. I'm never going to have anybody that's going to be in love with me because I'm going to look like a gargoyle is what I was thinking in my mind. So that's definitely speaks true.
Wow. 1-800-760-KFMB. I need you and 6 more people so we can get to our goal of 41 people. That's a $1,000 donation right there. Have you heard that cowbell? You and 6 more people, we can get to this goal of 41 people giving $41, and we're going to double it for you as well. Any donation right now, we're going to double, actually. So 1-800-760-KFMB. Don't let anything stop you right now. You've heard the stories. Honestly, if you've been listening the last half an hour and you're not going to give, there's nothing else I can say. Like, I don't know what else. Just do it. If you're going to do it, do it. And if not, come back on Monday, right? 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Any amount of money would be wonderfully appreciated to get our guys home for Christmas. They can be with their families and get hope again. 1-800-760-KFMB. Mike Slater Show. Spread the word.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
A journey can be many things. It can be a straightforward path or a long and winding road. And so can a life's journey. At Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, we help servicemen whose journey as a defender of freedom has come to an end. But a new journey as a civilian moving forward with an even more difficult challenge has just begun. You can help with this transition by donating at warriorfoundation.org. Together, we can honor their sacrifice. They are still whole. They are still heroes. Let's fight for them, because freedom is never free.
KFMB.
All right, Brent, how about this? We've achieved this little fun goal. I don't know if you heard earlier. So my goal was 41 people.
41 people.
We've already got it. How many?
Right.
We got it. Yeah, we already beat it. Okay. 41 people to get $41.
Okay.
Because George H.W. Bush, 44 people. And
Perfect.
77 years ago, Pearl Harbor today,
Pearl Harbor.
1941. Boom,
Absolutely
there you go.
right.
So it's $82. 82. You're really giving $82 because we're doubling it.
Right.
So it's $3,300. Okay, here's it. So we've already achieved that goal. I didn't think we'd get 41 people. I thought
Well,
that
you
was a
did.
little
You
high.
got it. You nailed
Okay,
it.
here's the deal. Povis just stepped aside. Povis said, "Why'd you do $41?" And I said, "Oh, and he goes, no, why didn't you do 410?"
410.
Okay, so here's the deal. 10 people.
Right.
Can you get? We got 6 minutes. Can 10 people? So you and 9 people call in right now and give $410. What do we think of that? That's a ticket. Basically, like $400 is about a
I
ticket,
think
right?
it's awesome.
Is that the average
I
for a
think
ticket?
that would be terrific.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right
Okay.
now. You and 9 people, 1-800-760-KFMB. The stories we've heard today. I don't know why this one keeps popping in my head because we've heard so many amazing stories. Sandy, Colonel
Blydesdale
just called in. He was pretty spectacular. The story that really stands out is one of the Marines. We called in earlier. He's in Balboa. Do you remember? This is the Marine who is going to surprise his mom. So his dad knows he's coming home, but his mom doesn't know. So he's going to surprise his mom. Do you remember what he's in the hospital for? I forget specifically which one he was.
I don't think he actually shared.
Is he the one who didn't? Okay.
He didn't share.
Okay.
So
That's okay.
I know,
it doesn't matter.
I know what it is. He's part of the cancer group as well.
Okay.
And he's the one going all the way to the East Coast.
Wow. Yes.
To surprise his mom.
So to surprise his mom. So Brett, you've seen these reunion videos
it's
with the military.
It's amazing.
They go to the school and surprise their little
greatest
boy.
Thing ever. Absolutely.
You're like, well, I'm crying now.
Greatest thing ever.
So you're giving that gift, and truly, if you give $410 right now, if you're one of the 10 people who do that, and we need you and 7 more because the phones are a couple people have called in giving this offer already. So you and 7 more people. You're going to create that memory. And I asked that Marine to record it, the encounter, the initial
and his
encounter.
mother's name started with an L.
Lucy.
There it was.
I can't wait to see the video.
It's going to be
Lucy.
awesome. Are you kidding me?
The Marines that were on the radio that called in,
Yep.
they texted me and they said, "Ma'am, we're so sorry. We were very nervous. We hope we did okay." and
I'll never forget it.
And would it be possible to get a copy of it?
Yeah.
So they might have been nervous, but they were proud of it.
They did a fantastic job. Edward donated $500 in honor of his father, who's a World War II veteran, Nick. He honors his father's Nick. So
awesome.
Edward, thank you for that.
So we need 8 more.
That was one already I counted.
Oh.
Yes, 8 more. That's right. Yeah. That's
8
right.
more.
You and 7. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
1-800-760-KFMB. Give $410 right now,
Yep.
and we can get these guys home for Christmas. I'm still here, but I'm going to pass the baton here to Brett Winterbull as he takes over this wonderful mission. And we are now at a large amount of money, but Brett, we're on pace right now for about last I checked for about 900,000. So you gotta get us over, bro. You gotta get us.
Yeah,
we can't stop at 900 and
come on.
whatever.
You can't. It's like stopping at Prim instead of going all the way to Vegas. Right, you got
1-800-760-KFMB. You and 7 more people to donate $410 right now, and thank you. Let's give this gift to these families. 1-800-760-KFMB. Donate right now. 1-800-760-KFMB.
Southbound before Balboa.
This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to be in this room. You know why? This room has got more energy in it than any arena, any stadium in America today. I am so proud of these people in this room. As we speak, let me tell you something. I've been listening all day long since A&G and listening to Larson and listening to Mike Slater. These guys have done such amazing work. These volunteers are doing such amazing work sitting in this room. You can see this over at Facebook Live and streaming over on the YouTube channel as well. It's amazing. You know what we're doing in here, folks? We are creating miracles by the minute. Miracles by the minute are being created in this room because we're going to make Christmas dreams come true, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're going to do. And when I tell you, it is so great because what we have here is an iteration in the city of San Diego that is Santa's workshop. We are making dreams come true and creating miracles. We're going to get these amazing warriors home for the holidays. And all we need is a little tiny, teeny bit of help from our listeners at 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362. You can call, you can contribute. Any amount is going to help us do it. And I've got some great opportunities for you coming up this hour. Great opportunities. Let me start with the amazing news. The amazing news, anything you pledge gets doubled. Anything you pledge gets doubled. Now listen, you heard Mike Slater talk about the challenge pledge for $410. You call in a pledge right now for $410, it becomes $820. Think about that. That's about the cost of 2 tickets to get these heroes home. I'm looking at the tote board. I'm watching the folks answering the phones at 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362. The energy in this room is infectious. Over the course of the next 3 hours, we're going to bring you inspiring stories of recovery, inspiring stories of people who have given so much to this country. Think back to what you just saw play out over the last couple of days in Washington, D.C. and in Texas. The celebration of the life of service given to us and given to our nation by President George H.W. Bush, sacrificing as a young Navy airman in the Pacific on this, the 77th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. That sense of selflessness shared by all of these heroic men and women who volunteered to serve this nation. And now we have the opportunity to give back. I want you to pick up the phone and I want you to give us a call. Any amount helps. Any amount helps get these warriors home. And we are going to double anything you call in with. That's right. We will match it. You call in for $500, it's going to become $1,000. You call in for $410, it's going to become $820. You call in for $100, it's going to be $200. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Also online, of course, as always, at 760kfmb.com. Now, I want to start right out of the box by giving you a little something to think about here. This hour of the Warrior Foundation Radiothon is brought to you by Hornblower Cruises and Events. If you call in and donate $100 or more, you'll receive 2 Seafarer passes to a Hornblower Cruise and Events. We've got those while the supplies last, but you need to call in on the phone to pledge $100 or more. Here's the beautiful thing. You're going to pledge... What is that? Is that $1,000? Is that what we just got over there? Is that what that is? Oh, that's phenomenal. Way to go. You call in and donate $100 or more. You'll get 2 Seafarer passes from Hornblower Cruises and Events. 800-760-5362, 800-760-KFMB. Those passes happen to be worth about $100. So what you're going to do is you're going to pledge $100. It's going to become $200, and you're going to get those passes. You're going to take your sweetheart out, you take your kid out, you take your mom, you take your dad out on the boat. It's going to be amazing. Hornblower Cruises and Events is a champion to California military families by offering the lowest rates on sunset cruises, dining, sightseeing, and whale watching tickets at all military ticketing outlets on base. Can celebrate with your family on Hornblower with over 100 cruises to choose from. In December, visit hornblower.com today. Those tickets available while they last. Give us a call, 800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. So good to have a couple of great guests coming in here now. Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. Gentlemen, it is wonderful to have you here. How you doing? Brett Winterbull, great to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Absolutely. Brian, good to see you. All right. So to my immediate left, normally I don't talk to people to my left, you know what I'm saying? But to my left, I've got a couple of great guys. You are Brian Riley on the end, correct?
Yes.
And you are?
Ray Sizemore.
He's Ray Sizemore. How about a big round of applause for these guys, huh? All right. So tell us your story. Ray, tell us how you got connected with the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station.
When I first got connected, it's my long list of injuries was finally a compounding aspect that finally came back to bite me in the tail, where I was no longer deployable after a lot of long things happened. Zigged when I should have zagged, things went boom. That being said, I got involved because I was making some really bad decisions.
Yep.
And everybody that comes through Warrior Foundation, Sandy sees us a mile away. And mine was that I needed something to keep me busy, to get back to hanging out with guys like this, to get back with the good crowd, to get back with make better decisions. So we had the warehouse at the time, for instance. We had just gotten that. And one thing we were talking about a little bit ago is what people don't realize is even at the warehouse, you need special facilities like the toilets, like the sinks, like all those things that we all take for granted. We walk up, there's a hot and cold faucet.
Right.
Well, some people may not have that arm to turn that hot and cold on.
That's
so you need to change it, make sure all these things are handicap accessible, or that a wheelchair can actually make a 360 turnaround in these bathrooms. So those are the things that I got tasked with, and I started doing that. And next thing I know, Sandy said, get over here. And then that's how I met one of the other guys. And actually I met him as well. And I'm over there scrubbing the overspray off of their porches at Freedom Station 1.
Yep.
And that was at the very beginning of that. And that's those little things that Freedom Station 2 is going to take as well. It's not just the involvement of the people, but it's taking that extra time, that extra dollar for that wire brush so you can scrub off that patio so that way somebody doesn't slip with the prosthetic or a wheelchair can make it up that ramp. It's the things that we that still have 10 fingers and 10 toes, man, we take so much for granted, and you learn it when you start hanging out, and you start hanging out with great guys like Brian or anybody else, and you realize those little details are what that dollar is getting stretched as far as we can stretch it for to help this out.
You know what I hear? I hear passion. I hear how you are fired up and on fire for serving your fellow men and women here who have given so much. Brian, you're sitting there right across from us here. Brian Riley joining us. Tell us about your connection to Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. How did you come into contact with Sandy and the great team?
Well, my story is almost the polar opposite of Ray's. My injury was very abrupt. I was in Sangin Valley, Afghanistan when I was shot, and that wound up leading to an amputation below the knee on my left side. While I was doing recovery at Balboa Hospital, I kind of threw myself into recovery, so almost any event that they would have, I would be going into. I did some Olympic training camps, sprinting camps, and whatnot. And if you're doing events, you're almost destined to run into Sandy because she has her fingers in all the pies. Right. So I showed myself to be responsible enough to move out of the barracks and move into Freedom Station. And so I was kind of there. And I liked the ability to kind of sit in my own cottage and decompress, get away from the madness that you can sometimes find. Right. And so that's how I was introduced to Sandy, where she'd willingly, sometimes she finds people things to do, and sometimes she's just willing to be okay, you need your time. Right. And so that's how I've stuck in contact with her, because she always understands that not everything needs a hammer.
Sure. That's a great point, right? That's a great look, you guys both served. You guys understand the importance of being on a mission, doing a mission, completing things like that. Do you find that that's still the case even when you're working with Freedom Station, that each day we're going to get up, we're going to get stuff done, we're going to re-engage, we're going to get it done?
It's the mindset. I think that's the easiest way to explain it. It's not just show up, okay, cool, I'm here to check it out. You walk in the front gates at Freedom Station 1 and I'm sure it's the same way. I have yet to be there. I just moved. I came back from Oregon for this event. I've been gone for about 3 years now. But I have no doubt, and I know Brian's going to be the same way. As soon as you go to Freedom Station 2, if you walk in there, you don't have any other choice but to absorb that mindset of get it done. Right. Something needs doing, something. You don't, because if not, you're going to have people running by you, because everybody else is doing it, and it's just contagious. I think that's the best word to you. It really is. That mindset is so contagious around everybody there.
1-800-760-KFMB is the number to call to be a part of this amazing mission. We're going to get these heroes home for the holidays. 1-800-760-5362 or online at 760kfmb.com. Brian, talk about that, if you will. That idea that you were obviously action-oriented, right? You're thinking about competitions, getting back out there, getting in the mix.
Right.
Can you talk about that sense of purpose and that mission that helps keep you going there with Warrior Foundation?
Yeah, I can definitely, when I was first injured, I can say that I was looking down at my leg. I'm like, oh man, now I have to train for a marathon. Like, I can't just sit around anymore. So it was always, and it's not so much competition. Like, it's always that strive for excellence. I would end up training with like a buddy of mine, Keontae Story, who has been trained to be a Paralympic sprinter for like 6 years now. So like he's a very stiff competition when he and I are working out.
Sure.
And so it's always a matter of being able to like lift the people around you up into activity as well, because just the ability to sweep your own floor without pain is like it's a huge change sometimes. Like today was like a one of the worst days for me. Like leaning over to put my leg back on, it hurt a lot today. But like not every day is like that, and just having other people where they'll kick me out of a funk.
Right.
And like a lot of that comes from the competitions. Like I've done the Marine Corps trials, competed for like the Ultimate Athlete Award, and it's hardly ever a competition. At least it doesn't feel like it. It's like we're all trying to just do the best that we can.
Right.
And we can gauge ourselves off of each other.
Sure.
But it's not like spiteful competition.
Something that'll get you out of the funk for sure, especially at the holidays, is seeing your family, right? Can we agree on that
Definitely.
one?
Oh, man,
I mean, it's so clutch, so important. So let's talk a little bit about this mission. We're trying to get these heroes home or get their families to see them here. Let's talk a little bit about that, Ray, the importance of being able to connect with family and what Warrior Foundation does in that regard.
Well, I mean, I can just building up on what we were just talking about. It's you have that funk, and and you're in the hospital.
Sure.
Nobody likes the hospital.
Nope.
I mean, nothing against doctors. They're great people. We all love what they do, but nobody wants a needle. Nobody wants to be poked. Nobody wants to be prodded. Nobody wants to be stitched up.
Right.
It's not comfortable. It's not fun. So you start getting inside of your own head. Then you get inside of your own skin, and you start beating yourself down. You start wearing yourself down. And when you get home and you see your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, your cousin, the family, that banter that we were just talking about, that internal competition, you realize this is why I raised my right arm. This is that family. This is what I sacrificed for. And man, I tell you, I get really choked up about it because I am that passionate about this. Because when you see them come back, that's the fire that he's talking about. That's the fire, that motivation. And they start challenging. Everybody starts challenging and pushing one another. Brian's pushing me. I'm pushing him. We're both pushing on Spivey. I mean, everybody's it's a team-driven, cohesive unit, and it's what we've all been trained for. And it lights that fire.
And I imagine when you guys get back from seeing your family, from seeing your loved ones, you're anxious to share the pictures, the stories, all the great memories with your buds, right?
Oh, definitely.
I mean, that's it. You want to share that magic, and that's what we're talking about here, folks. That's what we're doing here at the Radiothon, Warrior Foundation Radiothon. This hour is brought to you by West Automotive Group. By the way, it is sponsored by West Automotive Group, who never puts money ahead of people. That's what's so important, and you can be a part of this mission. We want you to go with us to make sure we can accomplish this at 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362. Every dollar amount you donate this hour is going to be matched. We have a match for every donation. If you want to put in 41, 51, 151, it's going to be matched dollar for dollar. You guys talk about force multipliers in the military all the time. That's a dollar multiplier right there, and people can help create miracles here.
Well, something else to think about it. We talk about it all day. For want of a simple razor, this foundation is now what it is.
It's amazing.
For want of a project, we had the Warrior Chopper. This foundation is amazing. I mean, it bar none, amazing at taking a dollar and stretching it so that it doesn't just do one thing, that it does Warrior Foundation 1, Warrior Foundation 2, the razors, the pillows, everything that this place is. And it's just to be here, man, with you, with everybody. It's
so great.
It is. You can't put it into words. You just got to feel it.
It is, ladies and gentlemen, the magic is in the air here, and I want you to help us get to this place. 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362. Pick up the phone right now. Donate $10, $20, $50, $100. $410 gets one of these Warriors home with about the price of an airline ticket. And if you pledge $410, we're going to we're going to match it. It's going to be $820. Imagine that. 1-800-760-5362, 800-760-KFMB. Donate on the phones, online at 760KFMB.com. I'm Brett Winterbull. We're broadcasting live from the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. We'll be back right after this.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate.
Station Radiothon here live at 760 KFMB. I'm happy to welcome to the mic our very good friend from West Automotive Group, Brian Bowersox. Brian, how are you?
I'm doing awesome today, Brett. How about you?
It's great to have you here. You know, you're such an integral part of the station and what we do here, and it is so great to have you on this most important day of the entire year, the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. It's great to have you here.
I agree with you and Mike and everybody. This is probably one of the most important shows that you do all year. So.
Talk about your connection to the military, your connection to this mission here today and pretty much every day at your business at West Automotive.
So I spent 5 years in the military back during the Persian Gulf War time. And so everybody in the military is fairly close to me. I mean, I feel like they are. They're all brothers and sisters and all that. That's why this is kind of so close to my heart, to giving money to this and being part of it every year in the Warrior Foundation. It's just really great stuff. And the stuff Sandy and them do is amazing. Once I got to know her and everything going on, I think I've been doing this 4 years, maybe something like that. But just great stuff, great people, helping really good people that really need help. I mean, you know.
For sure, without a doubt. And folks are able to help out today by calling us at 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362 to donate to the cause. When you were in the military and with your brothers and sisters serving this country, the holidays are so important. Nothing more important really than Christmas time and New Year's and getting home for the holidays. Can you put into words what that means to folks who are serving, and what that means to folks who are serving who've been wounded in action and get the opportunity to reconnect with family?
Well, getting home and being able to reconnect with family is probably one of the most important things during this time of year. As we all know, even if you're not in the military, this can be a very saddening time of year. Obviously, if you're by yourself, you're on a. So in this case, because of what they give and everything, and all our brothers and sisters in the military, as far as getting home for this is such a big part to help with their spirit, especially if you're on the mend.
Oh yeah,
without question, So it's just a really great organization and great stuff that they're doing to help folks out. I mean, for sure.
Absolutely. Mark Larson joining us here as well.
Yes,
Mark,
sir. Present. Yes.
You have been, you have been a party to this for such a long time. You've been a supporter of the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station and this mission for so long, and you've seen the transformation in people, haven't you?
Oh man, it's amazing to think back to the day when I was working elsewhere across town in my interregnum between my first 20-year stint at KFMB as a small child and then coming back. I would sit over there and watch this unfold after knowing how this came together in 2004 with the razors and the whole kind of simple thing that Sandy Lemkohler came up with. And I always thought, I want to do that. I want to be back in that.
Right.
So upon my return last year, the triumphant, remember we had a parade?
Yep.
Yeah. So it was just great to get back in the middle of this because of what this means to our community. I love the fact that this isn't some faraway thing. This is a San Diego-based living, breathing, we can't say this enough, no one's taking salaries. It's all this kind of volunteer sweat and just and then the sponsors that step up, like Brian, everybody getting in, and the contractors who go in are working on Freedom Station too. All those things we talked about last year. It's like every time Christmas rolls around, we all go, maybe I should be like the neighbors who never take the lights down because it just got here again. We just did this. But we come back to this. It was a year ago on this Friday, a year ago, that we were talking about if we do well with the fundraising, we're going to send our heroes home for the Christmas holiday season.
Absolutely.
And then we're going to get a really good jump on Freedom Station, too. And this isn't like a lot of projects in the land of charity, where like 20 years later, they're still raising money.
Right.
I mean, it's moving forward.
Absolutely.
And how cool is that? So,
That's great.
And it's making impact every day.
They get it done. They do. They get it done for sure. And
let's talk about that sense of mission, Brian, because look, there are few places as committed to the military community as San Diego. I mean, it's a remarkable place.
Major. Yeah.
And it is a point of pride. It is a point of pleasure. It is something that we all enjoy being a part of. But also that sense of mission. When you were in, you had missions you carried out. You knew what the mission was going to be. You aimed for those objectives. You did it. Let's talk about that mission today, getting these heroes home.
Yeah, a very important mission, obviously, and we want to get as many of them home as we can. So donate it to, sitting here thinking about this has got to be one of the most important cause I think that I'm involved with yearly, without question. And when Corel comes to me and she says, "Hey, we're going to do this," I'm on board for sure.
Yep.
I'm number one because, like you said, it means so much to so many here in San Diego, like Mark said. And then along with the fact that I feel really close to the military, obviously being prior military. So the mission to get this done for these folks and folks that need this is of the utmost importance, without question.
Without a doubt. And folks, this is what's amazing. You can bless people here in San Diego and their families all over the country who are going to be reunited with these heroes who have done so much for so many of us. And it's a blessing you can send throughout the country and for years to come, because what you're going to create are memories and miracles. You're going to change people's lives, and you're going to get moms and dads and brothers and sisters, grandmas, grandpas, aunts and uncles, everybody around and able to see friends from high school, friends from junior high school. You get back together. That has got a healing property that's unmatched. You can be a part of it, and we are matching every donation from here on out for the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. Whatever you donate, we are matching at 800-760-5362, 800-760 KFMB. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Robert and Bradford donating in the name of their father, Richard, and Uncle Robert, World War II vets, last two brothers to serve on the same ship.
Wow.
I mean, that is talk about a throwback.
Amazing.
I mean, that's amazing. And we watched as George H.W. Bush was memorialized this week, and we saw Bob Dole. We see how we're losing that generation at such a fast rate.
Very quickly.
And it's Pearl Harbor Day today. We're thinking about the number of Pearl Harbor survivors. There's a few left here in town.
Absolutely.
And they've been down to the Midway today and so forth. Let's remember them, too. This is the names, the uniform styles, a lot of that can change over the years.
Absolutely.
The mission is the same, standing up for liberty and freedom.
Yep.
Never changes. And a lot of times, unfortunately, because we're busy Americans, people kind of get, I mean, look how many years we're into Afghanistan now, 17 years. It would be a whole lot worse if we're not the good guys in the neighborhood. That's the bottom line on that. But people sort of get, you don't see as many people saying, hey, thank you for your service as you did maybe in 2002, 3, 7, whenever. We're blessed to have the military here so that unlike places across the country where people rarely see a man or woman in uniform, it's part of our fabric. And at the same time, it's easy to sort of take that for granted because it is part of the landscape. So this is a chance to step up and go, you know what, more power to you. And when you've got some needs, when you have injuries you're getting past and you need to transition and get past PTSD as best you can or whatever the issue.
Absolutely.
That's where Freedom Station, that's where Warrior Foundation Freedom Station comes in and just does it so well. There's no better charity. I cannot think of a charity with all the stuff that we're all involved in across the country, even around the world. The bang for the buck that you get from this, I mean, it's just phenomenal. It is. So you have to be part of it. So donate now.
Absolutely.
And where I'm looking at $712,591. I don't remember where we were at this time, about 3:30 or so in the afternoon a year ago, but it feels pretty good. But I know the market's been a little weird this week, and people get a little spooked. Don't get spooked. That doesn't change. Because the Dow's down, it doesn't mean somehow that that our wounded warriors are that they're not sitting there going, well, I guess I'm fine now. Because I would no, the need's there. We got to get these warriors, the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, home for the holidays.
And we can't do it without our great partners like Brian Bowersox, West Automotive Group, the great people who help sponsor this event, who help put this event on. You are the facilitators, man, and we can't thank you enough, Brian. Thank you so much for being a part of it.
We're happy to be a part of it. It all comes down to these folks in the military have stood up for our freedoms and everything and do the things for us that we need. And this is a great way to give back to them. I mean, there's no other better cause to help these folks get them home. Like I said, Sandy and them, they don't take a salary. All the money goes to help these guys and ladies. And boy, I'll tell you what, if you want to give a gift this holiday season, this is probably one of the best gifts you can give without question. One of the things we do at the West Automotive Group, too, is to veterans in active duty, we give discounts on services and repairs on their vehicle.
That's great.
So we're there to help them out with those kind of things, too. But I always donate to this every year. I think it's the best cause out there, and the money goes for absolutely helping these folks get home to see their families, which helps them heal.
Outstanding stuff. 1-800-760-5362. 1-800-760-5362. Online at 760kfmb.com. Let's make those phones sing and ring. Let's bring these heroes home for the holidays. You're listening to the Radiothon right here, Warrior Foundation Freedom Station on the on AM 760, talking breaking news. Back after.
This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
All right, folks, we are live at the Radiothon right here at 760 KFMB, Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, and we are on a mission to send these heroes home. We're on a mission to raise $1 million to send these heroes home for the holidays. I want to shout out Ryan Curtis's sons, Mason and Jaden. A couple of great kids have saved $1 a week from their allowance. They donated $104 to the cause.
Those are the kids.
That money, every dollar is going to be matched. Every dollar will be matched. That's $208. That is a force multiplier right there, if ever there was one. Sandy Lemcooler, Mark Larson, and me, Brent Winterbull, all spending time here, and we want you to contribute at 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to welcome to the program Kim Briggs, owner of the Harley-Davidson in Orange County. And we are happy to welcome you to the program. She's also part owner of Harley-Davidson in National City as well. Kim, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hey, I'm great today. I'm so excited to be a part of this.
Oh, we're thrilled. Everybody say hi to Kim. Hey, Kim, how you doing? All right. Great to have you here. We got Sandy, we got Mark, and we got myself. So what's going on? What's happening today?
Hey, well, you know what? The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day up here in Orange County, and, we're just tuning in to try to support what's going on here for the Warrior Foundation and this amazing cause.
Oh, that is so great. We know that you sponsor the iWar Ride for Warriors. The next one's going to be on September the 11th, 2019. You're looking to have up to 1,000 riders involved. I mean, that is just such a great show of support for this effort.
Absolutely. It is unbelievable, the stories that we hear from people that come in and, they buy these tickets to try to win the bike. But beyond that, they give us their own testimonies about being a soldier or being involved with someone in the military. And it is such a far-reaching charity. It's just unbelievable what you hear.
It's so important, too, because we're all in this together to get these heroes home for the holidays. We know how important family is. We know how important the sense of service and love that we have for these folks are. But there's just nothing like waking up Christmas Day and being there with your closest loved ones, maybe going out for a Harley ride, too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's what it's about, that freedom in your hair, right? Sun on your face.
So I'm sitting alongside Sandy Lemcooler, and I got Mark Larson here as well. I understand you've got a little bit of an announcement for us. What's going on, Kim?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure which announcement. I apologize.
Okay.
We did do the bike raffle, and we did an amazing ride for Sandy and the Warrior Foundation. And we were able to raise quite a bit of money. I don't have any grand totals, unfortunately. They were still tallying and gathering up. We had some amazing sponsors, I have to just say. Shout out to all of the sponsors that jumped on board. They did donations to make sure that, there was tables and chairs and escort services and all those unseen expenses and things that happen for these big rides, but
so good.
Food that was donated and just
we can't do it without you. I mean, Kim Briggs, owner of Harley-Davidson Orange County and part owner of Harley-Davidson in National City. It's because of people like you that we're able to meet these goals, meet these objectives, and we so appreciate you being a part of this with us today. It's such a special day, and we couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much for coming by today.
And Kim, I just wanted to share, next year, hopefully, we get 1,000 riders, and hopefully, I'm going to start working on it now, we end that ride on Camp Pendleton. Again, we have to clear it through, legal logistics and all that.
Yeah.
But we're very hopeful. And so as soon as you guys pick the date, we'll be happy to share that down here, because we want to get some of the riders that are down here, and especially some of our warriors that are riders, to join in with this ride for us next year. So, Kim, I wanted to say personally, thank you. I appreciate all that you do, and I appreciate your patriotism and your pride in our military.
Amen.
Yep.
Absolutely. I think 1,000 riders is a great goal for us to have for next year, and if we can include the base, I think that would just push it over the top and be exactly what we needed to get it. But I know we have a great following for this ride, and it's just going to keep growing and growing, and we'll be able to donate bigger and bigger.
Great stuff. Great stuff as always. Thank you so much, Kim, for
Thanks,
coming
Kim.
by. We appreciate you. God bless you, and thanks for everything you're doing to help.
Merry Christmas,
Absolutely,
Kim.
and good luck with the...
Oh, Merry Christmas, Kim. And if you're down in San Diego, please let us know. We'd love to share with you and show you Freedom Station.
Absolutely, I would love it. And good luck with the Radiothon. We're listening.
Thank you, Kim. All right,
thank you.
that's Kim Briggs from Orange County Harley-Davidson.
I
and,
can
of
picture
course,
Sandy
Harley-Davidson
on
National
a Harley. You can do that.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I'd ride in a sidecar. I'm not a Harley. I'm not going to get on the Harley, but I'll ride.
I've seen you ride in with
I'll
that.
wear the goggles.
That's
and
the one where
helmet.
Roger's on the Roger's driving the and you're in the sidecar.
All the way to Julian. We're going all the way to Julian.
Beautiful.
All right,
Isn't that wonderful?
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
All right, listen, folks. We want you to contribute to this cause, and we're going to match you dollar for dollar for the remainder of this Radiothon. That means if you contribute $100, it's $200. $300 is $600. $410 becomes $820, and of course, $500 becomes $1,000. We like that. The $1,000.
Yes, we do.
That's very helpful to get us closer to $1 million.
Yeah, we're kind of hanging here for the last few minutes here at $713,627, which is really nice.
Huge.
But
yep.
I keep looking up. It's like I'm in this deja vu moment or something. It's like, well, that has been moving all day, and it's just right now. I know it's the time of day. People are. It's right after. What is it? 3:45.
Yeah.
People are trying to dodge. They're looking at the thing. They're dodging people in front of them. They're thinking, what is a giant fireball in the sky? That's the sun.
Yes,
we haven't
it is.
seen it for a couple of days.
That's right.
I know it's easy to be a little distracted, but looking at the clock, we basically 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh yeah.
As I spoke, now we're at 7:35.
Look at the power. That is the power of the Larson.
Okay, good.
That is the power of Mark Larson.
735,627. We want to get to $1 million, and we'll do that with your help. And we also know a lot of people like to do that drama. It's like auctions.
Oh,
You know, they'll sit there, the last person in the room. Well, I don't know. Well, I guess I'll call at 5:58. Sandy needs to keep her blood pressure in check, because she and the team at Warrior Station or Warrior Foundation Freedom Station are planning on all these trips. I mean, it's the 7th of December. It's Pearl Harbor Day too. So let's remember.
100%.
But the month is speeding by. So you can't just say, well, Christmas Eve, Sandy can kind of work this out. No, we need to know today. We need to know where the money is today so that can be allocated. And needed to know yesterday, actually, but today's the Radiothon day.
That's
so
right.
Call now, 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. You can also go to 760KFMB.com. That's where you can actually see living video streaming.
What? That's
and
awesome.
see Brett Winterble's jacket. I thought the one you wore to the Taco Tuesday Town Hall a while back.
Yes.
Where
that was
someone, it may have been all of us, said you looked like the Riddler.
Yes.
But now this is like Christmas just decided to hurl. It's like a happy holidays.
It's a green jacket, ladies and gentlemen.
It outdoes a shirt that I have. I have a Robert Graham shirt.
Abominable
that looks like
snowman.
I got the abominable
This is even
snowman.
more loudly.
I got cats. I got elves.
Meow.
I got all kinds of great stuff here.
Apparently they talk. Yeah.
800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362.
Wishing you a meowy Christmas.
You know what's great about this? It's December 7th, right? It's December 7th. You could give $12. You could give $127. Or if you wanted to do it to commemorate what happened on Pearl Harbor Day, you could donate $1,941. We'll match it.
Yeah, any combination you like. A lot of people doing 41 to honor George
Absolutely.
H.W. Bush.
And 410. We'll take it all. We got the
number
match.
41, the Midway's right down here, too, and that's where they've been doing Pearl Harbor
very
things
nice.
today. See, there's a lot of different... Just pick a number, any number.
The magic of numbers.
That's right.
Oh, we got beautiful children
tap
running
dancing little
around. We
children.
got amazing volunteers. Let's put these volunteers back to work. 800-760-KFMB. 1-800-760.
There's someone volunteering to applaud over there right now.
5362. It is the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon right here on AM 760. Talking breaking news.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
We wish you a Merry Christmas.
And there's Brett Winterble over there. Mark Larson here. I'm designated pointer. You can't miss Brett. If
pointer.
You go to 760kfmb.com. You got to see the jacket. It for once, it doesn't. You're part of the Christmas tree behind you, but then not. It's like a coat of many colors.
I don't just have the jacket. I have a 760 KFMB.
Yes, you do.
I got the
Well, that's your
appropriate
tattoo.
station shirt on as well.
Put your clothes back on. That's your tattoo you're showing there. By the way, you know who's on the phone right now?
Who's
You
on
were
the
getting
phone
a
right
briefing
now?
during the break.
Holy
So
cow, who's on the phone?
Bill Horn is on the horn right now.
The Bill Horn is
Bill
on the horn?
the county supervisor extraordinaire. He's been there since, since Lincoln. He's been there a long time now. In the years ahead, now it'll be term limited out and all that kind of stuff. Then when you go back to like the avocado farm and count money, Bill, or how's that work?
No, I'm building a hotel right now. So.
Oh, are you? Well, so much for the avocados. All right, that's good. So,
well, I still have the avocados.
Uh-huh.
I just I'm supporting I have 2 schools in Uganda, and I just looking forward to going over there and
the
expanding
Africa,
that
Uganda.
cooperation.
That's a wonderful thing. So you understand this whole spirited giving and what we're doing here in this event. With
Oh
the
yeah,
Warrior Foundation.
I called in to really support what this is a fantastic organization. I don't know if you've been able to go down and visit their quarter what they're doing for them.
Yep.
You know, it's just fantastic. Having been a former Marine and realizing what these guys have raised their right hand and offered their life and limbs in many cases to support our country. And it was a pleasure for me when I visited their organization and looking at their fantastic basketball team that they have, those guys in the wheelchairs. And I just really, my community enhancement, we gave them $50,000 to help expand the facility.
Yeah, that's great.
And I just would, for those listeners that are here, less than 1% of the country's population goes into the military. And what they have offered and given, I think it needs to be respected. So I'm happy to have joined this and help expand this facility. I think what they do for these young guys as they get out of the hospital is fantastic. So I just support everybody that's out there to help this telethon to raise money to help these kids get reunited with their families.
Absolutely. Bill Horn, appreciate all your service in so many ways consistently throughout the many years you served at the county and in all of these other
it wasn't
endeavors.
Lincoln. Lincoln wasn't the
No,
president.
but Lincoln spoke wisely and highly of you in those days. Because I wasn't there, but Roger was there. So.
Well, I'm not that old, but okay.
Bill Horn, thank you for coming.
Thank you for your service in the Marines, too, Bill. Thanks, buddy.
We appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you so much. That's Bill Horn checking in, 800-760-KFMB.
You know, those supervisors, when they're county supervisors, pretty powerful position. Like you said, you could put in like $50,000. You could do worthy things in the community, and they do.
Without a doubt.
Consistently. And most of that doesn't really get advertised.
No, it does not.
They have funds that can be done for the betterment of San Diego. I notice we have a budding talent here who's
Yes,
going
we
to take
do.
over for us.
He's a veteran of broadcasting because he was with me last year.
This is young Lucas.
This
right?
is young Lucas.
Who is the grandson of Sandy Lemcooler.
Yes, he is.
The driving force behind Warrior Foundation Freedom Station.
100% right.
Yeah.
And Lucas has been on with us before. Lucas, it's good to see you, buddy. What grade are you in now?
I'm in 6th grade now.
6th grade? When I first met
Wow.
you were not in 6th grade. You were in a younger grade, and you've done so much with your life for the last couple of years.
Have you solved all the world's problems now in 6th grade? Because we expected you to come back with a full report.
Yes.
Perfect. Good.
All right.
Good enough.
All right. So
everything else is classified.
So, Lucas, you're in 6th grade, so you understand the way the world is and the way things are. How important is Warrior Foundation Freedom Station for these heroes who help keep us safe? What does it mean to you, my friend?
It means a lot to me because they're helping our country in many ways, trying to protect us from other bad countries want to kill us.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of them lined up.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just protecting us every single day, and we can't do what we normally do without them.
Yep.
And I feel like this cause is definitely helping them.
Yep.
Because they're out in a way protecting us, and they don't even get to see their families.
It's a great point.
So
it's a great point.
Raising money will definitely help them see their families.
And I understand that you've raised a little bit of money for this cause. Is that true, my friend?
Yeah, I'm going to donate $150.
All right.
All right.
Hey, you're in 6th grade, $150. That's a ton of money.
That's a lot of money.
You could spend that on you.
Now, I got
But
great
you're not.
news. I got great news. Because you're going to donate $150, you're actually going to be donating $300 because they're going to match your donation. How about
We have
that, my
matching
friend?
grants going on right now.
They're
till 4 o'clock?
matching. We're matching,
Is
buddy.
that the rest of the afternoon? Or
We
till
are
4?
matching.
Is that till 4 or around?
It's going to run, man. You can match
All the
it.
way.
That's right. If you donate at
Wow.
210, if you donate 210 at 420, it becomes 420.
So wait a minute. So if you donate, let's say $1,000, and
Correct.
you make can we test the cowbells again? Can we hear all the cowbells? Just as only a test.
That's
There's
a test.
10 of them.
That's
Yeah,
the test.
it. Lame test. Okay. Anytime we're talking here and interviewing
That's right.
people, talking to our warriors, that means if they do that without that being a test like that on command,
correct.
That means a $1,000 donation.
That's
So
correct.
that'll be the $2,000 cowbell deal now, because
there we just got one right there. How about
See? So there you go. So anytime that happens now,
That's right.
between now and 6 o'clock, that's going to help us get where we need to go. Where we need to go is $1 million. If we can do that, I'm looking at the new tote number right now, $736,067.
There we go.
Do the math. A lot of work to do in the next couple of hours. but
Absolutely.
everything. So you can donate $10. It's like 20.
It's
You
20.
do 150. It's like 300, as young Lucas did. Or hey, some big stuff. Dr. Jeff Gray came by and
Absolutely.
came up with $10,000 earlier. It
Huge.
happened to be in an hour we had the matching grant earlier, and it ta-da, became the impact of $20,000. So it's the time to do it. So
That's-
call right now,
that's the
1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Best to call. You can donate online,
Absolutely, you can.
760KFMB.com.
But give us
better
a
to
call on the phone.
Call so we can keep tabs of
We'll
ring
hear the
cowbells.
phones ring. We'll keep these people busy.
That's
over
right.
here. That's important. Lucas, thank you so much for coming by, buddy. We really appreciate you committing to the cause and donating, man. We really appreciate it. Hope you have a Merry Christmas.
You too.
All right, all the best.
All right, thanks,
that's
Lucas.
Lucas,
Good to see you,
everybody.
buddy.
Lucas checking in with us.
Middle school next year.
Middle,
We'll see
heck
you
yeah,
then.
middle
Man.
school.
I'm in
absolutely.
middle school.
Middle school now.
Oh, you're in
He's
middle school
sixth.
now. Well, then you'll probably be married by next year. So give us
Oh,
you'll
for
be out of
goodness sake.
college, and you know how you girls.
800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362 is
It
the
all's
number.
a blur after
1,000 becomes 2,000. 500 becomes 1,000. We're going to match it. We're going to match it. We're going to match it. And you're going to help send these heroes home. These warriors are going to get to see their families at Christmas, at the holidays, the most important time of the year, the most wonderful time of the year, the time of the year that you can wear a jacket like mine. It's the Brett Witterbull
It
Show.
is the
AM
time.
760,
The
talking
only time.
breaking news.
AM 760's This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
It is the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. We are live at 760 KFMB. So happy to be spending this time with you, and we want you to make these phones ring this hour, folks. We are $766,000 to the good on the board. We're trying to get to $1 million to get these heroes home for the holidays. 800-760-KFMB. Now listen, you have the power of multiplication for the rest of the show. Whatever you donate gets matched. $100 is $200. $250 is $500. $500 is $1,000. And when you get $1,000 donated, you hear the cowbell, baby. Okay, that's what
right.
you hear.
Let's demonstrate that. Then that will have the impact of 2,000 because between now and the end of the radiothon today at 6 o'clock
Yes,
here
sir.
on AM 760, talking breaking news, everything gets again duplicated with a matching donation. Now that also applies, and I found this out during the break. I just wanted to verify.
Yes, sir.
Trusted but verified, as Reagan would say back in the day. But this works online too. Well, so there you go again.
So both places, online, 760KFMB.com.
So go to 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or 760KFMB.com. That's also where the video streaming is happening. And we have it up on Facebook
Yeah,
as
we
well.
got it up on the Facebook and the YouTube.
Yeah, you can see us here. And again, I would suggest wearing sunglasses before you see what Mr. Winterville is wearing as a jacket.
Well, I try to wear something a little special. It's a
Yeah.
special day. Let me give a couple shout-outs. Jack Wethy donated in the name of his mother, Dolly, who was a female pilot in World War II on the Wasp.
Wow.
How about that? Also, the El Cajon Singing Hills Lions Club have donated $1,000, and they're challenging all the other Lions clubs out there to match it. $1,000 from the El Cajon Singing Hills Lions Club, looking for a challenge of 1,000, and that 1,000 becomes 2,000, by the way. So you want to bring it in big time here, folks. I'm happy to welcome to the show. We got a great group of guests here with us. The Warriors are with us. We are. I am sitting next to Gunny. It's my pleasure to be here with you for the third year in a row, hanging out with you, Gunny. Good to have you, buddy.
Good to be here. Thank you.
It is wonderful to have you here. And to your left, your name, sir?
Chris.
You are Chris, and you are one of the cycling warriors, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's great stuff. WFFS cycling team. And next to you?
James.
James. We got Chris, James, Gunny, and Mark Larson. How about that?
That's right.
This is literally an all-star lineup of people who are going to tell you why you need to call 800-760-KFMB or donate at 760KFMB.com. Make those phones ring right now. Gunny, tell us how special a day this is for you, how you look forward to it every single year.
Well, it's very special to me, personally, because, not only was I a staff at Balboa Naval Hospital, and I'm sure you guys heard this for a third year in a row, but I was also a patient there. And when it was time where I needed help, and, Marines, we're very proud, and we don't like to ask for help, but Sandy doesn't take no for an answer. So she went ahead and she took care of this, Gunny, and provided me a place to stay there at Freedom Station. It was in a transition period where you fall off the Marine Corps' income and you're waiting to get that disability from the VA, and that can take months. And that the Marines can, sailors, soldiers, we can all find ourselves in financial hardship during that time. And that's where the Warrior Foundation comes into place. So a place like Freedom Station is extremely valuable. I mean, it gives you that needed transition from military life to living as a responsible civilian.
And it's one of those things where you're not laying there in despair or misery, but you got a sense of purpose every single day that you get up.
No, absolutely, and it's a beautiful thing to wake up next to your fellow Marines, sailors, and soldiers, and airmen. Those are your neighbors. I mean, what better neighbors to have, in the transition with together.
Right, absolutely. Let's talk about the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, the cycling team. How did you get involved in the cycling team?
Well, I got involved with the foundation 2013 when I first got injured, and I got a brace for my leg, and they got me boots, and I stayed active duty, and then I went back to the Middle East a year ago, and I got medevaced out, and then with all the head stuff, and I got diagnosed with epilepsy, and so they took my driving privileges, so I got a bike, and the foundation has been by my side since 2013, even on the last deployment. They sent packages and everything to everyone out there. And I came home and I was just kind of lost. And then the first people, Sandy, Diane, Judy, the whole foundation was like, what do you need? And I was like, well, I'm biking around. And they're like, what do you do every day? I said, I need a purpose. And they gave me a purpose. They reached out. They're like, hey, here's a cycling team. Do you want to be a part of it? I met the guys. It was instant brotherhood, instant team. We're all brothers. We all love each other, even though it's very competitive.
Right.
And it's just, you get your sense of pride back and that team. And the foundation is amazing. And it gave me absolute purpose again.
One of the things we talk about a lot is that they don't let you stay isolated, right? I mean, they're going to drag you out. They're going to pull you out and make you be a part of this.
No, it's not
right?
it. Yeah, they
I mean,
don't take no.
Tell us your story, sir.
So I got involved with the foundation in about March of this year. Did my first ever race. I did 18 miles.
Wow.
And I did it in an embarrassing about an hour and 10 minutes. I came in close to last. Wow. But I remember the joy, the excitement, and the rush that I got from it. And I knew that everyone that beat me, the competitiveness in me, I wanted to beat them.
Yep.
So I got it with the foundation, and they were able to support me. And I got that 18-mile time down to about 45 minutes now.
That's great.
So I'm super excited about that. But I'm in that transition period that Gunny was talking about with the military pay and them taking care of you kind of falling off. And you're going to stumble.
Yeah.
As soon as you're going to stumble. And some people stumble hard. Some people barely stumble. And for me, it was a pretty big stumble. And the foundation came in, stepped in, and basically mentally I was able to, I used cycling to help me mentally.
Right.
So to keep me back mentally straight, and I got a wife and 2 kids to help support.
Huge.
So everything this foundation has done has not only affected me, but it's affected my entire family.
Right.
And for me, I want to be a good representation of the veteran community.
Yep.
I want to be that person that gets out, that goes on and be successful. And that's what this foundation is helping me do.
Without a doubt. And the connection to family is so important, which is what the mission is that we're doing here today. We're trying to send these heroes home or get their families to them so that they can be together at the holidays. That is so vitally important, Gunny, right?
Oh, absolutely. A lot of these service members, they're deployed, then they go through their injury, and now they're in the hospital for months at a time. So the last time they've been home was, who knows? It could be a couple of years.
Sure.
And so the first opportunity that they get, the Warrior Foundation has a ticket ready for them to get them to wake up in their own bed with their own family under their own Christmas tree and enjoying that support that is kind of refreshing. It helps them, go out there, be with family, get a new breath of fresh air, and then come back and worry about their recovery, sometimes worrying about their transition, you know. And successfully accomplish that.
Hugely important, Mark. I mean, we talk about it all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I want to remind our listeners, because you hear these stories and it's easy to be a spectator and go, wow, and that's amazing, and it touches your heart. But we need you to do something here at 4:12 p.m.
That's
knowing
right.
that we're going to 6 p.m. We're at $767,958 so far. That is phenomenal. Thank you. If you've donated, some people donate and they go, I heard another story. I'm going to call back and donate more. That's okay too. But remember, the matching grant is up there right now. Everything you donate, $1, $10, $100, $10,000, whatever the number, it has the impact of twice that, because our matching grant gets plugged into that all the way between now and 6. So don't sit back and wait for a little added drama. Need to be able to plan sending our heroes home for the holidays. And we want to get to, if we can do it, we'll see. $1 million by 6 o'clock. People are doing this. In fact, I know a lot of this comes in online, and that's matching grant, again, continues there too. So if you donate online at 760kfmb.com, that will be matched as well. So whatever you donate, the impact is twice right now. So don't wait. And Sandy Lemcooler and all the unpaid volunteers. Remember, Warrior Foundation Freedom Station has no paid staff. I mean, think about that with any other charity, there's no paid staff.
Forget it.
There's no overhead other than a little tiny little bit like for postage and insurance at Freedom Station 1 or Freedom Station 2. I mean, it's like, that is so unheard of. Mm-hmm. So 98 cents or so of every dollar goes directly to help our heroes. And the other part is just there because, you're building Freedom Station 2, you got to pull a permit, you got to have an attorney do it. So
absolutely,
that's kind of a given. But everything else, again, just hear that and embrace that there's no paid staff. And this has been going on since 2004, since Sandy, as a Navy wife, said, hey, why don't we do something to help these warriors at the Naval Hospital here.
So true.
In our area. And that first day here on KFMB on AM 760, $60-some thousand came in. What do they want then? the electric razors.
The
Because it's hard
razors.
to do the grooming.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, Sandy's there. I think her jaw still drops when she thinks about that because you thought I'd pick up a few razors. It isn't that nice. And $60-some thousand later, and now since 2004, because of the way this has grown with the Heroes Home for the Holidays at Freedom Station, $17 million with your help. And we're on our way to get another million today, which would be phenomenal. So don't ignore this. We need your help. And there's a lot of charities. You're not going to find one better than this for the accountability. 4-star Charity Navigator rated just this week.
Absolutely.
That is a big, big deal. That's a stamp of approval and really your confidence in being able to donate. And the money's going into action right when you donate it. It's
Absolutely.
that fast because we're sending these heroes out. It's December 7th. It's Pearl Harbor Day. Hello.
That's right.
We're in the season, so call 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or 760KFMB.com. Again, every dollar that you give is matched.
Dollar for
double
dollar.
impact, right?
That's
there.
absolutely right.
All
Dollar
Thank
for
you.
dollar, folks. 800-760 KFMB, 800-760-5362. If you donate $500, it becomes $1,000. $1,000 becomes $2,000. No amount is too small. No amount is too small. These dollars are maximized to serve the mission. Let's make those phones ring. Let's fire those phones up. I see these folks. They're ready to start taking some pledges, whether it's 50, 100, 150, 250. In fact, you know what? We're coming up on 420. What do you say somebody calls in and donates 210? And that gets to become 420. I know, it's a little edgy. It's a Friday. We're allowed to do jokes like that. But go ahead and give it a try right now. 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362. We want to get to $1 million, and we want a lot more cowbell on the way. All right, folks? How about that? Thanks so much for coming by, guys. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for everything you're doing to support Warrior Foundation Freedom Station.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. God bless you. Thanks for
Merry
your service.
Christmas. God bless. 800-760-KFMB. It's the Brett Wooderble Show. We're in the middle of our radiothon right here. AM 760 Talk and Breaking News.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB. 760.
so good to be spending this time today. I am so filled with hope, and I am so filled with joy sitting in this room at 760 KFMB. I've got a room full of volunteers who are working on the phones, taking your pledges. And I said a couple of them need to be made a little bit more busy. So what do you say you pick up the phone and call them at 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362. I am Brett Wooderble. We are doing our Radiothon for Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, one of the most amazing organizations in the world. And I'm telling you this because I've seen it firsthand. I've seen the transformation over the last couple of years that I have been here on 760 KFMB in the afternoons. I have seen each and every one of these radiothons produce results that are nothing short of miraculous, taking our wounded warriors home and sending them home for the holidays. Think about the times you may have been away from home and then had an opportunity to get back and see your parents, your grandparents, your friends, your brothers and sisters. Now imagine you have served your nation overseas in a war zone and become wounded, and you've gone to the hospital and you've received treatment, and you have but one hope, one wish, and that is to be reunited on Christmas Day or at Christmas time or at the holidays with your family. Imagine that sense of longing. Now imagine there's an organization that actually makes that happen. That's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. And that's why we do this Radiothon every single year. It's to send people home. You know, it's Pearl Harbor Day, and 77 years ago today, the world changed forever. Millions of American boys signed up and girls signed up to volunteer to work to defeat Japanese imperialism, Nazism, and to free this planet. And I think in the memory of all those millions who served, that greatest generation who served, we need to celebrate, uplift, and support our veterans today, our folks who have been wounded, who are recovering, who are desperate to get home for the holidays. And we can make those miracles happen simply by calling and pledging. 1-800-760-5362, 1-800-760-KFMB, or online at 760kfmb.com. Whatever you donate, however small, however large, is going to be matched dollar for dollar. So whatever you are able to give will be doubled for the remainder. We're at $769,000 right now. I think by the end of this hour we can get above $800,000, and we can get to $1 million by the close of the Radiothon today. Mark Larson,
We
you
want to
guys
have the
did great
cowbells
work.
ring here.
You did great work all morning. If you donate $1,000, you're going to make the cowbells ring. If you
I just
donate
love
$500, you'll donate $1,000.
And Armstrong and Getty, of course, did their little kind of warm up. You know, a lot of people, because people know this time of the year,
That's right.
the people who give every year and who've been part of this and feel as tangibly excited as we do about this, they just kind of know it's that time. You roll into December. When's the Radiothon coming up? This year it just happens to be on December 7th. We sat here a year ago talking about a lot of what ifs. What if we can get X number, get past that $1 million, which we did, thank God,
Absolutely.
capital G. And what happened then? Freedom Station 2 began moving forward. It's not something that's going to sit on the drawing board for 20 years. It's moving. That was the, oh, by the way, if we can get all the heroes covered to get them home for Christmas, then let's do that as well. We got to do both of those major targets, and that's what's so great about this this organization. I mentioned often, we've told this story a lot through the course of the day. When you look at the integrity of a charity, like in this case, Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, the fact that just the other day, like this week, they got the big blessing from the people who really, really, really scrutinize charities. Charity Navigator, 4-star charity, the impeccable, the thing you want in terms of if you're going to give your money, you want to know where it goes. They got that designation this week, Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. That's taken a lot of work. Frankly, it's taken a lot of time. Part of this is you just have to be around for a long time. Don't mess up, and they don't. And again, the thing that just keeps jumping off the table into your ears, wherever it's jumping, if I tell you, and you go, wait a minute, that there's nobody taking a salary. There's nobody. Sandy Lemcooler, who started this as a labor of love in 2004 on this radio station on 760, it's now grown to $17 million in donations and impact since then. We have a chance, again, we're at 770,000 right now. We just bumped up a little bit over that, so thank you. 1-800-760-KFMB or 760KFMB.com. But to where we are now with this group, and I say we because we're all part of this.
Absolutely.
We give and donate, and it's so exciting because we meet these warriors. We get to know many of them as friends. and there's nobody taking any salary.
No.
There's nobody.
Nope.
That is phenomenal. That is unheard of in most charities. So call now, 1-800-760-KFMB. That translates to 1-800-760-5362, or go to 760kfmb.com. You can also see our video streaming there, and don't forget, one of the treasures of the season, seeing Brett Winterble's jacket that has its own power source. It's just
Solar
amazing.
power.
It's every color in the rainbow, and then some. 760kfmb.com. You can donate online there too, and both ways, if you call or if you do it online, you get the matching impact right now because of our designated matching donor. So $100 becomes an impact to $200. You give a sacrificial gift of $1,000. There's
Absolutely.
another $1,000 coming in. So you trigger that. We don't get that money unless you're going to trigger that. Make
Gotta
that
trigger it.
come out there. So 760kfmb.com, or call now toll free 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Brett?
Lori Ayala dedicated her donation to her husband, Joe, and we appreciate you so much for doing that, Lori. We also had a challenge go out earlier in the program, and that was coming out of the El Cajon Lions Club, El Cajon's Singing Valley.
My dad was a Lions Club member for years. I remember
Challenging
that.
the other Lions
Yeah,
clubs to
yeah.
match at $1,000, and that $1,000 that they put out for the challenge becomes $2,000. That's the incredible thing.
Yeah.
You're basically talking, I mean, roughly, if you're going to round it off, you're basically talking about $400 or so a ticket to get people home for the holidays. So if you donate $1,000, that's 2 tickets. If you donate $1,000 and we match that, that's 4 tickets. That's 4 heroes going home to their families.
And again, find whatever it is.
Whatever.
We like to be motivated by maybe some special number. A lot of people have donated $41 today in honor of George H.W. Bush 41.
Absolutely.
We've got a lot of people tied to the USS Midway, where they had the salute, as they always do today, to the Pearl Harbor survivors. Pearl Harbor Day today. Maybe it's tied to Pearl Harbor Day. The Midway is number 41. There's another 41.
Another 41.
It may be some loved one who served in the past.
Absolutely.
Gail Cole, for example, donated $50 earlier today. Her husband was a fighter pilot in the Korean War, in the Korean conflict.
The Korean
as it was known
conflict.
at the time. So there's all of that. So whatever the reason, whatever the money, you can do it in the name of your kids, whatever. If it gets you to the phone at 1-800-760-KFMB, or it gets you to the online portal at 760kfmb.com, make your donation, double it in impact, because now till 6 o'clock we're going to bring this home and crank this up and try to get this over $1 million with your help right now. And we appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Right.
Again, what we're doing here is what? We're sending warriors home for the holidays.
Absolutely.
With San Diego-based Warrior Foundation Freedom Station that has had its organic development right here with our radio station over the last 14 years, and that's a phenomenal
It's
thing.
a phenomenal thing.
Yeah.
Where's Sandy Lemcooler?
Are you getting a briefing at the moment?
Sandy's going to bring somebody up here in a quick second.
Sandy is moving around. She has more energy
Sandy's got
than-
something special that we're going to do here. Here she
Okay.
comes. Here she's making her way over here. Oh, look at this. Oh, we got a.
Oh, there's a little
we have a
spinning
tub
wheel
of something.
There's
and,
a tub to spin.
looks
Are there
like
hamsters
a
in there, or
spinning
those
tub and
those numbers?
Looks like a raffle kind of a thing.
We're doing a racket now. What are
Let's see what's going
Here
on.
comes-
Sandy Lemcooler, good to have you back, my friend. It's good to have you back here.
So much.
So what are we doing? What is this? This looks exciting.
This is very exciting. We
I'm
have
so excited, I don't know what it is.
Mark Fala, and
Fala.
Mark Fala has graciously donated a wonderful guitar that he has been working on for over a year, and we've decided to raffle it off.
Wow.
And Mark, this
Here comes
guitar
here comes Mark Fowler.
It's custom pinstriped. I want you
It's
to
an
take a
electric
look at
guitar.
this.
Wow.
It is beautiful. But
Oh,
it's
it's
custom
gorgeous.
pinstripe.
It's an axe.
Yeah,
it's good.
The artist was Josue Pallone of Pallone's Pinstriping out in Escondido.
Hey, there's another. There's $1,000 there. Just
$1,000.
became $2,000 with the matching grant.
That's
you hear those
amazing.
cowbells? More cowbell. More cowbell.
repair zone is built in.
So, Mark, you want to tell us about this guitar that you've got here?
Okay, well, my band, we've been raffling off raffle tickets last few months for this guitar. It's a custom-made Telecaster.
It's pretty. Wow.
Electric guitar.
Gorgeous.
See, it's got custom pinstripe, all hand done.
Right. That sounds fantastic.
It does sound. It sounds nice. I wish I could keep it. But, and it's got it was put together in the best guitar parts that I could find in the country from Fred Repair Zone.
You can
right
see
down
this
the
on
street here.
760kfmb.com right now.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Built it.
Check it out.
All righty.
It's got a
And what's
little
out of them?
logo
Oh, on the back.
back.
Oh, flip side burners. Very
That's our
cool.
band name. That's a good plug. Thank you.
And so a lot of our warriors have been buying a lot of tickets in the last hour and a half, and now they're all telling me who has won, okay? So Flipside Burners has been working on this for about the past 9 months, and they have raffled tickets off and worked very hard and very diligently to raise money for our foundation. And I personally want to thank Mark because he came up with this great idea, and I'm always inspired by how people can come up with ways to help our warriors. So he created this, got the parts for it, had it pinstriped, and I'm telling you, I don't know what the value on this would be, but it's going to be one
Intrinsic.
lucky winner.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna.
Well, the hopper is down there by you,
We
or
got the
Carmel
hopper
has
right
it.
here.
Carmel's
All
going
right,
to do
here
the
we go.
honors, or
There we go. Go ahead. Right. Sandy's gonna.
Sandy's going to do
All right,
it.
you wanna do the spin and draw
With the
here? Okay,
custom
Sandy
electric
Lemcourt standing
guitar.
up. If you're watching the video feed, you can see this. Oh, look at
Thanks
this.
to all who
Round and round
donated
she
for that
goes.
raffle as well. We had-
Put him back in there. Slide him back in there.
Somebody put a jumping bean in there with their entry, apparently. The drama, you could hear the drum roll. You hear the drum roll, Brad? Oh, there it is now.
And I'm going to reach in.
Special effects are incredible. Sandy is now reaching in.
There we go.
Watch out for the hamsters.
Mix and stir one last
Mix and stir. Do we have accountants looking over this right now? Is this
Yes.
Price Waterhouse or somebody like
Yes.
that?
And the winner is 00261 Nina Farmingo.
And her orchestra. Okay. Nina Farmingo.
Congratulations! You've got an amazing guitar coming here.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Mark. We
And
appreciate
if,
you. We appreciate you doing this.
If Nina
That's really
is
cool.
listening, we'll give her a call and I'll deliver it at a time convenient with her. So, congratulations. Thank you, Sandy.
All right, all the best.
Thank you,
That's
Mark. Awesome
All right.
job. Awesome guitar. Thank you.
All right, so let's do it, folks. Give us a call right now, 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362, online, 760KFMB.com. All donations to the Radiothon. Matched dollar for dollar. Make those phones ring, folks. It's the Brett Winterble Show, AM 760, talk and breaking news. Jim Charvet with headlines.
AM 760's
A journey can be many things. It can be a straightforward path or a long and winding road. And so can a life's journey. At Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, we help servicemen whose journey as a defender of freedom has come to an end. But a new journey as a civilian moving forward with an even more difficult challenge has just begun. You can help with this transition by donating at warriorfoundation.org. Together, we can honor their sacrifice. They are still whole. They are still heroes. Let's fight for them, because freedom is never free.
760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
And that is the phone number you need to call. You need to call now and donate to support sending our warriors home for the holidays. 800-760-5362. Or online at 760kfmb.com. We are matching all donations dollar for dollar. A couple of them have just come in. $300 in memory of Janau, diagnosed with cancer at Air Force Basic Training. They allowed him to finish training so he could get full military honors. He passed away at age 21. God bless him, and thank you so much for that donation in his memory. Charlie D'Angelo donating in memory of a Korea veteran, Vernon Cotter, a $1,000 donation for that one. Thank you so very much, Charlie D'Angelo. That $1,000 becomes $2,000, by the way, which is what is so amazing. We want to put these phones to work, and we are going to do it because we got a great group of guys up here with us right now. To my left, I've got Chief Ryan Nance. Good to have you here, Chief.
Thank you.
Next to him, I got Ed Hansen, who's the director of the PTSD program at Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. Ed, thank you so much for being
Thank you,
here.
Brett.
We appreciate it. And Larry West on the end. I'm going to start with you, Larry, because you have got some important information for this audience. They need to understand. You just got a very special designation from Charity Navigator that means a lot. It says that you all are the gold standard in this situation, right?
We did. We just found out yesterday, Brett. Thank you so much. Thanks
Yes.
for having us on. And it's a huge thing for any nonprofit organization to receive the 4-star from Charity Navigator. It really puts you on a map on a national level. So
Sure does.
Considering from what Sandy started with, it's really an incredible achievement. We're really proud of that, and we couldn't go without thanking some of our sponsors for the
Sure.
help along the way. Starting, of course, with 760 KFMB. Thank you. We couldn't do this without you.
Love it.
Absolutely could not do. We've got to get in Peter Harsh out there, that is a prosthetic genius
Mhm.
who equips our warriors with the things that they need to compete and get better in life. Coca-Cola is a huge sponsor to us. They're great with Sandy. They deliver pallet after pallet of waters to the guys where we need them. More furniture. Reno Contracting, Matt Reno's been incredible to us. He's incredible to work with. Bill Howe Plumbing, Ashford University, and Bridgepoint Education. Jose Banks, I'm actually wearing one of their jackets.
Very
They've
nice.
equipped all the board members so that we look polished and in uniform together. So incredible amount of support from the community. Look, we're just under $800,000, and we might actually make that goal, but we need to really put the gas on, right?
We're going to put the gas. We're going to mash the gas, and we're going to get to $1 million. And we need your help to do it, folks. You hear all the amazing people that are supporting this organization, Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, sending the heroes home for the holidays. 1-800-760 KFMB, 800-760-5362. If you donate online, we'll match there as well at 760kfmb.com. Next to me is Chief Ryan Nance. Chief, how important a mission this is, and you've experienced it firsthand. You've seen what Warrior Foundation Freedom Station does and getting these heroes home for the holidays. Talk about it.
It's super important. Everybody looks forward to being home for the holidays. I know during 6 deployments for myself, you come to that time of year and everybody's really excited. And, once you wake up on the day of Christmas time and you realize you're in the Gulf or you're on the other side of the world and you're not at home, it's pretty somber.
Yeah.
It's not exactly what you have all the memories and the pictures in your head of what Christmas, looks like to you, and you're just not seeing it. And so, being able to be home for Christmas is super important for a lot of military people. That's why we work so hard with the help of the community to try to get people, veterans home. I know you have definitely a more, a higher understanding, and Christmas means so much more to you when you miss it all the time.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
So,
It's a miracle. It's a Christmas miracle in many ways to get these men and women home with their families for the holidays.
Definitely.
I mean, 800-760-KFMB is the number for you to help us pull those miracles off at 800-760-5362. Ed Hansen directs the PTSD program at Warrior Foundation. You were talking about a young man and a particular story that comes to your mind when you think about the impacts of what it is you're able to do there at Warrior Foundation.
Yeah, I was wavering as to whether to take on the chairmanship of the PTSD program,
And about 4 years ago, I was sitting over there about where Mike Slater's sitting answering phones and minding my own business. And one of your staff members here dropped a note and said, "Can you get this to Sandy?" Well, Sandy was inside one of the rooms being interviewed. And so I went to second command. I said, "There's a note here from this desperate father. He needs some help for his son who's in Anchorage, Alaska. He has PTSD really bad. He moved his trailer into the woods, and he was so worried that his son was going to take his own life." And so Judy, second in command, says, "Call him." So I called the dad. I went out in the hallway. I called the dad, and the dad said, "Could you please call my son and talk to my son?" I'm not thinking, I'm not the right guy to do this.
Yeah.
So I figured if God's going to give me this mission, he better give me the words. So I called up the young man, and the young man answered the phone, kind of a flat tone. And I said to him, I says, "Are you struggling with PTSD?" He says, "Yes." I said, "Well, I better ask another question to him. Do you have survivor's guilt?" A lot of the guys have survivor's guilt. And again, there's a delayed response. He says, "Yes, sir." I said, "Well, let me ask you one more question, young man." I says, "Suppose you were the one that died on that battlefield. Would you want your best friend to pick up your sword and get back into the fight?" And with a broken voice, he came back to me and said, "Yes, sir." I says, "Well, life is a battle. Pick up the sword. Get on with life." I said, "There's people that need you out here." I said, "If I can get you a flight home for Christmas, will you come home? Will you get on that plane?" I said, "I want you to tell me, be a Marine, and give me your word that you'll get on that plane." "Yes, sir." So anyway, the young man got a flight home for Christmas, and these are the reasons.
Yep.
You know, that saved a life right there.
Sure did.
That saved a life. I got a chance to meet the young man. You know, it changed this old guy's life.
Yeah.
It made a big change.
Yep.
And I met the young man, and he calls me on a regular basis.
That's great.
And I call him. Yeah, it changed my life. It changed his life.
Yep.
So, you know, if you're out there listening, let's change a life.
Amen.
You know, what is it? $50, $100, $1,000.
Yep.
You know, you can make a big difference.
Yep. If everybody does a little, it's a lot. It's a lot. We're looking at the board right now. Folks, we're within eyeshot of $800,000. We're on a mission to get to $1 million to get these heroes home. Think about that young man, that desperation and isolation, thinking he's forgotten. Imagine that. All you need to do is pick up the phone and give us a call at 800-760-5362 or go online to 760kfmb.com. Any amount helps, and it's going to be matched. Whatever you commit to is going to be matched by other folks, and you're going to bring those miracles. You guys are in the miracle business. I mean, really, when you think about it, we talk about Christmas miracles, we talk about Santa's workshop. Everybody in San Diego, in the sound of our voice, is in Santa's workshop. That's another $1,000 coming in, which has now just become $2,000. You are doing miracles, folks, and we want you to keep it up. 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362. Let's make those phones ring.
Brett,
Let's make those phones ring. Go ahead, Ed.
Can I just add something to that story?
Sure.
That father told me, he says, between him and his wife, they had a total of $127 to their name.
Wow.
And while I had spoke to his son on the phone, that man went over to my place of business and put that $127 on the counter.
Wow.
And told my receptionist, please put this towards a flight home for another young man or woman.
Wow. Larry, I mean, that's testimony to why you have that designation at Charity Navigator, because you maximize every dollar imaginable.
Absolutely. We surround ourselves around these guys. And like Ed said, every little dollar helps. People don't think that $5 and $10, and they see huge numbers like that. Well, that's how we get that big number.
Yeah.
And it is regular folks that are just giving what they can to make this happen and supporting. And this community really drives our organization and beyond, frankly. Yep. You know, we're doing great things. I mean, my favorite thing about what we do at Warrior Foundation is the impact on these soldiers, these warriors' lives. when they kind of graduate through this program, and seeing them go on to do things like, work patrol as a regular beat cop with
Sure.
a prosthetic leg.
Yeah, right.
And our wheelchair basketball team is a force to be reckoned
Without
with.
a doubt.
They're entering in Division I of pro basketball. And let me tell you, if you've never seen this event, we have a tournament coming up at Balboa Gym in February. You need to come out.
Without a doubt.
Because they are true warriors. We
sure.
just strap a chair on them instead of a rifle.
For sure.
I mean, and just to see them succeed in such incredible ways in our own community, considering where they came from, spending 2 years in a hospital,
Amazing.
Being suicidal, like Ed talks about with the stuff we do with PTS and all that stuff.
Amazing.
Seeing them shine and really come out there and drive the economy. These are our future leaders.
Look, people say it all the time. Somebody should do something. Somebody should do something. You have a chance to do something today. You have a chance to change a life of maybe of somebody you'll never meet, but you have an ability to impact a life. I'm going to give you the final word here, Chief. When it comes to stepping up and volunteering and taking on the responsibility of leadership like that, we all have that power, don't we? Even if we don't serve in harm's way.
And definitely, if you've never been involved with the organization, you don't realize how much work actually goes into putting on events.
Yep.
Whether it's wheelchair basketball tournaments, pro bass fishing tournaments, every little bit from every volunteer, whether it's 2 hours a week or 20 hours a week. We need all that because we don't take, Sandy has just talked about a number of times, nobody takes a salary.
Yep.
All the money strictly goes to the warriors and veterans. And so, anybody can volunteer. And not everybody always has the money to give out, but people have the time. And we definitely can always use people to donate their time and just volunteer with the Warrior Foundation.
Great stuff, folks. Great. This is how we're changing lives. Send a warrior home for the holidays. Pick up the phone now. Make these phones ring. 800-760-5362. 800-760 KFMB online, 760kfmb.com. We are matching every dollar donated. We are within eyeshot of $800,000 on our way to our $1 million goal. We need your help. It's the Brett Witterbull Show, live from the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon, right here on AM 760, talking breaking news.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Donate now, 800-760-KFMB. This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
It's the Brett Winterble Show as well. Here now, the festooned in holiday finery,
Indeed.
Mr. Brett Winterble.
Why, thank you very much, everybody. Great news. We're at 848.
You mean, wait a minute, not even, you mean 800? Do you realize how much money that is?
800. That would buy us a very nice ranch in one of the communities.
Well, now I realize that people in Sacramento in the Assembly and State Senate look at that and go, that's called lunch money. But you know how much is done with this money?
Listen.
$848,548. We're shooting for our $1 million
$1 million.
goal, and we have
$1 million.
a little more than an hour to do that. Matching
do.
grants are in place. You give $10, it's worth $20 because you're not paying the difference. The donor, it releases the money.
That's
from the
absolutely
donor.
right.
The donor source,
Now.
holding that very close to see how much San Diego largesse we will have here. So you donate $1,000, bingo, it's $2,000 impact right away. So we can do it. This has been taking some great leaps just in the last 30 minutes or so here.
Without a doubt. We are going to move this needle, and we are going to meet that number. We're going to hit $1 million. You watch, folks. You watch.
Now, that
can be a
doesn't,
part of it.
but, Brett, don't sit back and go, somebody else is going to do it. See, it's
No, you
tempting.
got to pick up the phone and do it at 800
That's right.
760 KFMB, 800 760 5362. And I'm so glad Mark Larson's going to be hanging out here for a little bit because coming up here in a matter of
Well,
minutes.
my car was towed. I
Roger
parked in the wrong
Hedgecock's going to be by for the 5 at 5, Mark Larson.
Yeah, I bet Roger's been out
And
at that apple orchard up in
and
Julian.
I think we got matching calls and challenge matches and matching challenges, all kinds of stuff. Get
he's
ready to
up
go
there.
here.
I'm sure he's been up raising money, wandering through
He
the
has.
trees in
He's
Julian
working it.
today.
He's
Yes.
working it. And folks, every time you donate $1,000, you make the bells ring. What is it? Every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings.
Every time a bell rings,
So every time a bell rings, you get to send a warrior home for the holidays. More than one at 800 760 5362.
That's a great line and homage to "It's a Wonderful Life."
Is that what
Jimmy
that's from?
Stewart? Yes, that's
I just
where
thought of it.
Clarence the Angel. A teacher says, and that's Jimmy Stewart is George Bailey, who says at one point, "Don't you see what's happening here?" And I see what's happening here. We're sending heroes home for the holidays.
If
for
Jimmy
Christmas.
Stewart were here today, what number would he say to call right
He'd
now?
say, call 1-800-760-5362.
And the
Don't you
website.
see what's happening here? You have to call.
The website.
Your money's not here.
760KFMB.com. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to be right back.
think I hurt
Roger Hedgecock
myself
with the
doing
5
that.
at 5. Poor Mark Larson, he threw a hammy.
I'm going to go
It's
and,
the Brett Winterble Show,
gargle.
our Radiothon, 800 760 KFMB, 800 760 5362. Warrior Foundation Freedom Station live from AM 760, talking breaking news.
This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
Oh, we are doing amazing things here at the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. We're almost 850,000 in on the day.
That's amazing.
On our way to
It
$1
just
million.
picked upward again there. That's right. And Roger hasn't kicked in his share yet. That's
Not
Brett
yet.
Venerable there. Mark Larson here, our whole team here in Studio A at the KFMB Stations Complex. This is make it or break it hour here. I mean,
It sure is. This
we got
is
to
the
get
push.
this done. It's the matching grant hour. We have that going on. You give $1,000. The cowbells ring. Let's test the cowbells there just a little bit.
Those cowbells are going to work.
Test
Let's
is
see.
only a test.
Fire
Ring-
up those
ring the
cowbells.
cowbells. Let's test it. Let's hear them.
Oh, yeah, that's what they sound like.
Now, when you hear that
All
in the
right,
background, that means there's another $1,000 donation, which is immediately matched. So
Matched.
that becomes $2,000 in impact.
Matched.
1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Also works if you make a donation online.
Absolutely.
You need to do that at 760kfmb.com. You can also see our video streaming there and take a behold Brett Winterble's jacket, which
yes.
is not available in any fine men's store anywhere, but it's fascinating. It's really great. Do you have new information about a donor?
I have a donor. Okay, get the bells ready, ladies and gentlemen. Timothy Jackman donated $2,500.
$2,500.
Dedicated.
Which means it's $5,000.
Which is
impact.
$5,000.
Yeah.
Dedicated to his father, John Jackman, who was in World War II. What a great day. December the
Pearl
7th.
Harbor Day, absolutely. You bet.
And now I'm happy to welcome to the program, not just Mark Larson,
No, I'm just here.
but,
right now. But
Roger
the man.
Hedgecock, the man,
The legend.
the man, the most important part of the 5 at 5 is Roger Hedgecock.
The apple
Hello,
farmer.
Roger.
The apple
How are
farmer.
you, my friend?
Well, hello, guys, and what a great job you both are doing, and everyone who's been contributing out of this wonderful audience at KFMB. And I just want to, say what I said yesterday, which is, on behalf of my dad and all that generation who fought in World War II, he was at the Battle of the Bulge. I've got a picture of him at Bastogne when he was in the Patton Army in that battle. And I just want to say, money is not enough, but what money does with the Warrior Foundation in allowing these folks who've served us so well, they all gave some and some gave all, right? And those folks deserve everything we can give them for what they've done for us and our country.
Mm-hmm.
And just having them unite with their family and their loved ones over the holidays is such a great cause. So my $1,000, and not only that, but my $1,000 in challenge to all of the on-air personalities at KFMB to match that $1,000 and help us push over the top here.
Roger, that's pretty good, but I understand that the apple season was really good this year. Didn't you tell me at one of our events that it was a 5-week season? It was over in 3? Wow. I'm just saying.
Well, it was, and we did have a great season, which is why I have $1,000.
All right, so the challenge is out there to all the air personalities on 760 KFMB. $1,000 for the match.
Well,
all right.
All right, 760kfmb.com. And Roger, we know you'd be here. You're here in spirit, but that's the important thing. And this Pearl Harbor Day, just the fact that let's also give thanks at the moment. That thanks to the memory of George H.W. Bush this week, the knuckleheads in Washington decided to put the skirmish over the government running out of money in the budget. That was going to happen today.
Yes.
Talking border wall today. That move, they kicked that all the way down on December
down the
21st. So I'm thankful for that. We can focus on this. And last year during this Radiothon, we also had some big brush fires in North County. There's a lot going on.
Absolutely.
So there's no reason to, and the weather's out of the way. The bad weather from last night, great day today. So call 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. Donate what you can. This is the last hour of the wall-to-wall Radiothon, although a lot of times people get on and go to 760kfmb.com afterward. But
Now,
the more
let me ask a question, guys.
Go ahead.
Just for the audience and for me as well. When you call up and when you say, yes, I want to give whatever the amount is, and knowing it's going to be matched dollar for dollar.
Right. Yes, sir.
How do you do it? What's the mechanism for getting the money to the Warrior Foundation?
We have top people working on it.
We have people here who are taking all the important information, Roger. And as you said that, we went to $899 on the board. We're so excited.
Wait a minute,
we're
we're like a little less than $500 short of hitting 900,000.
900,000. I mean, Roger, somebody could call 500 right now.
I've got 500 right here from Kimberly. We're going to talk to her in a little bit.
We got Kimberly coming up here in a second.
She's at San Diego Quilt Show, but she's here. She's here holding up her. Is that a $500 check?
Look
at that.
All
right.
Hey, Roger,
That'll
this
put
is
us over
great
to
stuff, my friend.
900,000.
Here we go.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. Talk to you in a minute.
Roger, I just want to ask you one last question on the way out. The spirit of this city, of this community, is such that we take care of our own and we celebrate these warriors, wounded and otherwise. And Roger, can you speak to that and the long tradition of service that this community has, the love of our serving men and women?
And it's been going on for a very long time. I mean, we've been a military town since before World War II, started in World War I. We've been a military town. We've treasured our veterans. When I was sitting there in that chair for many, many years, we had Homefront San Diego, and we put our listening audience in touch with veterans and their families who needed, a washer and dryer fixed, or the car repaired, or a rent bill paid, or whatever it was. And that audience in San Diego was there for our serving members and for the veterans, and they have been there for a very long time. And what's happening today, and what you guys are doing today, in the remarkable reaction you've had, is just a testament that this is not going away. This community stands with the serving members and veterans of our armed forces.
Roger, Mark Larson here along with Brett Winterble. For those of you just tuning in, it's the AM 760 Radiothon Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. The final hour call. Please call right now, 1-800-760-KFNB. Donate. Your donation will be matched dollar for dollar. Go to 760KFNB.com. We were talking about this earlier today a couple of times, Raj, and we're blessed to be in a city where we have so much military, the Navy, the Marines. All branches are represented here, but especially those two groups. And so we see people in uniform all the time. There are places in the country where that's not commonplace.
True.
Sometimes we can take it for granted, and we shouldn't, right? That's a good point.
No, that's exactly right. And if you look down at the harbor at any given moment, you can see down there those ships that go in harm's way.
Yep.
You can see on the streets, as you suggest.
Carl Vinson and Theodore
time.
Roosevelt are down there, 70-71 right now. So they're done.
Yeah, they're there right now. And people who are driving along Harbor Drive and looking out, you're going to see the reason why San Diego is the way it is, because over many billions of dollars in economic impact. But beyond that, the whole idea that amongst us are people who put their lives on the line for this country. And that's something that we're not going to forget, and we're not going to underappreciate in any way. I've been privileged to live in San Diego a long time, and it's been and I think Brett is right about this. Every time we turn around, there's an appeal to help the service members, their families, or the veterans, as we're doing today for the veterans and reuniting them with their families. This is something that I think it's in the DNA of San Diego.
I think you're right.
Great stuff.
Absolutely.
Roger Hedgecock, okay, you've put out the $1,000 challenge to the air staff here. Challenge will be accepted, obviously, up and down the line.
We're all going through we're getting money out of the couches. We're going to go over to the TV side, find some loose change.
And Roger, look, we've got the Hedgecock effect. We've gone above 902 on the board right now on our way to $1 million, Raj. Thank you so much for
on the way to $1 million.
Being a part of
it happen.
Good.
Right,
God bless. We'll give you the update as we proceed, my friend. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks, Raj.
All right, thanks, Raj. That's Roger Hedgecock checking in. We're at 9:02 on the board, and we've got a great guest right here, Mark Larson. I'm so happy.
Well, that's Kimberly from she's with the Quilters, San Diego Quilt Show that comes up every year. And if you think, isn't that quaint? A couple of ladies get together. No, they have it down at the convention center. It's
unbelievable.
Hall F. So, I mean, it's... Comic-Con fans would go, well, hey, that's a pretty good venue there for all this. And Kimberly just tossed in $500 to get us over to that 900,000
That's amazing.
A little bit ago. Kimberly, tell us a little bit about there's a connection here with the Warrior Foundation and Freedom Station, too.
Well, we for the first Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, we made the 12 queen-size quilts for each bed in each cottage. And then now with Freedom Station 2, we've also rose to the occasion and made the 8 quilts for the beds there.
How long does it take to make a quilt?
Oh, it just really depends. There's so many different patterns
Sure.
and different aspects. It can take a couple days to a couple years.
Wow. That's amazing. Now, I understand you made a very special one. You had one gentleman who was 6'9", needed a much longer quilt than everybody else.
Was that Tiny? That Tiny who was here earlier? He's 6'9", and I mean... he lost part of his leg, and just so we didn't miss him, I mean, he's like a towering, huge man. He had giant lit-up Christmas lights around his neck, like he's an aircraft warning beacon. It's amazing.
We caught him covered, no problem. We made a big
lot.
enough quilt for him, so that's good. And then the proceeds of our raffle, like we mentioned before, we are presenting a check for $500 cash in addition to the quilts that we presented at our quilt show this September.
That is so great. And you've got the next quilt show. There's another $1,000 donation coming in.
All right.
Amazing.
Again, that becomes $2,000.
$2,000.
That's why we're ringing multiple
That's right, 1,000
cowbells.
goes to
More
2,000.
cowbell.
More
That's what we did.
cowbell.
Yeah, so matching grants, doubling every dollar now this last hour till 6.
And don't forget, you got the 38th annual San Diego Quilt Show coming up August 29th, 30th, 31st of 2019. People are excited.
That's right. We're getting ready for it, and our charity of choice is the Warrior Foundation. They're parallel to us because we're all volunteers as well, and so it's a nice fit.
When you folks are making those quilts, I imagine it can be sort of an abstract exercise, and when you think about who it's going to when you go to those warriors, it's really got to touch it in an extra special way.
Absolutely. Everybody's very touched making them. They're proud to make them, and just happy that we can give back a little bit to all that they've given us.
You are representing some of the best spirit possible, and that's why we are America's finest city. We appreciate you being here, Kim.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so
Thanks,
very
Kimberly.
much. It's just
Appreciate
a
it.
remarkable thing. 800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. If you go online right now, 760KFMB.com, you can donate, and every dollar donated, and we are at $903,000. We are within eye shot.
Yes, we're close. I can
of a
sense
million.
it from here, and I can tell the phones are busy. We had a couple of them that aren't that busy right now, but pretty much almost everybody busy.
That's right.
1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or go to 760KFMB.com. And that's also where you can see the live video streaming. It's
That's
up on Facebook and YouTube and all that, but just go to 760KFMB.com, donate, and watch us do what we're doing here. It's I was just watching that here. It's like an out-of-body experience.
It's really phenomenal.
Especially with your jacket.
Well, it's I try to do it for the season.
People need to see that
It's
and
a
then
thing.
say, maybe we could do. Armstrong and Getty this morning raised a lot of money in a few minutes by doing their Let's Break Out a Violin that no one
Yes,
can play.
indeed.
They started singing Christmas carols
Sure.
that only
Well, we're not singing anything.
made animals cry.
It's not going to
But
happen.
I'm thinking there's something with a jacket.
With
we
the
could
jacket?
Do. No,
Perhaps,
no.
if we get deep enough into the hour, I'll raffle the jacket,
See how
perhaps.
that
I mean,
goes.
this
They're
jacket
raffling
could
up.
be-
Nothing says Christmas like that.
Oh, boy. 800
Or jail,
760
possibly. Nothing says that either.
KFMB, AM 760. Talking breaking news. Go to the website right now, 760KFMB.com. Every dollar gets matched. Make these phones ring. Make these people busy. Put them to work, folks. Put them to work. It's the Brett Winterble Show, live from the Radiothon at Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. Mark Larson, having a great time.
They would
Be a part
applaud,
of
but
it.
they're all busy now, which
I
is
know,
great.
this
They're
is good.
taking
This is what we
donations. Let's
need.
do it.
All right.
1-800-760-KFMB or go to 760KFMB.com, and thank you.
Back after this.
AM 760.
know. You're doing a great job. 800-760-5362. Look, I'm just going to be blunt. We want you to donate to send these warriors home for the holidays. It's vitally important. It is the mission of this hour.
We would like $96,000.
Correct.
Right.
We
now.
just need
Give or take.
$96,000.
We're at $903,753,
Right.
and we are so thankful, so grateful for that.
Without a doubt.
But we have $1 million goal, and we have a finite amount of time. Although some people will give.
We got 40 minutes.
But we need to know now. Sandy Lemkuhler is pacing around here. She's just trying to figure out. Okay, I got the list of the warriors we need to send home, and it's a huge list.
We don't want
don't
want names getting crossed off that list.
No, that's right. You don't want to, that sounds like naughty and nice lists. I mean, they're all
terrible.
nice.
We don't need that.
So we get the matching grant available there too.
That's right.
So every dollar you donate,
that's right,
is going to be matched by our anonymous donor source, and that's going to be a lot of impact. You give $500, it's $1,000. You
Absolutely.
give $1,000, it is the impact of $2,000.
100%.
We had a donor a few minutes ago, $2,500.
$2,500.
That had the impact of $5,000. So it doesn't take a lot. We have millions of people within the sound of our voice, and many of them listening here.
Yep.
This is where you start going, well, I know, I got the Christmas season, a lot of expenses, whatever.
Right.
But it's also the year end. You're looking for, the tax break donations, charitable donations.
Absolutely.
There is no better charity than this. It is 4-star
4 stars.
certified by a Charity Navigator. That is a huge deal. The overhead is nothing. I mean, it's just a minuscule.
Absolutely.
You get 98 cents or so of every dollar that goes directly to send our heroes home for the holidays and for Freedom Station 2. All of this happening here, based in San Diego, not some far-flung place, not on some other planet. Oh, we like planets, but there's a base, base right here. So 1-800-760-KFMB or 760kfmb.com. That little bit of about 2%, a little less than that, of quote-unquote overhead. What that is, remember, no one and the staff takes salaries. There's no salaries paid. That's things like postage, helping. What would it be like?
It's just the cost of doing business. It's your insurance.
And expanding Freedom Station 2. So there's building permits and whatever you get to have an attorney drop something. That's that. It's a little bit. Otherwise, again, the takeaway is none of the staff. Sandy Lemkuhler, who started this whole thing on KFMB right here on this station 14 years ago, and turned this into a huge labor of love. The staff members, the volunteerism is phenomenal. The way that local businesses step up and help build out the Freedom Station facilities, the way people step up and help come alongside our injured warriors. So I don't know. I really, truly, as tuned in as I am to a lot of charities and a lot of work across the country, I don't know of any charity that does it like this with this kind of instant impact. Because you give right now.
Absolutely.
Sandy's like, okay, I'm going to not cross that name off the list.
That's
and
right.
Check that twice, and
They
we're
get
going
to go home.
Get these heroes home for the holidays. That's what we're doing. We're sending warriors home for the holidays. And it may be a shock to you, but we're in December. It's December 7th.
without
It's
doubt.
Pearl Harbor Day. What a great day to also honor all who serve in the military.
77, 41, a
bet.
lot of
Pick
numbers
a
you
number.
can use.
Pick a number. So whatever motivates you, but you ought to be motivated enough to know this is a heck of a charity with big impact. And your money's not going to go off into Never Never Land somewhere. It is going to directly send our heroes home, the warriors home for the holidays, to get them home. And you can make that happen right now. But we have a goal of $1 million. Okay?
We got a goal of $1 million. Here's
We're
the
at
thing.
900, almost 909,000. Every time you call 1-800-760-KFMB, every dollar is matched dollar for dollar. So that's the donor, the multiple donor effect. So double it.
You have the power to do this, folks. And look, let's be honest. Let's be totally frank here for a second, Mark. We haven't always treated our service folks the best. We've actually treated them pretty shabbily through
you think
history.
about Vietnam?
And you think about Vietnam and the way that those men came back and were treated horribly. This is an opportunity to make amends for all of that. And all you have to do is a little bit, because whatever you pledge is going to get matched. Both my grandfathers fought in World War II, both of them in the Pacific Theater. And I think about that sacrifice as I watched the funeral of George H.W. Bush, and as I watched Bob Dole there, and that greatest generation. You look at that and you say, they would never have had that opportunity to go home, wounded or not. They would have had a rehab in the hospital. But because of the miracle of modern medicine and what we have today, we can either send these heroes home or have the family come and see them, which is remarkable.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is pick up the phones and call them at 800-760-5362. You pledge 10, it's 20. 50 is 100. 100 is 200. And it's a remarkable thing. We're at $908,000. We've got about 35 minutes left to raise.
We've had
to
kids
raise
coming in
just
today.
a chunk of change.
We've had kids coming in. Sixth grader Lucas came in and gave us
Absolutely.
$150.
Yep.
That became a matching.
His Lucas?
No. My Luke's,
his Lucas.
Luke's on the
phones
phones over there.
Oh,
He's
there you
actually
go.
working the phones.
Yeah.
So, Mike
no,
Slater.
That was actually Sandy's grandson.
Mike Slater with us now. Mike, you've been here for so much of the magic for all these years with Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. And now, of course, today you did a lot of the heavy lifting with A&G and Mark Larson. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Wow, it's as good as it gets. So I've been answering phones for a while, and I always ask people why they donate. And I love the reasons, but it's more the attitude of the reason. It's just like, of course I am.
Sure.
I need to. It's part of the deal.
Yep.
It's the least I can do. And almost everyone I've talked to has been donating for a decade, too, right?
Sure,
Which is pretty
absolutely.
Cool. But it's just an obvious, of course I need to do this. They've done so much. It's the least I can do. I love that attitude about it. The heart behind
There's
it.
another
It's
$1,000.
another $1,000
The
right
cowbells, that
because we
means
got to
that's
get to
2,000.
$1 million, guys. That's ridiculous. One of my favorite stories earlier was a Marine. We talked to him. He's wounded. He's in the hospital now.
Right.
He's in Balboa. And he's getting a plane ticket home for Christmas. He's told his dad, but he hasn't told his mom. Surprise. So that's going to be, and I told him his mom's name's Lucy. I said, you have to send a video back to us.
Oh, yeah.
Of you surprising your mom on Christmas morning, because that will be the greatest day of his mom's life. Like next to his being born.
Yep.
So his second greatest day of his life will be, she thinks her son is going to be alone in a hospital in California. And instead, he's going to be, I think it was in Massachusetts, with the family
gonna be so
on
great.
Christmas morning. Like what? And you are giving that gift. If you call in right now and get us that $1 million, you are giving that gift
You
to
really are.
Lucy, to Mama Lucy.
I mean, listen, folks, we are within eye shot of the $1 million number.
That's ridiculous.
And the thing you have to remember about this is
We're about
we're
75,000 away right now.
We're in a
Realize it?
county of 3 million people.
Yes.
And we have raised almost $1 million. What does that
pretty
say about the people of San Diego? That says you love these men and women, most of whom you will never meet, but every one of whom you can bless.
Yep. Absolutely right.
Yeah. So Sandy earlier explained how they give out the tickets. So they have them all lined up. They're at the barracks. And she explained the whole thing in great detail. But at the end of she gives a little speech, and she hands each of them a card. It's a blue card with a white Christmas tree on it. And if we can find Sandy, I'll have her do the exact text of it because it's so beautiful. But the gist of it is, you are going to go home, sleep in your own bed, eat homemade food, and be with your family this Christmas.
Amazing.
And I just imagine me, walking up to that Marine in formation and handing him that gift.
That's
and saying,
effectively what you're doing.
Totally.
Yes,
And saying,
when you call.
Marine,
Yeah.
Merry
right.
Christmas.
That's right.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for
Amen.
all these years.
That's right.
Enjoy your family.
How many
And then
times have we
that's-
said that to members of the military? Again, it's a thing we tend to do here because we see military every day as opposed to some places
For
around
sure.
the country. People say thank you for your service. This is the way to make that tangible. How many times have you said, it's like, I wish I could say more.
That's
This
true.
says a lot more, and it doesn't take a lot to say a lot more. Call 1-800-760-KFMB right now. Donate what you can. We're on the home stretch here down to the last just over a half hour.
That's right.
Of course, after 6 o'clock when we're done with the wall-to-wall radiothon, you can still go to 760kfmb.com. You can donate there now. You get the matching donation that is
Absolutely
kicked in
right.
there too. You donate $100 there, that's made $200 because you're going to have another donor that's going to match your donation dollar to dollar. But I think the best thing right now, call if you can, 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or go to 760kfmb.com. Please do that. We're down to the stretch here. We're at about $926,000.
Yep.
It's just kind of sitting there.
Be a part of it.
It's
Join the
gonna-
family.
Listen, for what you spend on a latte every day, every working day that you go to work, you can change lives. Just think about that.
Yeah, we were half joking about now that marijuana is legal.
Yeah. That was the 420 joke.
That was
You
it.
could
Well,
donate $420
wait,
and make it
just find
$840.
something that you can sacrifice. You know, just go without like one day a week.
That's for one day.
I mean, come on, make this practical. It's not that big of a
It's
deal.
very-
You
it's
know,
very easy.
Chances are, if you say, "What'd you do with the last $20?" You kind of go, "I don't know where that went."
That 20 could have become a 40.
That's right.
That 40 could become 80.
So take that. Just realize how we do tend to throw stuff out there and don't know where it goes. Here's where you know exactly where it's going here. Send our heroes home for the holidays. Get the Warriors home. Make the difference with the Radiothon right now until 6 o'clock. The Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Man, we just got to get we're just hanging about
So
this is about
close.
926,000. We want to get to 1 million by 6 if we can. Call now, 1-800-760-KFMB, or donate online. Everything gets the matching grant happening there when you trigger anything you give, it's doubled by the matching donors.
And
So
every
call-
phone is busy right now,
or
so if you get a
760.
busy signal, keep trying.
going.
Yeah, or if you get a busy signal, then go to 760kfmb.com.
Get the match.
All right, so,
All right, Brett Winterbull, Mike Slater, Mark Larson, the Radiothon, Warrior Foundation, Freedom Station, 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362, and 760kfmb.com. Back after this.
AM 760s. This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
And welcome. It is the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon, and we are on our way doing what we can to raise $1 million to send our heroes home for the holidays.
You see what happened just now?
You see
what happened? Look at that total board. We're at $944,690.
Yep.
Great strides.
Yep.
What time is it?
It's
Mike Slater, Brett Winterville, Mark Larson here. What time is it?
5:35.
5:38.
5:38.
Time is ticking.
It
we
is
have
ticking.
the double the match deal, the match money.
We
there.
got the match money. We got the match
500,
money.
and we love every donation, no matter what it is. $1,
Absolutely.
$5, $10, $20. We need some heavy hitters to
Absolutely.
come in here to get us where we're going.
Absolutely.
We need the 500 and the 1,000 donation.
Yep.
You give us $1,000, and again, you want
That's
a nice,
$2,000.
great charitable donation to help you on your tax return. You know, get some. You do this right now, you won't do better than this organization, Warrior Foundation Freedom Station.
Yep.
But we need some biggies. We have people. We know we have people who can give 5,000 or 10,000, and probably will.
Sure.
Maybe multiple times to charities at the end of the year now this month. This is the real deal. This is San Diego based. This is making an impact here, sending our warriors home for the Christmas holiday season, and helping us expand now Freedom Station 2. We were talking about that a year ago.
Yes.
Today.
Absolutely.
And if we could do that, we could start getting that rolling. It's rolling. It's
true.
happening. This isn't something that goes into theory and it's talk it to death for 20 years. This is real. It's tangible. It's needed. Nobody on the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station staff takes a salary.
Yep.
That is huge, huge, huge.
As anybody who's ever lost a grandparent or a parent knows, life is unbelievably short. And when you lose that opportunity to connect with a loved one that close to you, you think back of all the times you spent together on the holidays and special events. And I've never met a person who didn't look back and say, I wish I had one more Christmas. I wish I had one more chance to spend time, to have a conversation, what I wouldn't give for one more conversation. And as somebody, I lost a parent this year, and Mike, I know you've lost a parent. And, Mark, you look at that and you say, what I wouldn't give for just one more Christmas morning, one more Christmas night, a laugh, looking at pictures, hearing stories. And this is an opportunity to do that because life is unpredictable. You don't know. And the people you bless are people you will never know. You may never meet these men and women, but you are going to change their lives. $25, $50, $100. Think about the money that just goes out the window on just junk in life.
Yeah.
Turn those dollars around and change these lives, right, Mike Slater?
Yeah, Brett, you're right. Well, I'll never get another Christmas with my dad.
Yep.
These men in the hospital in Balboa, they can have another Christmas with their dad and their mom and their brothers. They can.
Right.
They just need to get there.
They need to get there.
And that's your phone call.
It's true.
Right
Speaking
now.
of phone calls, I just was talking to Sandy Lemkuhler, who started this whole thing back in 2004 as a labor of love, and she doesn't get paid either. Any little 2% of quote unquote expense is things like stamps, mailing fees, permits for Freedom Station, whatever. But she said she just found out from our tech people. And we've got all the phone lines just burning up here right now. They're on them nonstop, and the cowbells ring when there's $1,000 donations. Again, everything's doubled by our matching grant. But she just said that we're hearing there have been people who have been trying to get through for a half hour, and they can't get through.
Wow.
Now, that's a nice problem to have, but it's also a problem to have.
Yes, it
so
is.
we're going to keep the phone lines open for the next hour.
Great.
We're scheduled to go to 6, so we're going to keep the phone lines open.
That's great.
So try back if and if you say, listen, I tried, I go to the website. That doesn't overload.
Yep.
Go to 760kfmb.com. You can also watch the video streaming here and see what we're doing and see how respectable we look, except for Brett, who's wearing well, you didn't get to see Brett's jacket.
It's very respectful.
And then, give a donation just to make sure that if we hit that $1 million, he won't wear it again after Christmas. It's like white pants after Labor Day. You just don't want to do that. So, so keep calling, keep trying. 1-800-760-KFMB. We
get the
understand
match.
that, again, that's a good thing, it's a bad thing. The response is overwhelming, but I don't remember having that problem last year. So,
not with
so
10,
people are
10
saying, hey,
phone
I'm not
lines
getting
here.
through. So go to 760kfmb.com. You can make a donation there. There'd be no wait there. But otherwise, keep trying on the phone. So
Go to the website.
we'll keep the switchboard open here with all the staffers, much to their surprise, after 6 o'clock.
Absolutely.
1-800-760-KFMB. Nancy Bain donated $500 in honor of her mom and dad, Earl and Earlene. They served
that's
in
1,000
World War
impact.
II and Korea wars as well.
That's $1,000 impact, and that's what we're talking about. Your parents, looking back at your parents and thinking about wanting to see your parents.
Yeah. So on the parents, I mean, this is when I cried the most today, if I may. Larry Wilski, former top SEAL guy, was telling the story of how one of his men was killed in Iraq, and he escorted his body all the way back to Dover and then to the family in Massachusetts, and he arrived at this SEAL's mom's house in his dress blues, and the mom opens the door and falls down because she knows what it is. Like, oh my gosh, right? This isn't just a thank you to this veteran, to this Marine or sailor. Thank you for your service. It's a thank you to Mom. Thank you for raising a Marine. Thank you for raising this sailor. Thank you for raising this young man to become a warrior. And we want to give you, Mom, this gift. We want to give you this Christmas that you didn't think you were going to have.
That's amazing.
How do you give a better gift than that?
It's amazing.
Thank you, Mom, for raising this warrior. That's what it is to me. 1-800-760-KFMB.
And let's not forget, look, the excitement, the fun you're going to have, the stories, the joking around, reconnecting with your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, your moms, your dads, your friends from school. Because in some cases, these are young men and women who have been out and been serving this country. Maybe they haven't been back for a couple of years. We had Gunny talking about that earlier today. The fact that some of these guys, they haven't been back in a couple of years. I mean, that's tough.
I talked to one guy earlier. He hasn't seen his mom in 8 years. How about that? His mom's disabled, lives in Florida. He's been out here. No money, injured, hospital stays, whatever. 8 years. He's going home for Christmas this year.
And if you go on to 760kfmb.com right now and punch in your pledge, we will match it. We will match the amount dollar for dollar.
You know, it'd be great right now. We're at $950,815. That's great in itself. And we're going here at 6 o'clock to get to $1 million if we, get persistent and people get through and are patient if they're getting a busy signal. 1-800-760-KFMB with the double matching grant. You can give $25,000 right now and get that done.
Who's that person? Come on now.
You know how many people? I'm telling you.
Totally.
This, we have people in this, especially in this economy.
Oh, without doubt.
And I think part of what's going on this week, people go, well, did you see what happened on Wall Street a few of these days, whatever. Well, yeah, and we're also at, 25,000 on the Dow.
For sure.
In 2008, we're sitting there at, 6,000 or whatever. So it's all perspective. That plays a little psychological dance with you. But you know what doesn't change is the fact that these warriors are facing these injuries. This is a chance to bless them at Christmas time, to do something big. I know for a fact, being in this town for a long, long time, that there are business owners who will pop $25,000, $50,000, $100,000 on something that moves them, no matter where they're coming from, just because it's a good thing to do in the community. This is a huge thing to do in our community.
No doubt.
This isn't going to, wherever around the world. It's happening right here. Freedom Station 1 is right here. Freedom Station 2 is underway right here. That's the secondary part of this. What we're doing with the bulk of this right now is making sure that we get these warriors home for the Christmas season.
For sure.
And it's December 7th. It's Pearl Harbor Day. So, I mean, I know people, maybe I should start naming them. People who could write a check for like 25 or 50 grand. They know who they are. And you know what? If you have a business, you say, listen, my business can do this.
For sure.
We will be happy to talk about how wonderful your business is. Are you kidding me? Absolutely.
100%.
So there may be other things you can give in terms of the construction of Freedom Station 2 if you're into that world. There's so many things people can do. But right now, this is, like they'll say in church, they'll say this is a love offering. Yeah, let's get down to the bottom. This is a money offering right now, okay?
It sure is.
So we appreciate the $1 and the $5. Nothing better than when you see $20 like we did earlier today from a Marine wife, an active duty Marine. That's like, $2,000. It's tough. But so many of us have been blessed at so many different levels that this is a great time. You're going to probably sit there on December 30th and go, well, I need to throw in some more charitable giving now. And you look at the number and where you want to get the tax deductibility, long form, and you'll start writing checks that right now might seem, well, with the Dow, I don't know. You'll write big checks.
Sure.
I don't know any better, stronger bang for the buck than you get right here with Warrior Foundation, Freedom Station. We're at $957,415 now. We're moving forward.
Absolutely.
Every dollar gets matched. You need to call now if you're thinking about it.
2 empty phones.
There's 2 phone lines open now. Okay, so sneak in there. If you've been among the people who were we had some surging this hour and they couldn't get through.
That's right.
Try back again.
800.
Be patient. or 1-800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362, or just go online, 760KFMB.com. You'll do it easy there. Just get it done and get the tax deductibility and everything else. But give generously. That's an overused couple of words, but please do. This is essential. I think what, Brett, you mentioned earlier about how Sandy Lemcooler back there, like she's got the names, and you don't want her crossing off names on the list like
we don't want the names crossed off the
list. We're not quite there. It's like a little
that.
Santa thing, you know.
No. We want everybody to be nice. Nobody goes on the naughty list.
Don't want to erase
You
them.
can make this happen, folks. 800-760-KFMB, 760KFMB.com. Use that match dollar for dollar, and as Mike has pointed out, and we will point out, no amount is too small because it's going to get matched and it's going to go into the pile.
Someone called in, I was answering, and they said, I'm going to give just $25. And I said, take out the just.
Absolutely.
And she goes, I'm going to give $25.
Amen. That's what you got to do. Step up, stand up. 800-760-KFMB.
It's like 2 lattes at Starbucks. Not to pick on Starbucks.
Absolutely.
But, you know,
760-5362 and at 760KFMB.com. We will match the dollars. All right, we're going to take a break. This is your chance, folks. This is your chance to be great. Give. Brett Winterble Show, Radiothon, Warrior Foundation, Freedom Station. Mark Orson, Mike Slater, Brett Winterble. We'll be back right after this.
Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
Christ the highest, heaven adored, Christ the
It is the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Sending our Warriors home for the holidays, 800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362 to donate. And you can also donate online at 760kfmb.com. I want to just try something out here really quick. I'm going to do a little experiment. I want you folks at home and in your cars to know how many people are in this room right now helping to make these dreams come true. How about that, everybody? Say yo! Woo! All right. We got dozens and dozens of people in here working the phones, working the computers, taking the website stuff, and we're live streaming. And Mike Slater, this is a remarkable day, man. We are so close to hitting the $1 million mark to send these warriors, these heroes home for the holidays.
I think that one day here. And people put on big events like all year it takes to plan. And
Yes.
all we did was open up the phones and say, hey, San Diego.
Yep.
You know what to do.
Absolutely.
And you know what we're doing. It's such a simple message, getting our men and women home for Christmas. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362. This is the ultimate thank you for your service. We talked to guys earlier today who are in Balboa Hospital healing from their injuries. And if we don't send them home, then they stay in their hospital rooms in the barracks. We talked to one of the warriors who said, I spent one Christmas twiddling my thumbs all Christmas Day. We can't have that when they're family. They've given so much to us, to this country. We need them to go back home. One guy said, I love going home because it reminded me of why I joined the military in the first place. How about that? How about that for giving that hope back? And they come back home with a new look in their eyes, a new lease on life. And this is what you're giving right now. 1-800-760-KFMB. Brett Winterble, just announce what happened.
We are at $969,000. Folks, if you make these phones burn up, if you get on the website right now at 760kfmb.com, we can do this. We can close this out just like Colonel and Mrs. William Cheney did out of beautiful Bellevue, Nebraska, donating $500.
Yeah.
That's actually $1,000 with the match. Thank you so much for helping these heroes. We so appreciate and love each and every one of you who are making these contributions.
I love it. As soon as the phone goes down, boom, rings right away.
Another
Love
one
it.
rings. And listen, if you go to 760kfmb.com and you contribute, the dollars are matched dollar for dollar. 50 is 100, 100 is 200, 500 is 1,000.
And added to the total right away as well.
And added to the total right away. And that's what's so important. 760kfmb.com and at 800-760-5362. Mike, we have watched over the last few years how many lives have been changed by this. And what I love is the number of people who are back here year after year supporting this cause and getting this done, because it's an effort of love. It's patriotism and it's love.
Another
$1,000.
coming
That'll
in,
be
folks.
$2,000 with the matching grant.
That's $2,000
so
with the matching
I love
grant.
it. Brett, you mentioned lives changed. We've talked to guys, and I asked them, where would you be without Warrior Foundation?
Yep.
And they all, they shudder. They physically have a disgusted look, a feel. They look down. They can't even think about where their life would be if it weren't for the Warrior Foundation and everything they do all year, but also these memories of going back home. Because then my follow-up is, have you ever received a plane ticket home? And they're like, yes. And they tell all the stories of the years that they've been able to surprise their families going home. What joy you're able to bring to these families who have been through such a difficult time.
It is. And it's none of this is done out of sympathy or pity. It's about elevating and lifting up
That's been the
spirits
story,
and
hasn't
souls.
it? Yeah, all day long. We talk to the Warriors. Many of them become friends of ours through all the years with Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. But these are the guys who have that spirit, they'll lose limbs, and they have all these horrific injuries, and they'll say things, as a matter of fact, like, well, I got connected to this. I was at Balboa Hospital, and I was there for 6 or 8 months. And you go, oh,
I
my
had 28
gosh.
surgeries.
Wow. It's just like, matter of
Sounds right.
fact. And that's the thing. You see this. I was back at Walter Reed a few years ago with actually Duncan Hunter, the senior, going room to room visiting the wounded back there. And even guys who had lost all their limbs. There's one guy in particular who didn't have any arms or legs. And he's saying, I want to get back and help my buddies. You get that kind of an attitude. It's something that just boggles the mind. And we often tell members of the service, like we were saying earlier, we'll say, hey, thank you for your service. And that kind of rings hollow sometimes. You want to do something more tangible. Many people do. There's a lot of different great organizations in town, but there's not one like this. There's not one like Warrior Foundation Freedom Station that does it like this with the impact, with no staff, salaries being paid, just full. You give today, right now, 1-800-760-KFMB, or go to 760kfmb.com. That money goes to work now, sending our Warriors home for the Christmas season. We're into it. We got to get it done. And we are so close. We have the $1 million goal. We had a little bit of an issue where the phones were kind of jamming up for a while. They're not now.
Nope.
So
Someone just hung up.
Call.
Let me just the phone open.
Call right now. You're going to make it in. Call right now and make that donation.
We're at $970,000.
Which means we're really, all we need is $15,000, and we, with the match, we're at $1 million, folks. I can't thank you. I can't thank you guys enough for being here with me today and letting me hang out with you and do this.
Brett, we can't stop now.
I know. You want to keep going?
Wait, is it the music? Are we done?
The music's playing.
Music's playing.
No, we're not
The
stopping.
chestnuts are roasting.
No,
we're not.
Listen, I want to go home
stopping.
as much as
All right,
anyone.
we're going to keep going.
We're going until we get a million.
Let's keep going, Johnny.
We're
We're
going until we
keep
get a
going.
million.
We're going to keep going until we get $1 million.
Okay, so we got 15,000 more.
We get you
You can probably do it during the break before we even get back.
That's it.
We're not stopping until we hit a million.
800-760-KFMB, 760KFMB.com. We're going to keep going. You guys want to keep going?
We're gonna
Let's
keep going until we get $1 million.
Let's go to $1 million. All right.
We're close. We need a couple of biggies to come in.
That's what we're
here.
going to
Get it
do.
done.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back.
All right,
We got it.
1-800-760-KFMB or call 1-800-760-5362.
I'm gonna go answer phones.
5362. The phones are jamming up again, so go to 760kfmb.com. Donate right there. Stay on it. We're so close.
Back after this.
Jack Frost. This is AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
Brett Winterbull alongside Mark Larson. Mike Slater's in the house, and a cast of dozens as we are all working towards getting us to $1 million.
I was back picking pockets on TV a little bit ago. They don't know they're busy doing TV.
I saw what you're doing over
I was just picking up some loose change. I threw it in.
This is great stuff. We're at $971,000. $971,000. We're on a mission to raise $1 million. We're within eyesight of it. We're going to get it.
Yep.
I'm confident that we are going to get it. In fact, Mark Larson, start a timer for me. I'm over on the 760 KFMB.
You want a timer
page.
to start now? Okay,
I'm on the 760 KFMB page,
right.
760KFMB.com, where you can donate online now.
You can also see your jacket.
I'm going to click.
Color.
I'm clicking
in
a
the
button.
live streaming.
I'm clicking a contribution button.
Okay.
All right. So start that timer now.
Okay. Timer
Here we
now.
go, and I'm putting in my.
All right.
Boom. Done. How long did it take me?
5 seconds.
How long did it take me?
5 seconds.
Hold on, this sounds like we got a big one.
$1,000. Thank you.
I haven't seen Bill say that before.
That's
that's a whale right there. I've never seen Bill jump out of his pants.
Let me ask Mr.
$5,000.
$5,000.
That's like 10,000. Thank you. So let me
Way
ask
to go, folks.
Let me ask he who must be obeyed, Mr.
We should
Sniff.
have $5,000 come in.
Mr. Sniff, are we continuing the?
Is there a match on
rant?
this?
Is that continuing this hour?
I think there is.
Yes, the matching actually ran out at 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Because
Okay, that's what I was saying.
So we're now in
so
overtime.
we're not authorized to have any more matching funds for
So
that.
now we need people just to go. Okay, we're at 970. So that's not showing the 5,000, or is it?
No, it's not. It hasn't been updated yet.
Okay.
So
we're like 76,000, 976,000.
We might be about 20, 25,000 away from it.
Okay,
right now.
so there we go, folks.
So break it down. 5 people, 5,000 apiece.
That's it.
Yeah, just get out of here. We just go home.
25 people, 1,000.
All these volunteers who have been here since 5 a.m.
1,000 people, 25.
That's a big.
Oh, that's okay. We don't want that math.
25,000. You could have 25,000 people each give $1. I mean, it all works well.
We'll take it. Any denomination, we will take it. We got great people on the phones right now. We
And
want
they're
to make
available on
those
the phones.
ring.
I think what happened in the last hour, we had a little bit of a. It's a good thing because it meant we were surging. And
We had a lot of people calling in.
So it's a good time to call back right now. We have a handful of lines that are open now. 1-800-760-KFMB or 1-800-760-5362. You can go on 760kfmb.com, and in seconds, literally.
I did it. I mean, I did it in 5
you
seconds.
Can donate
5 seconds
like that.
on my smartphone, Slater. It's done.
Yep. Mike?
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Look,
Mike, you got any spare change on you right now?
Sorry, I got overwhelmed for a second. I'm just excited looking at our the people who've been answering phones for literally
since like
12 hours.
Morning,
6 hours.
This is the same people have been doing this for 12
amazing.
hours.
And Mike got here at 6. I got here about 7:30 this morning. Brett rolled in at 3. No, that's all right.
We need that energy
You were
boost.
weaving your jacket.
I had to
at
get
the
my
time.
jacket.
You had to put it on the loom.
So what we're doing here, folks, is we're sending warriors home for the holidays, heroes home for the holidays, people who have stepped up and volunteered to defend this amazing country. And you have the opportunity to bless those people in return, to give them the blessing of a return home at the holidays where they'll wake up in their own bed, they'll be with their family, they'll have those memories, they'll have another amazing Christmas dinner with their mom, with their dad, with their siblings, their grandparents, and you're just going to create a memory for them, an amazing memory that they're going to take with them in their heart everywhere they go. And when they get a little bit down, when they're feeling a little bit down, a little bit sad, like they can't get over that next hump, they're going to be able to do it because they're going to find that inner strength because you've blessed them.
Yep.
You've given them this grace, and you've given them this boost and this strength. There is nothing better than getting a gift from somebody you know and love, except maybe for getting a gift from somebody you'll never meet.
Wow.
I mean, that's an amazing thing.
You know, it's also amazing.
That's faith in humanity expressed.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station. Again, you can't tell the story in detail, but you can touch on how it happened. And it was 2004 on this very radio station,
That's
AM
right.
760. Sandy Lemkuehler, Navy wife, says, "I want to do something. I was down at Balboa Naval Hospital. I want to do something for those injured warriors." And then she asked me, "So what do you guys need?" And they said, "Well, we're having some, just for our self-esteem and coming back, we could use some electric razors. It's kind of hard if you got a mangled arm or leg or whatever." And she thought, okay, we'll gather up, people donate and buy some electric razors. Turned out to be well over $60,000, like in one morning.
Yeah.
And that took off. Now it's $17 million later, and you think about the impact sending these warriors home for the holidays, and then building Freedom Station 1 and Freedom Station 2 right here in San Diego. The overhead is minuscule, and it's stuff like postage and permits and things like that when you're building buildings. Nobody on the staff, including Sandy, takes any money. Nobody, and there's no salaries being paid. So you got 98 cents out of every dollar that not only goes to what we're talking about here, it goes into action now.
That's true.
December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day. It's a great way to honor the military, honor loved ones of yours, make a difference in San Diego. I know for a fact there are business owners, there are people in San Diego who may drive around going, well, I'm not sure, I moved here umpteen years ago, or maybe more than that, and what's happening, and things are great, but what about this area of our community? You want to change the community for the better?
Yep.
You help these members of the military. There's another $1,000 right there.
$1,000 coming in.
1-800-760-KFMB. Thank you, donor, whoever that was.
Absolutely.
But one of the things that we haven't touched on a lot, I mentioned it, I think, hours ago now. If you go to the website, which is warriorfoundation.org, and just say, okay, if this is new to you and you're not hearing these stories till now, you want to look it up. Totally impeccable in terms of charity advisor with the
Absolutely.
the scrutiny they put on and give them the 4-star rating, so you know that you're getting what you're giving to. But the Warrior Station, Freedom Station, assists 4 main groups of warriors, and this may personalize it a little more for you. Seriously injured returning home from the war zones, those undergoing physical or occupational therapy, those suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, or traumatic brain injury.
Right.
We talked to, was it Adam earlier today, talking about how that
Adam's
happened,
injuries,
how
geez.
he had to come back and learn everything. Everything. And he says, well, I was in the hospital 6 or 8 months, that kind of thing. You go, oh my God. So these are the people you're helping. And that includes warriors who've been medically retired and can't do anymore. They remain here because of their injuries. They remain in the community.
Right.
This is a way to support and encourage their families. The spread of love that comes through this. I don't know what else you're waiting for during the Hanukkah and Christmas season here. This would be it. This is the spirit of the season and the ultimate gift. So,
and the number to call right now, let's make these phones ring, is 800-760-5362. 1-800-760-5362. No amount is too small, and we'll take anything to help these heroes out, to send them home for the holidays. 760kfmb.com. You can literally donate in 5 seconds. I mean, it's an amazing thing.
Make those phones ring. There are a lot of people sitting there right now going, well, I don't know, maybe I'll get a sandwich.
Let me just say this. Today is Pearl Harbor Day, the 77th anniversary of the beginning of the war that was defining of a generation, creating of a greatest generation. And you consider that from the moment we were attacked at Pearl Harbor to the conclusion in August of 1945, you're talking about really about a 4-year run of war. 4-year run. We are 18 years into this war on terror. You're talking about multiple generations of people having served and gone through Afghanistan.
Now, the good news about that, though, we touched on this earlier, Brett.
Yep.
When, you remember when everything started with Afghanistan and then the shock and awe in Iraq in 2003?
Absolutely.
The experts on television, the same experts who can't predict presidential elections very well recently, they were the ones saying there are going to be tens of thousands of body bags coming. It's going to be horrible.
For sure.
Now, with the technology, the good and the bad news is, the good news is not as many deaths as people had feared, or some even, I think, cheered it at the time, like, yeah, that'll prove politically something. So the good news is they made it through. More, but it means more have come back with injuries that are totally life-changing. So this is a chance to not just say, oh, thank you for your service. This is a chance to spread some love deep and sow that into the community, as the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station has been doing since 2004. And right now we're just so close here. We're at
with an eye shot.
This back row is empty, though. 1-800-760-KFMB. This hasn't been this way over an hour. So
we've extended the phones because we had some phone meltdowns earlier. We wanted to make sure that we keep this open. Everybody who's been here since the wee hours of the morning are here. We were going to wrap up at 6 o'clock, of course. And that, you can keep giving at 760kfmb.com, but the phone bank is open a little longer. This is kind of like on election night when you go, hey, at the polling place, let's wait. We'll take some provisional calls here, but we want something to clear. 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, or 760kfmb.com. Even your son, Brett, is over there.
He's working the phones.
He looks like he's going to take a...
He's taking a pledge.
No, he looks like he's dozing. Does he have a phone in his ear that he can't see?
He has a phone in his ear. Yes, he does.
Okay, good.
Kid's hard at work.
Whoa,
look at that.
$977,345 just now. Okay, good. That's good. All right.
Gotta go. Gotta get there. Gotta get there.
800-760-KFMB, 800-760-5362. Let's get these
away.
people to work on these phones. Let's get them on work online. 760KFMB.com. What do you say? We want to take a break? We'll take a break.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
let the folks call in.
Yes,
We'll
yes.
blow
Let's
our
give everyone
minds
a
with
break
your
to call in.
generosity.
Yeah,
That's right. Let's
I
take
know
a
they're
break.
hanging on our every
Let you
word,
guys-
so let's
let
take a
you guys
break
go.
and have them hang on the words of the
Good.
break, but then also call
Give us a call.
1-800-760-KFMB. We have a couple of lines still available right now. They cycle through quickly. We're like 23,000
yeah.
away from getting to the million. Please help us do this right now.
Absolutely.
If you can't call, 1-800-760-KFMB, 1-800-760-5362, then go to 760KFMB.com. Keep it up. Thank you for all your support so far. Let's get this done. Send our Warriors home for the holidays. Do it. Thank you.
AM 760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radio. Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Donate now. 800-760-KFMB.
All right, we just had a very exciting moment a couple seconds ago.
Well, Brett got so excited he went to the men's room. AM 760 talking breaking news is what we say, and that's what we do. We have breaking news. Mark Larson here, Mike Slater. Brett's joining us in a second.
Phone bank, what happened? Tell me what happened
on the phone bank
Come
seconds ago? $10,000 single donation, $10,000 right now. The cowbells went nuts, of course, during the break.
$10,000 donation.
So that's going to take, well, we have top people working on this now. So Dave, he who must be obeyed, Dave Sniff, does that bring us to a number
Brett,
you can
missed
announce?
it. $10,000 donation. Did you hear it down the hall?
Okay, I'm going to go back outside, maybe another 10,000.
Do that. We were debating whether we should have Brett, taking his jacket on, off, whatever, on 760kfmb.com.
Wow, thank you, whoever did that. Whoever did that, I'd love to know why, what motivated you, and what inspired you to do that. That's remarkable.
Because before the break, we were like 978,000. There have been other donations coming in. Please call. We extended the phone bank because we had some phone issues. Frankly, the issues were too many people calling at once. What do we have? Dave, can you give us an update here in terms of what this means? Because I know...
What just happened?
The tote board is one thing, but there's other things. But there are top people crunching the numbers now. So what do we have?
Okay.
Breaking news.
There we go.
I should have paid more attention in math class, guys, because counting all this money has been a little difficult today. The people call in, they make their pledge, they give us their credit cards, we write it all down on a slip of paper, it goes over and hits one computer, then another computer, then the final computer, and that gives us a total. It takes a little while for that process to happen.
Sure.
When we get over there. So we're in the process right now of updating the tote board, and it should read and display about 12,000 more than it does right now.
It's at 978 now, 978,000. Our goal by 6 o'clock was $1 million. We're staying here extra, giving you extra time.
That's right.
Let's hear it for our volunteers staying on the phone. They've been here since the pre-crack of dawn.
So hold on.
So I was just told, Brett, I was just told during the break.
Can we do this math?
Now that information just came in right as we were leaving that last commercial break.
Right.
All right? And prior to that, we heard a scream and a holler. And what did everybody hear? What was the number everybody heard that went crazy?
$10,000. So there it is.
Right.
There's the 990
so
right
that's
now.
Up there
Right.
So
okay.
990,000.
So we're at $990.
They are verifying the contribution, the $10,000 contribution. And Sandy should probably come over here and sit down. And you
Yeah,
guys
Sandy,
can,
come
tell
here
her
right
what the
now.
total is
Sandy,
as soon as that's posted.
So Brett, I just heard
Sandy,
this
right over here, right now.
From our phone bank, I just heard that the donor of the 10,000
Yes.
wanted me to tell you that you're the one who broke him down. You're the one who
Really?
helped release that. So I don't know if that meant we talked about the jacket one too many times. He couldn't take it anymore or what. But apparently something
Guys,
you said.
look at Sandy over
You
there.
know.
Miss Sandy, the heart and soul behind Warrior Foundation.
Sandy Lemcooler.
Just breaking down in tears right now. In joy, tears of joy for hitting $1 million.
Huge. We did it.
Sandy,
Wow.
come on over.
Wow.
All right.
Wow. And you can quote me on that. Wow. And we didn't have to stay and have Brett wear you down until midnight. It's amazing.
Hey, listen, this is why we do this. This is because what this is potential to do amazing things in our
Sandy.
community.
Right here.
Sure is.
Right here, mic 3.
Sandy is on, she's coming in on mic 3 there, John, in the
Sandy,
studio.
did you hear, so we're at 990, 135, and we had another $10,000 donation. Is that right? Which will get us over $1 million?
Are we over $1 million? No.
You didn't
no,
know that?
No, I just saw the 990.
We were just crying at 990.
Oh my gosh. I was thinking, we're going to open Freedom Station 2. We're going to get it to go. I'm so excited.
Yes.
So
We're
excited.
confirming a $10,000 donation that just came in a minute ago.
Okay. Really, truly, really.
Someone called him a $10,000.
That's
Because
right.
the elf on the shelf will get you if you're not.
No. Who took the $10,000? Who took that?
And the elf on the shelf is
And
already
you're telling
donated
me that
as
was
well.
a $10,000 donation. They didn't misspeak.
No.
$10,000
Oh
donation.
my God.
That puts us to $1
So
million.
excited. Oh my goodness gracious.
And our Warriors
Truly,
talk
our
about...
Warriors are flying home tomorrow, boy.
So
I'm
we're
gonna
talking
get
about-
all on a plane. We're going to charter that puppy and go. No, I would never waste money like that. We are going to get those boys on Southwest Airlines and they're
That's
going
right.
home.
You
Oh
betcha.
my gosh, I'm so overwhelmed. Thank you all. If anyone is
It
listening.
is an honor to work with you and the team.
It's
Absolutely.
truly, truly amazing. And I know that we've got some of the Warriors still out here, and they are blessed beyond all to be in the San Diego area. And truly, KFMB, Mike, Brett, Mark, we couldn't do this without you. You are a big part of the Warrior
And
Foundation
Armstrong and
family.
Getty, you
Thank
bet.
you.
Roger, thank you all. God bless you. God bless us, everyone. Wow, we just sit here. It's like
It's amazing stuff.
watch that. It took a little longer.
All you did was
That's
change-
okay. You know what's
Couple
great
more
though?
minutes, that's all.
People keep donating. Remember last year, people they get
Oh, yeah,
toward
don't
the end of the
stop
month.
now. We can't
You just
stop.
go to 760kfmb.com. This may come back and you think, I wish I had done that. Or maybe you're listening to a podcast.
Yep.
On the station website, and you go, I'm sorry I missed that. No, you didn't. We're open for business, 760kfmb.com.
Absolutely.
And you can donate. And we saw amazing things happen from the end of the Radiothon last year through like New Year's Eve.
Yep.
Sure.
Phenomenal. Right,
Actually,
Sandy?
I think it was the end of January.
All the way-
I
yeah,
mean,
that's right.
was
It did
all
go-
the way to
yeah.
the
Kept
end
on
of
going.
January. So We are so pleased, and I know that people have waited a long time to get through, but our reindeers have been working their little paws off.
1-800-760-KFMB.
Local 102.
Put them back to work. We're not done yet. 1-800-760-KFMB.
Amazing stuff, ladies and gentlemen. This is amazing, and
well, Brett, you're on till 7. So
I'm gonna go pick it up in the other studio.
Would you? That'd be great. In that jacket?
Yes, I will.
Wow. Good luck.
Like
We're
any other
counting on
jacket.
We're not done here. When do we confirm this 10,000? How does this work? Is that what
They're
they're
doing
doing?
right now.
They're going through the
confirming
different
right now.
computers
They're
right now?
Confirming right now.
Okay.
They're confirming right now.
Well, listen, let's get there regardless of the 10,000. Let's pretend like we didn't have a 10,000.
I mean, I think it's important to point out.
You don't have to stop calling them. You
immense-
realize
yeah,
how
you
much
can
more
keep
we can do
calling.
with it. So if you went, okay, I don't have to call now.
We have at least 6 more minutes. I mean, you can continue to call.
1-800-760-KFMB.
Do you want us to go to the other studio with you and keep you company? We'll all fit in there.
Yes, take them all
It's
in
kind of
there.
like how many people can you fit in a studio?
As many as we need. That's what we'll do. We'll get them
What
in.
a great night.
Look, here's the thing, and I want folks to understand the scale of what you've done. We're at $1 million.
We have 14 volunteers working to certify that last 10
14
grand.
volunteers. They got their head under the hood there in the at the NFL.
Hey, Dave Sniff is here with a breaking news bulletin. Dave, do you have more?
We got a bulletin, Dave Sniff. What do we got?
What do you have, Dave? What do you have?
Well, the donations continue to come in,
Yes.
and so they are verifying that large donation that just happened a few minutes ago to make sure that
Yes.
we're actually there. And it looks like, I don't know, they're going through the process. They're punching in the keys and stuff to see what's happening. But in the meantime, there are just several donations that are coming in. So I think at some point we'll get to the goal.
Yep.
The other thing that's kind of cool is that with podcasting these days, people go back and listen to your podcast.
We have tons of people that call in.
And they'll catch up over the weekend.
Yep.
And then those contributions come in and then actually drive the total to even a more impressive number. So that's cool.
That's phenomenal. So thanks to everybody. Thanks to Sandy and the team. Again, nobody at the Warrior Foundation Freedom Station is taking salary.
Absolutely.
It's a labor of love, big time, sending our Warriors home for the Christmas holiday season. Fantastic.
There's 3 ladies here who have been punching in the credit card numbers in these computers for 13 hours now, which is pretty remarkable. So we're grateful for them and all the other volunteers here. Did a great job. 1-800-760-KFMB. Phone lines are still open for just a few more minutes before we finally shut it down here on the phone. So let's get your last second donations in here.
Absolutely.
So even if the $10,000 one doesn't go through, we can still get through without them.
We're going to do it. Send a warrior home for the holidays. 800-760-5362, 760KFMB.com. It is the Radiothon right here on Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, AM 760 Talk and Breaking News.
AM760's Warrior Foundation Freedom Station Radiothon. Help send a warrior home for the holidays. Call now, 800-760-5362. 800-760-KFMB.
Just take it live. Okay, we have crossed over the $1 million mark. We are at $1 million, $895, and donations continue to keep coming in. Mike Slater, this is a huge win for our Warriors right here.
How about that? Think of all those men going home, all those families reunited.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Truly lives changed. Not exaggerating, lives changed.
No, without a doubt. And here's what's awesome. We're sitting here broadcasting on AM 760 KFMB. Our brother on the other station, Mike E, is right there with Mike V. They're broadcasting, and they have been a huge help today doing this. This has been both stations doing this.
Yep.
100.7 has been doing it, and this has been a team effort, and God bless everybody who donated
CBS 8.
and who will still donate. It's a miracle.
Yeah, CBS 8. Beautiful. $1 million.
CBS 8, everybody.
And then some.
All right, Mike Slater.
Superb, Brett.
I'm gonna run down to the other studio. Slater's gonna keep you company for about a minute and a half, and I'm gonna go take up residence in the other stadium.
Well done, sir.
Hey, all right, man.
Yeah, man. So many volunteers here. Really good job. Truly lives changed, and that's not being dramatic. When we've talked with colonels up at Balboa and Pendleton, and we've talked with Marines who have been in a really, really bad place, but because of the Warrior Foundation, sorry, Sandy's breaking down here. Enjoy. Because of the Warrior Foundation, lives altered, right, from a dark place to a place of joy and a place of hopelessness, right, in a hospital bed after we talked to Povis's face blown into pieces, truly. Thought he'd be disfigured his entire life, but because of the help of the Warrior Foundation, he's now living a new life. Pretty amazing. And these trips home, talk to the colonels who say their Marines they're just at their wits' end, being poked and prodded for an entire year, and they finally get news that they're going to go home after thinking they weren't going to go home. And he said it's like thinking you're going to lose the big game and then you win it in the last second, and they get to go home and they come back and they have a life in their eyes again, which the colonel says maybe they haven't seen in a long time. That's what you've given here. So you can keep doing it. The phones are now closed, but you can give on 760kfmb.com for the rest of the month.
Mike Slater. I'm in the other studio, Mike Slater. I've made it.
Well done, sir. We are going to close up shop down on this side.
You do it. We appreciate you, Mike. God bless you for everything you did today, man.
You're the best, brother. We'll see you again.
You too, buddy.
Later, man.
Give our love to everybody. It is the Brett Winterble Show, AM 760, talking breaking news. We just raised $1 million. Like, let that sink in for a second. We just raised $1 million.